Does it look like it's back?
Your
Yeah, it looks
camera's
like it.
frozen, but yeah, stream's back.
Okay, weird. That like nothing happened on my end. Like you guys never interrupted. I watched you moving the whole time. Everything was working perfectly smoothly. Like you guys you never froze for even half a second. It just kept going, and apparently just my upload just died for half a second there. That was weird.
All you missed,
Yeah.
chat. The only thing you missed was the bartender seems interested in why we're sitting here nursing drinks and asked if we were looking for someone. Anyone we know, like she might know.
Yeah, and your
Getting a
response.
little
You said
nosy.
Gerald, right?
Jerable
Yeah.
flute dude. Yeah.
Yeah. She goes, "Oh, I don't know him. Never mind," and then turns and walks off.
Could we get like a sense motive on her?
Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe he didn't like. I don't know. I'm getting the feeling maybe he had her looking out for us.
Anybody else, or just you? Rolling?
Yeah, 1 second.
Sorry, Lance. DC was 11. Okay, so
That's really so funny.
you Mikhail gets, it's specifically Mikhail, like, because it's a vibe check, right? Mikhail's the one that's like, what, you know, she's like looking and she's genuinely seems like she's interested. Like it was almost like it was obviously a leading question. But when she says Jarabald flute, flute dude or whatever it is, she seems to completely lose any interest, like back to being just like a typical serving person, being nice, whatever it is, completely lost any interest. And she's like, "Oh, don't know him, never mind then. Let me know if you need anything. Hopefully show up." And then turns to leave.
Okay.
Yep. Anything between you guys, or
Aldo,
I don't know what to do with that information. So
she seems rather nosy.
I think she seemed just like, I think she was actually trying to help. Maybe she's seen him or is expecting someone to be expecting someone.
Maybe
Perhaps
she's one of those people on the lookout, for people talking smack about our esteemed friend.
Or on the other side, perhaps this place was recommended because there was a way to funnel us to a safe place to speak.
What's the clientele look like in here, Scott?
great question. You see just a whole bunch of, regular peoples. No like high ends, no particularly wealthy people. Just like we're talking dock workers, maybe porters, typical, small time shop owner, things like that. Just nearby, maybe a small time merchant coming through, basic travelers by. This is not exactly a fancy or ritzy place. Like I said, it's not exactly busy during a time where you would imagine it would be busy. It's not that it's slow. It's just not, bustling.
Yeah. Is anyone paying us any more attention than the woman?
It's a great question. And with your sense motive, it's high enough to see that occasionally you'll see a few people will toss glances your way. Maybe even like say a couple whispers or whatever here and there, but nobody like walking over to you, hard staring at you. But like I said, somebody might like toss a glance over your way, like look at you, whisper to somebody else. The other person would take a glance at you, but if they notice you looking back, they stop and turn away.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know. Maybe we should tell her who we're looking for.
I think
Wouldn't
might
that
be,
defeat the purpose, though, of the guy? I mean, he told you to, keep a low profile, so...
well,
I wouldn't
speaking to
think
her
that-
privately might be that, whereas sitting here, we're just waiting for forever. I'm not sure. That
Yeah,
we
but-
this either.
Plus, we're not telling her who we are or what we're here for, whatever, other than just trying to talk to this guy.
Yeah, but I mean, look, call me suspicious, but, there's people all around the place apparently reporting what's going on and this and that. And he told you guys to not let anyone know who you are and all that stuff. I mean, you can ask him if you want, but it just, I don't know, things seem a little off, seems a little strange. He wants to meet here. We have this curious bartender and keep, a low profile. I don't know, things just aren't sitting right.
A lot of things aren't sitting right. Not now. But I don't know. I don't think he has much of a reason to try to get to talk to us and then pull something,
Especially over
Aldo
here,
stands up.
Mhm.
And he goes, "I'll be back in a second. I just want to check outside. I want to, while
Okay.
they're talking, just go to the door, and I just want to poke my head out the door, see if there's no guards like in the area or nothing's happening outside."
Yes, great. Perception check.
Yep.
Meanwhile, I'm going to be drinking my drink a bit faster to finish it so that she has a reason to come back over.
Luckily for you, again, there's the moons are in the sky, lighting up well enough. The snow, the glow all around. You see a few people moving about outside. You're fighting against the wind or what have you, but you hear no sound of creaking leather or clinking mail or anything like that. That suggests that there are guards, and certainly none of the people that you're seeing, the way that they're moving, they don't neither look like nor sounds like or suggest anything like guards about. You even, take a second, walk around the corner, stop and take a piss for a sec, whatever, make some lemon snow, and you don't catch sight of any guards that happen to be there.
Okay.
On
I'll pop
the-
back in then.
On the inside, if we look at the bartender, does it look like she's looking for tables, the people that might be waiting for people?
So there's a separate person, she as well, hobgoblin bartender as opposed to the, human
Whoever
that was
came over,
serving.
does it seem like she's looking for...
Nope,
Okay.
does not. Neither of them, to be clear.
I guess while Aldo, I don't know if Aldo's back yet or not, but Koa will say, this place was chosen for a reason, and if something's going to happen, it's going to happen regardless, whether or not we look for who we're looking for. So maybe talking to her at this point would be worth it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Trying to drain this so she has a reason to come back over without me flagging her down.
Sure. So you finish the drink or whatever it is. She sees you like top it off or whatever, and gives that like look, like you kind of like catch her eye, and she gives that nod that's just like, I'll be there in a minute. It's around that time that Aldo comes walking in, and he's like, because it's so cold out, but he comes walking in and like because of the wind outside knocking some snow or whatever off of his cloak. And he comes over and sits down and definitely takes the longest draw of his ale so far because, it takes the chill away of the outside. But then she ends up coming over and goes, another round for the table.
Just water here.
She frowns and says, come on, there's a house special here. You've got to try it. It's called the Valiant Brew.
Oh, really? What is it?
She says, it's still aging. It's like I said, it's a house special we have going on here, but a few people have the opportunity to give it a try if you would like. If you're interested, it's a slow night. I wouldn't mind bringing you to check it out.
Probably a little bit less interested in the drink. He'll say, looking to Mikhail to like kind of like,
Oh, you'll
I'm a
you'll
little
bring
interested.
us to check it out.
She nods and says, unfortunately, the brewmaster got a little overzealous and put in a cask too big to bring up, and the draw's not long enough. And she shakes her head, he rolls her eyes, annoyed, and says, welcome to try it, though. Better than water, she says, like with a disdain to Mikhail.
Aldo finishes his drink.
It depends on what you're trying to get up to, but no, I'm interested. Don't normally get offered a special out of nowhere.
She frowns and says, it's because you ain't come around here often enough. Here,
True enough.
Here you'll find much appreciation.
Well, I guess this is a start.
is this like
Thank
very
you.
obvious, or is this another sense motive moment?
It's up to you, Wade. Does that feel
Koa's
obvious to
gonna
you?
be-
Do I?
I mean, it feels obvious, but Koa's dumb.
I was going to make a joke, but I'm also not going to make that joke.
Yeah, just take us wherever we're going, I guess.
Cool. So what do you, so you say, yeah, let's, kind of everybody gets up.
He's just following Mikhail's lead at this point.
I imagine almost
Mhm.
instinctively, Aldo, knowing that he's going to be heading downstairs, finishes his cup that's in front of him, and you guys are able to get up and go walking over towards the bartender with, the three of you. The bartender gives her a bit of a cross look, and she says, they're here to try the ale. And she goes, how you know they're here to try the ale? I offered it to them. And they roll their eyes and says, it's not just for being offered to just anyone. She goes, I have a hunch they'll like it. And she looks you guys up and down appraisingly and says, just know this. You go causing any trouble, and I come down there, and I know how to use my spear, she says, tapping something underneath the bar. Leave your weapons here.
Aldo doesn't have any weapons.
Koa always
Yeah.
has his.
Oh, it's look, we're not going to cause any trouble, but this was a pretty expensive piece.
Just here to sample an ale. Nothing more.
She says, well, you have two choices. Leave him and go, or take him and go. Obviously meaning the door behind you.
Yeah.
Koa will kind of look the other two like, I don't like this.
Is what if we tie them so they can't be drawn? I just don't really want to leave, just in case anything else happens, right?
The person that came over to your table, like the kind of like barmaid or whatever, she walks, she like leans in, like as you're saying this, like leans past and says, listen, I got a hunch that they're gonna like the ale. And continues to look a bit cross and says, I don't like the idea of sending them around my kegs all armed and stuff. What if they get drunk a fool and go breaking barrels? And she says, I'm pretty sure the barrels are tough enough to handle themselves. And she frowns, and there's like a moment between the two of them. You guys say or do anything, or you just stay quiet?
Koa will probably say something that someone else does and be like, oh, don't worry about that. We tried to get water.
Funny enough, I'll actually take that as a line. I was gonna have chat roll a D100, but funny enough, she says, water. So you're here for business? She says, raising an eyebrow, and then just shakes her head and says, whatever, let them drink, and then steps to the side. And the girl that was bringing you over originally goes to walk past and to bring you guys out back where there's like a hatch for you to go downstairs.
Yeah, Aldo's gonna tip her as he walks past. He says, we all love a bar woman that can handle a spear. He winks at her and he walks off.
To the bartender?
Yeah, that's the one.
At first, she didn't get it for like a half a second, and then she just looks annoyed. And so you guys, who goes downstairs first? I imagine Koa.
Yeah.
Koa goes walking downstairs, and what you see down there is, in fact, a wine cellar. The ground is not perfectly even, but that's okay. It doesn't matter because it's like a compactor or whatever. It's not perfectly even, but it doesn't matter because the walls have shelving or whatever put on them with the different barrels and wine bottles or whatever they are stored down there to make sure that they're good to go, whatever. But also, you notice when you go downstairs is that you're not alone. There's somebody down there. Edric.
Koa will like smile.
Look very surprised. Yeah.
Edric, how are you?
That's a familiar face.
He goes, better now that you showed up. I was thinking for a second you weren't going to come. Been waiting down here freezing my ass off forever.
We were waiting upstairs and apparently didn't take the right hint.
He just shrugs that away. And eventually, the last one, Aldo, comes down and the hatch kind of slams shut over Aldo's head.
Yeah.
Aldo just greets him too.
He goes, yeah, but I was told to meet you.
Oh.
Huh.
Things have kind of gotten a bit different lately. I'm sure you heard, well, depending on how long you've been in town.
Yeah, about the captain. Yep.
Yeah.
We're aware.
Given a position and kind of took to action almost immediately. Had a good number of good people. Let's just say lost their jobs or worse. Some of them are now behind the bars they used to guard. Shakes his head. And some people aren't so welcome to walk around in the open. I have friends, been around for long enough. There are those that won't turn me in or nothing. Not that they're actively searching for me. But if the wrong one finds me, I'm sure they know they can make some extra coin.
Why would they be after you?
Well, The part I played.
I'm surprised that would be known.
The part I played?
No, well, I suppose, well, I guess I didn't know exactly how well spread it was. You weren't with us whenever we came back to town. You were off with Captain Jaaek, so I wasn't sure if that was made of a big thing.
Yeah,
What's known?
it's a big thing. A big thing for a couple of reasons.
For what it's worth, I'm sorry we put you in that position, but
No, don't be. Fuck that. Fuck you. It needed to be
fair
done.
enough.
They needed that. You saw that fuck. He died.
Unfortunately, not all of them.
Yeah.
He
That's
says,
the big fish.
that's all right. My club's got a couple of notches it could use.
So just anyone who helped bust up that ring is kind of over the coals right now?
Depends on how well it was known. More how loud they were afterwards. If it was just a job to you, or if you were quiet, nothing got done. But
Is
those
Joey
bragging
all right?
about it, rubbing it in faces, yeah, they got it.
Joey?
Joey was the one that you had bound up, yeah?
No, he was the good one.
He was
I
the
think.
he was the one who fought
The
the fire
one
by himself.
good one.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry. He's the one that fought the fire by himself.
He was the
Oh.
one that like helped us. He was the only
Yeah.
good one. The
Yeah,
only
yeah,
one you didn't have
yeah.
betray us.
Yeah. He
I mean,
says,
the only one that didn't betray us.
Yeah. He says, I think he got out of town. I think he headed down to Ostrad, but I can't be certain. I've been kind of held up. I got a couple friends, like I said. I'm pretty sure he got down to Ostrad.
Okay. Well, at least he got out of the worst of it. Are you planning to skip town at some point?
No, fuck that. Told you, a few more notches need to be made. I don't mind signing a few names there too. If I knew how to write.
We
I wonder. The other guards, the one that lost their jobs, and anyone that helped us and is being persecuted for it. Wonder if we might not bring them to Jurda's Crack and kind of set up a little bit of a safe haven over there. It would be good for us to have somewhere to
As you're
go.
saying that, go ahead.
Yeah, he says it'd be good to have a place close by, but somewhere we can kind of, base things out of. Things are a bit strange here,
Yeah,
and
about
there's
that.
some good men and women.
About
should be
that,
protected.
Aldo. Hope you're not offended or nothing, but you told me to keep an eye on your things, and there's a little bit more than a dozen people down there doing exactly that for exactly that reason. I was sticking around trying to gather up a few more, help them get down there, and hopefully bump into you lot.
Oh,
the only
good.
concern I would have is that certain problematic individuals know that location. Obviously, would they not perhaps go back?
Yes and no. They know where it is, but at the same time, they're playing stupid. Sorry, I didn't mean
There's
to
no
say
reason for them to
I
go
didn't
there
mean
either.
to say they're playing stupid. That's true too. They're playing. My accent. They're playing, pretending to be stupid.
Understood. I suppose the question is, well, it's gonna be a follow up, but how can we help? And our help will be somewhat limited, at least for a little bit. You see, things have gotten more complicated. They've gotten bigger than just odd Gwen for us.
Go on.
Yeah.
I say too much, so perhaps I shouldn't be the one to divulge.
The fuck? I'm down here locked in a cellar because I worked with you, and you're gonna start holding shit out on me?
I'm not sure if it's
No.
that I
Listen,
say
we've
too
just-
much, that I share too much, or that I just say too many words. It's unclear to me.
All he's trying to say is we have another job. That's all. But we're willing to help when and where we can. Anyway, the work never stops, Edric.
He goes, yeah, some things are more than just a job, huh? I wouldn't mind some extra pay.
Unfortunately, coin is the one thing we're not getting.
Frowns.
Right. Not right this second, at least. I mean, we are hunkering down for the winter at the moment, but we do plan to move again in the spring. I'll be
Over
sticking
down
around here
and
after
hog
that.
Gwen.
That was the plan.
Got some balls on you.
Well, we didn't exactly have an advance on the news. And now the weather's getting worse and travel really sucks. So this is where we are.
It does. Try smuggling people out of town and then trying to brave that shit off road and trying to cover your tracks in the snow. Fun. So much fun.
Yeah, you're doing the right thing though.
He goes, yeah, say that to my purse. Draining that shit. I fought hard for that money. I got paid well. Now I'm...
Hey, I can tell. He like taps at his stomach.
he just like looks down and looks at you and he's trying to frown, but he's fighting back a smile trying to frown. So it's like, you know, about like halfway between the two.
Koa kind of looks to the other two like, we may need some help with
go
some
ahead.
of our other things eventually, right? This is like to you two.
Yeah, he says, yeah, go ahead, Koa. Nothing we really need to
You
keep from him.
I mean, you can keep it from him, but it's why burden him with it if he doesn't need to? You know what I mean? It's one of those things that when the time comes, maybe, you know what I mean. That's when we should be
Because sometimes
branching
we're
out,
always...
but we're just putting things on more people, things that they don't really need to be put under extra stress at the moment, and things like that. I have no problem with you telling him, Koa. I don't think we should burden people with this until, and if there is a time where we need the help.
Edric, you're a good man, and you've proven that. And I do not wish to burden you, as Aldo suggests I might. But unfortunately, I think that we're in a position where we don't have enough good people to trust that we may have to. This story is going to sound very strange. Stranger than what we've dealt with together so far.
Hold on. If you're going to go start spinning long stories. Fuck. Hold on. He goes
I'll
over
tell it
and
quickly.
he goes over and he grabs like a mug and he sniffs it and he empties it out. You don't know how long that's had liquid in it, but the liquid that came out did not look good. And he goes over to a barrel and starts filling it with some other, liquid. He gives a quick little slosh, dumps that out, and then fills it up. And goes over to the stairs and sits down and goes, all right.
Is that the Valiant Brew?
He frowns and says, it's not real.
I know. I was just hopeful that it would be.
Oh, speaking of, you should tell them ladies upstairs thanks. Well, I'm sure they're going to be telling you thanks once they know it's you. You, one of the people that you let go was close to them. Friend of theirs.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Nice
why
to
else
hear.
would they
Good.
putting their necks on the line by having me held up down here?
The
Yeah, they deserve
guard
the thanks then.
the guard we spoke to, he's good then, yes?
Yeah, I'm assuming he's the one who told you to come meet us.
Edric?
Edric, can you hear us, Edric? You
What?
still there?
Nothing, we were just having a conversation with Edric. We thought maybe our DM would pay attention.
No, sorry. It's this ale. I don't know what was in the cup before, but I'm good now.
Right. You seem about 70 years older than I remember last time.
Wise. How about you stay locked up in basements all winter long trying to keep hidden from the guards, sneaking around at night? My knees hurt. Ain't meant to walk that way.
Honestly, it sounds nicer than the knolls in the mountains. But, it reminds me, let me get to the story. He will explain the story. I don't feel like rehashing it.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's fine. From like everything beginning to end.
Knowing Koa, yes. Unless Mikhail or Aldo cut in to like tell parts of it to make sure he excludes something.
Yeah, if he gets to just completely off on details that are irrelevant, then Mikhail will cut in.
He will
and
get
kind
off the details that are irrelevant. And he'll get off to them too.
Oh boy.
Alto will start drinking
In the
with
mug?
Edric.
No.
You end up finding a different mug, which actively has mold growing in it. You know what I mean? It's one of those things you're like, that's fine. It works well enough. And,
No, that's
eventually-
fine. I go over to Mikhail and I'm like, can you do that thing, please?
Did you see that? Oh my god!
Come on.
If you're only listening, you should have just seen Jake. Please.
Like a kid who wants a pack of gum at the exit of the store.
Can we get that as a
It's
GIF?
like-
Can we get Jake saying please, gyrating as
Please.
a GIF?
All right, so Edric now knows the story.
Yeah.
Once, I'll clean the mug.
You do that, and when when that happens, interested in that for the moment from the story is like, seriously, because you didn't do it for him. But either way, so with the story, the exact opposite of Elliot, he is the most boring audience. He doesn't really ask many questions, and when he does, they're like kind of clarifying. He'll like focus on details that maybe don't matter. Like, wait, what color was the bird? Like stupid shit. You know what I mean?
And Cohen's just happy he's engaged, and he can tell somebody. He's so tired of having to be secretive.
How'd you guys know he was engaged? You fell in love since you met him. Sorry. Anyways, so at the end of the story, he just goes, "Huh. Well, that explains why you were gone for so long."
Well,
Yeah.
that's one of the reasons why we're hunkering down here is we have to check out the ruins in Hot Gwen.
Gotcha. He thinks for a couple moments. Wait. The ruins. There's a guy I know. He's got a basement. Not too different from this one, yeah? Keeps lots of wine and liquor and shit down there. And I remember one time found there's a door down there, and it opened up, and it had a pathway in it, and it looked like the same kind of stone as the stone that is inside the ruins area. I wonder if something like that's like a way in.
Or another hidden cache or something that might be worth checking out.
Definitely worth checking out.
The one thing is, I say I know him. He doesn't know me. He was out of town one time. We lightened his load, if you will. And anyways, we were getting a little pissed down there because it was quite the options. And one of the crew that I was with at the time, they bumped into the wall. That's how we found it. We quickly closed it up. So I'm not right sure exactly how it opened. I just know seeing it, and I can't exactly get you in there. I can just show you the way we found it.
So what do you know of this person? Would they be receptive to allowing us entry, or are they problematic?
Yeah, they don't know me. Probably best that they don't. They run around in the circles not too far from Beltran.
Right. Of course they do.
Oh, good.
Like I said, and he gestures at the walls around you. Not too different from this. In their house.
So it's a big place.
Yeah, I could find you a way in though if
It's a bit of a risk whenever we already know we can get in directly from the ruins, but
Could be a plan B. We
You can't
can't
get
get
in
in
that
with the
way.
people who are there.
What's wrong with you? You see the
do
people
you
that
mean?
run around that place? What are you gonna do? Walk up and make nicey nice?
yes, we've already met a few, and a couple of them have unfortunately ended up dead, but one of them turned out to be a real swell guy.
I don't know if they're the same crew.
They're not.
No,
Yeah.
from what I had gathered from my sources, Gwen, I'll say too loudly to really be a secret. Whenever the jelly is brought through, yes, it is a different crew, but it may be receptive to coin, which we'd be a little bit low on, or something else. I don't know.
He shrugs. He says, "You present coin. They'll just know you're a mark. You might make a deal. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna say you can't, but good luck with that shit. I wouldn't try it."
Well, the alternative is to break into someone's house who may be adjacent to Beltran, and if we leave any evidence, then we're trapped in a ruin between death and death.
Yeah, but that crew finds out who you are. They might just sell you out to Beltran just so they can make some extra coin after they rob
Great.
you.
So either someone who's sympathetic to Beltran or someone who wants the coin from Beltran.
Yeah, but
Which
one
do you
you're going to
trust
break in
more?
their house and they're going to see you're there. The other one, you're going to shake their hand, look them in the eye.
You say that, but it's assuming everything goes well with the entry.
He shrugs and says, I ain't going to tell you what to do. I'm just telling you, I wouldn't fucking mess with that crew.
Oh, hear ya. It'll be good to know where the place is, just in case we can't make anything happen with that group.
You know,
Speaking of crews, where's you heard from Casper?
Oh shit! Yeah, I did. He and I crossed paths once or twice now. He's that fuck's turned his life around. You know that? He used to be a piece of shit.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, the hospital says he still goes and volunteers occasionally, but I didn't hear what he's doing these days other than that.
He's probably just trying to court one of the people working there. Anyways, no, he's actually done a good job. He hooked me up with one of the people that I was able to sneak out of here. Another point in time, he was able to get supplies I couldn't get my hands on myself. I mean, either he's skimming a little bit off the top or prices have gone up. Whatever the case, you know, he ain't cheap, but he's been helping.
That's
Meet
good.
up with
to
him
hear.
and chat with him.
Yeah, it says, I'm sure you find him around. Like you said, he's hanging out at the hospital. Ask there. I'm sure somebody will know where he is.
Means I'll see him at some point.
The guardsman who arranged this meeting is trustworthy. Do you know how many guardsmen are?
If I say a half dozen, I think I'm being hopeful. But at least a half dozen know where I am or around where they can find me. They ain't said nothing yet that I know of.
Well, I guess that brings me back to the beginning of our conversation before I told the story, and that's what can we do to help?
He shakes his head and says, yeah, I don't know. This Beltran fuck, I don't know if you heard the shit that he's doing. He brought in more guard, if you want to call him that. He's focused on areas. He's roughing up the merchants that he's not a big fan of. He's shaking down others. He's causing issues that way. Then he's got more people training in the middle of the fucking winter, training like soldiers over by the barracks. The fuck's his plan there? I mean, I won't lie. One of the things Joey said before he told me he was heading over to Ostrad got me a chill down my spine. He was like, I'm heading to Ostrad, but what the fuck he say? He said, I'm heading down to Ostrad, get away from this place, but we'll see how long before he comes after me. You know, but I don't think he just meant Beltran. I think he meant like the crew, the army. I don't know though. That seems a bit much. How many miles upriver? Nah, I don't know.
It's going to get worse, but I don't know that we're prepared to do anything much about an army.
Edric, what are the areas that he's really focusing on at the moment?
Yeah, where the nice houses is, where the good shops be at, down by the docks, you know, places like that. Anywhere else, he hasn't cared much. I won't lie. If you're into buying and selling shit that you used to get your head cracked open for, now's your chance. Now you can get your hands on some. They don't care. Hell, half of them are probably on it. But
At the docks there, you think he's if he's stepped up the guard presence, may he be bringing things like before?
No. Too many eyes looking at that kind of shit. I don't think so.
Okay.
No, I think we really did, a lasting, bid on that one. So you said a couple got away.
The captain from
Yeah, because you guys had already told him that, like in the fast forward tell. It was, you said a couple got away. They might get away permanent. They might get theirs at the ends, but I don't think that kind of shit's gonna go on. At least not from the same crew. At least not for a long time.
Yeah. I'm sure that took a lot of organization.
I mean, hell, if he was gonna be doing that shit, he wouldn't be letting us be held up down in Jurda's crack. You know what I'm saying?
True.
How many?
That's one problem
How big's the
solved.
garrison at the moment?
He goes, a place like that could probably hold like 200 or something, but there's about something like 50. No, he doubled it. Like 100 people there. And the training.
That's more
Again,
than
the training now.
Guard in Leshev and Forvin and everywhere else combined.
Yeah,
That's worrying.
a lot.
Yeah, he thinks for a little bit, and he's like, yeah, it probably is.
And, like, is a full garrison? Like, that? Does this place really even have a militia anymore? Or are they all trained now?
He goes, I mean, train in. It started recently, a week or so ago. But remember, the people who got held up over there, that's separate from the guard that he blew out. I mean, he's dumping coin into this. Or at least, or maybe his family is, or the council or whatever. I don't know where this coin comes from, but it's a lot of coin. Not that the guards getting paid much. Their pay is still shit. But it's wintertime. You know how to work a hoe, hand them a club.
Yeah, the new guard and the new people he's got training, they're from a different stock of people then.
He shrugs and says, they ain't the usuals.
You definitely don't seem like it.
Yeah.
I think even just mentioning the guard got us not in trouble, but approached.
Any of those crews, the crews that used to be around, like Casper's crew and some of the others, have any of them been co-opted into the guard?
He thinks for a few moments and goes, I don't think so. I also don't think they're being hunted. I think it might be one of those scratching
Controlled
back
opposition.
situations, you know?
Yeah, right.
Controlled opposition in a way.
This,
those are fancy words.
This town has got very dangerous for us and anyone that is opposed to anything that Patron's done.
No. I don't think he would move against you. You got name. If guards all of a sudden go tangling you up and pulling you down for some bullshit stuff, nah, people would get pissy about that. You got a name around here. People actually appreciate you. I mean, me, I'm a nobody. I'm nobody. I got a reputation enough good to keep me hidden or whatever, but I ain't one of those names. I ain't got no songs written about me or none of that shit. I ain't going no hero of no nothing. So they're not gonna keep me safe. But your name, it's keeping you lofty at least now. We'll see how long. Maybe he'll tear it down piece by piece or something till you can fall in the gutter with me. But till then, you're safe.
I mean,
I'd almost play up your name. I'd almost build that shit higher. Make sure you're so pristine he can't even step in the block with you. I don't know. Or maybe that'll just piss him off.
Nice.
He comes at you harder. He's got money.
Well, depending on how far we go, that might be what we want, but not right now. Not this winter. We were advised to keep a bit of a low profile. Was that just for here, or do you think... I don't know. What do you think it would do if we get recognized as much in the city, just normally?
You mean by people? By guards? What are you talking about?
One than the other. We could use as much info as we can get.
If they people, most likely, they're friendly. Most likely. If they guards, I don't know. They think they're going to lick some boots. Maybe they like you personally, too. Maybe they don't give a shit. Oh.
Yeah.
I can't say
you don't think they would
I can't
just...
say I know exactly what everyone's thinking. Half the time I don't even know what the fuck I'm thinking. Why am I held up in a cold-ass basement when I could be off in Forvin, finding myself some, like, they gotta have whorehouses in Forvin. Come on.
Most likely.
That wasn't exactly encouraging.
We didn't walk into one or look for one, but maybe.
What?
She looks disappointed. I guess I'm stuck in a basement then.
Is this to help keep track of the cave, or are there more people you think need to get out of here that you're trying to help?
More people. Get out of here, I guess. He says, like you can clearly tell he's trying to do the right thing. It's like almost like you guys like lit a spark for him, and then That spark, it's not that that spark was much. It was like a tiniest little ember that probably would have been snuffed out with the next job. But Beltran has been such a cock that it's just like his hatred at Beltran has made him go, no, you know, fuck you. I'm gonna be good just to fuck you, just out of spite for you, you know? And so it's not even necessarily that he's like being good. It's just straight spite from Beltran. And he's almost like actively thinks himself stupid for doing these things. And you can see that kind of like frustration with his own choices as he's saying this.
Well, you're doing good work. We definitely appreciate it.
Is there anyone
I guess
we
back
can-
to Koa's original point. Is there any way we can help?
He says, you want to appreciate me. You do so the way you did last time.
Now we're back to the coin again, huh?
He shrugs.
If we find a job that pays, you'd be our first choice for help. But how can we help you? Are there anyone specific we can help you get out of here or find a way to help with?
He shakes his head and says, nah, I imagine you got shit on your plate. I got my stuff going on. I have my friend. He's like, I got my contacts. They're working with me. I'm working with them. Just wanted to see you. I was told you were in town. They gave me a heads up. They said they were going to talk to you. I told them, fuck off. That's signing a death warrant. I told them I'd talk to you, let you know what was going on.
So you don't think the guard would move against us directly, but maybe with people we associate with?
Possible, but at the same time, not necessarily. Let's
a
say
risk,
you go,
but not a guarantee.
hanging out with, I don't know, someone around town. Just because you're with them doesn't mean they're necessarily going to get a hard time. But if they already were getting a hard time, it might make it a bit harder. I don't know.
Yeah.
Or maybe they fuck off, knowing that, you're not exactly a nobody. How many people we kill down there? Like, it's one thing to walk around with a club and a bunch of others with your, boiled leathers and grim faces and backed up by the peoples with money. It's another thing when you got enough confirmed kills. When they heard what was done down there. And when those stories are a little embellished with a lot of ale. He says,
Does help.
Guinevere's already... The guardsman came whenever we were at her shop and purchased something and helped himself to a discount. Called it for protection.
That's an old racket. But I imagine
yes,
more
but
doing it
Guinevere
now
and
than
I
before.
spend some time together, and she will be hopefully aiding us in a few things. I'm concerned that it will make things worse for her.
If you what? Sorry, it would make things worse, Wade?
I'm concerned it will make things worse for her if she helps us out on these tasks, since she's already being racketed.
Or better. Listen,
Oh.
I've done it myself. You find some little meek shop owner. You need a little extra coin. Maybe you spent a little bit too much, gambled it away, whatever it is. You get a little extra coin from pushing the right pressure plates here and there. And you get it. And then next time you go by, you realize, hey, maybe that one was the bad choice. Their son's back in town, and kid looks like he might leave a few scars that ain't worth the extra copper. And so you mess with someone else instead.
Yes, but I'm not sure you had the backing of the guard and the council when you did it.
I had my club.
It is a really fine club.
That's right.
I guess in the moment they matter about the same, but
Koa is daydream at the back of people's heads, but it sounds really bad out loud.
Wait! Naughty.
It was a really good club.
Aldo hasn't said anything because he's been daydreaming about the back. Never mind. So,
something about bartenders and spears.
no, we're talking about blowing bubbles.
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
Whose bubbles?
Sorry.
Anyway,
That was a fade to black scene. We'll never know.
Moving
Right.
on.
I'm not saying that live, Lance. So,
Edric, I suppose one final thing, and of course, if we can muster up the coin, we will pay it to you, but There may come a time where we need your help again for, well, as I explained, the curses.
Hey, listen. If it's something that's going to help out, fuck, I'll help. But, that's not exactly my priority right now.
I understand that.
I'm going to help some people out, and we're going to be hanging out in your crack.
Good.
Yep. Well, if you need to get word to us or anything for the next couple of days, we're actually at the color stay. After that,
Oh, fuck
least-
off. Piece
It
of
was
shit.
free.
You had to bring that up in conversation right now? I'm over here.
You know, we're allowed to
freezing
have
my
visitors.
ass off down in
You know
the
that,
basement
right?
of a place, and you're staying in a place that's so fucking
Hey,
fancy.
hey,
I can't
we can
even
bring
look at the front door.
guests.
No, fuck you. I can't go walking in that place. People would instantly know where I was. Oh,
No, you
you're a
wouldn't.
piece of shit,
Unless
Mikhail.
Oh
it
shit,
didn't
we
look
gotta
like
bring
you,
Egypt now.
What'd you say?
Aldo whips out the disguise kit. Didn't bring weapons, but I did bring this.
No,
Yeah,
he
no,
walks
I'm not.
in, the thing.
No, wearing a wig and a mustache. Fuck that.
Aldo
You
can
couldn't
work
pull up
some
a
amazing
mustache, Edric.
He goes, that's right. Baby smooth my whole life.
Oh, I feel for you.
Either way,
Yeah,
that's
my
where you
father
can
could
find
grow
us.
a pretty decent beard, but when I couldn't grow one, I started asking my mom, and she said, "I don't know."
Well, can't have it all.
After that, we'll be at whatever the fuck that other inn is.
He nods and says, "Yeah, I know it. It's over by the hospital. Hey, guess where? There's a bunch of guards hanging about. Nah, fuck that. I'll be scurrying
Really, over
around
there,
at
too?
night from hole to hole like a little fucking rat, and eventually I'll make my way down to the crack and just hang out there till the winter's over. Just try to gather up enough supplies we don't, freeze to death or starve."
I don't
Yeah.
have much, Edric, but if you need some money, I can provide something.
Yeah, I'll take money.
He'll hand him a gold piece.
Woo!
That's okay. Yeah.
All right. He looks at YouTube and goes, arms for the poor.
Aldo pulls out his pockets. He's like, they're empty.
I like the idea that Aldo, like sleight of hand, takes all the coins into
Yeah.
his hands and then pulls out the pockets of the coins like in his hands and then puts them back in. Not even a jingle.
He goes, "Hey, look, I saw you just got paid. You're not poor anymore.
He goes, "That's
But
not
still.
even for me." Mostly.
We appreciate you.
Somewhat.
I'll give him a couple silver. I don't have a gold coin.
I don't really anymore, but Koa's good-hearted and he's doing good things, so he's like... Plus, we just told him we were staying at the color stage. Now Koa also feels guilt, so he's like, yeah.
He's like, "All right. Well, I'm glad you guys came by and we were able to touch base on this shit. If, I don't know how long I'm going to be in town. Maybe a couple weeks at best, but then I got to get the fuck out of here. They're going to eventually start sniffing around and looking for me, so if they actually bring hounds... Oof.
Well,
Yeah,
we
that'd
should
be
check out
something.
this. You should point out that house, though, with the other
Yeah.
entrance.
Yeah. Maybe you should go upstairs and have a couple of drinks. Wait until it's getting a bit late. Place is closing up soon. Then she'll help me get out of here when there's less people around. Most people that frequent this place, they're low lives, pieces of shit. Your fans. They won't rat on me. But there's the occasional, do-gooder that might come walking in. I really don't want to have to crack a skull.
Yeah.
Blood leaves a trail,
Let's-
you know?
Yeah, let's keep from that. All right, well, we'll go lie low.
Okay. You guys are able to head upstairs or whatever, and go out there. How much did you drink, Aldo? I have to ask because obviously this is an important part of your character.
Yeah. He, like I said, he was steadily drinking. So before he got down there, maybe he had two, or 2.5, something like that. Then he had one when he was down there. So when he goes back up, he'll have another, another few.
you guys come back up, and when you see the bartender come walking up, she goes, "Do you like the ale?"
Yeah, it was quite nice. We appreciate the experience.
I'll have a water, please.
She
Same.
frowns at you and says, "I hope you tip good."
He thinks about the gold piece he just lost. What's a good tip at a place like this? A few copper or something?
Yeah, fruit copper, or whatever it is. But you don't have to give it to her right now.
Yeah.
You get actually even no. Koa's an idiot. Keegan, both Mikhail and I think Aldo was rolling a good sense motive earlier too, but definitely Mikhail would kind of like understand now. She is kind of an ass, right? That's her personality, but she's doing this because she's putting on airs in front of other people that are around too. Like he down there just said that she's doing this for you guys. Sorry, she's doing this for him because she appreciates what all of you did for the two of them upstairs or whatever. And so she's not actually trying to be rude to you. She's just putting on airs.
Oh,
Anyways.
like an 8 cents motive, so he produces a few copper.
Yep.
Because we do this. He like looks at the couple copper. When we're leaving, you'll see.
I'll take another ale though. Aldo says.
She says, "Don't worry, drinks will be coming all night. Sure, there's something to celebrate."
We gotta keep our wits about
Aldo
us, though,
looks happy.
She raises an eyebrow. Well, again, hobgoblin, no actual hair, but raises a brow to that one, and says, "No, I understand. Fresh as spring, then."
Not too fresh.
Just nods.
You guys go to the tables, and she gives Koa water because he asked for it, and gives the other two very watered down ale. Sorry.
I watch you two sip it, and I feel like I made the better choice.
You
guys are like, Koa's like,
yeah. You got a nice like Poland Spring, and they got Michelob Ultra.
I also asked for water, but
Anyways, so
that's what he spilled ale in this water.
I imagine you guys can have a little RP with yourselves if you'd like, or we can jump cut. Your call.
The only thing Koa would have to say after that, when he would ask their advice as to what to do with Gwen, because he doesn't want to make things harder for her.
I mean, the way he made it sound, probably nothing different. I think you being around even occasionally is probably better than not at all things considered.
My concern isn't necessarily for when I'm there, it's what for when we travel back to the mountains or to Varin or somewhere else. Then if I'm not there, do things get worse?
Then, I mean, there's not going to be anything you can do about it, is the thing.
No, but if they're frustrated by the few months that I am here and in their way, and perhaps
All
they
that stuff
escalate.
is already out there. I don't think you're going to change it. Plus, she's smart. I don't think she's just going to let herself get hurt or whatever,
Right.
But I don't think you're going to make it any worse unless you do something crazy.
Try my best not to. Depends how they treat her, I suppose.
Right. I mean, hell, even then, it's hard to say how people will react. I mean,
Maybe don't
maybe an
let
outburst
it be
wouldn't be the worst.
known that you have certain feelings for her, though, because they very well could use it against you.
Right. Oh. He thinks on it. He's clearly in deep thought and also kind of upset and disturbed by all these thoughts, but you can tell he's thinking.
I'll be right back. Gotta let my dog out.
Yeah.
You had a dog, Mikhail.
Or if you've been hiding this dog this whole time.
Waves his whatever he uses. His
No.
loot. Swings his loot at us. Turns into a dog.
he let his dog out. He meant he's gonna take a piss. Yeah, like drain the snake, let the dog out. Anyways, so eventually the time passes and it gets late enough that she goes and has somebody come over and help to hey, can I get a couple people to help me move these barrels around? Points over at somebody. Yeah, I don't know, Timmy, whatever his name is. Come help me move his barrels around. Somebody else too. Yeah, let's go. And just heads downstairs with just the one guy. Like after talking to him over by the bar for a minute, it's like a minute or two passes after kind of calling that out.
Is this another sense motive thing where we think she wants us to follow?
No. Heads downstairs. They're downstairs for several minutes or whatever. You imagine moving crates or jerking off or whatever. And then eventually she comes back upstairs with both the person X and with Edric, and says, thanks for the help, you two. Here, have an ale before you head out. And pours an ale for the two of them, for helping her move the crates around or whatever downstairs. And they go around and, it's kind of the two of them drink part of their beer while they're chatting. And then Edric will, walk by your table, not saying anything to you, not making any eye contact, whatever it is, kind of draining his cup. And then eventually being like, all right, I got places I got to go, see you around. And heads out. So he says that over by the bar, then heads out, draining his cup, and puts it randomly on somebody else's table as he goes and walks out the door.
I think we give a moment, then we follow him, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
And so you guys are able to follow him outside, and it's one of those. It takes a couple of seconds, but you can follow the tracks pretty easily. It's snow outside. And eventually you catch up with him and we're able to be walking with him through the town. After you catch up with him, he does say, hey, you're going to have to keep a close eye. Part of town we're heading to. It's where they keep an eye on. Good news is these people ain't got no pride in their work. So they're mostly just going to be huddled up and, I don't know, trying to keep warm in the winter rather than properly doing a good looks. You know what I'm saying? So just keep an eye. In which case I say, roll perception checks. Oh, Aldo's got some good eyes. Good job, Aldo.
Oh, it's still deep in thought.
I'm going to roll for... Never mind. Keegan's back. I was going to roll for Keegan, but he magically clicked that button. He probably has it pulled up on a cell phone while he's outside with a dog. Using Roll20 is the worst on a cell phone, but it is kind of possible. Kind of. Anyways, it's even worse on a tablet because you'd think it works, but it doesn't. Anyways, so, you are able to walk around, and Koa and Mikhail apparently staring deep into each other's eyes, are arguing over who's in more blue and who's in more green. And eventually you have Aldo, who's able to notice. I mean, he's also the one that's good at this stuff. Spotting where people are moving about, seeing an area where there's there's 3 guards kind of huddled up over there, and helping to guide everybody around. As a matter of fact, Aldo, why don't you go ahead and roll me a stealth check? But you're going to have a penalty because you're rolling it for everybody. Roll me a stealth check with a -4.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, the DC was impacted by your really good perception check.
With a -4?
Yes, sir.
Right.
The group roll. Ooh. Ooh. You have +2s from the hype train? You can use one of those if you'd like.
You think an 8 will help?
It may. You got a really good perception check.
I don't know. What do you think?
It's up to you. I mean, I don't know that we want to get seen or caught over here.
Yeah.
Especially if we come back.
That's actually higher anyway because I don't have my armor on right now, and that seems to be giving me a penalty. So it should be 3 higher.
Your new armor shouldn't give you an ACP unless it's your old armor on you.
No, it's the new armor, but I don't know if I'm over my limit because I have such a low strength, maybe, or
Scrolling
something.
down
I
to
don't
the
know.
bottom, you can see that your light load is 26, and you're currently at 28.2 pounds. So you are over your weight
Oh,
limit.
I have this. Oh no, the studded leather. Yeah, but I don't have that on me right now, so I didn't remove that.
Yep. So you're
Like,
let me
I'm-
just 20 lbs, and then come over here, and you bring this to 0, and that would affect the weight. And what is the modifier difference?
3.
So you're saying that that's actually a 9?
My stealth is usually a 10, and it was with a -4, so it would have been +6, right?
Yep. And it only rolled with a +3. I
Or
see
do I
what you're
roll
saying.
3? Yeah, so it's a
Well,
9.
if it's the
I
wrong
will
modifier,
use the thing, though. I will use it just to bump it to an 11.
Just kidding. So yep,
Maybe
cool. You
by
bump to an
5 or
11.
more or something.
Awesome. So you bump it to an 11 with your +2, and that's been adjusted on your sheet. But we already knew that you weren't wearing that armor.
Yep.
Your new armor isn't studded leather though, right? It's what is it?
It is studded leather, isn't it?
Oh, okay, but you're not wearing it.
Yeah,
because
Masterwork
you're not in
studded
combat.
leather.
Oh yeah, I got you. You just put your clothes on
Yeah.
after the bath.
Yep.
Cool. So yeah, you are able to at one point in time, guards notice you with your 11 total. They look up and they see the group of you, but maybe it's because they don't give a shit. Maybe because they're too cold. Maybe it's because you don't look out of place. Whatever the case may be, in the darkness and the distance, they choose not to engage or even call out to you, just completely ignore you entirely. You're able to avoid them well enough to get all the way to the building that's in question. When he brings you there and he shows you the building, oh boy, you thought you got a nice house back in Forvin. No, this is a nice house.
We have a house in Forvid?
You thought you had a nice house back in Leshev. No, this is a nice house. It is large. Most of it's made out of stone, like it's predominantly stone with some wood and whatnot here and there.
The windows are closed in the winter?
The windows are closed in the winter.
Wow.
Except
Is a nice
when he
house.
brings you around, you know how foundations, like houses that have basements, old school style, some of that foundation came above the grounds too. Like, so the foundation would go up as well. So the foundation that's set that way, which is like, a fieldstone or wooden foundation that's there, it has, to make sure that there's ventilation down there, it's not abnormal to have small windows that are there. And this, in fact, does have one of those, a small window. And despite the fact that it's wintertime, Wade, when he heads over there, he goes over and he goes, hold on, let's check if this is still the case. There's like a bunch of snow there, and there's a grate in front of it, and he grabs the grate, and it takes him a little bit of effort, and he like wiggles it or whatever, and then eventually breaking some ice that sealed it there, he pulls free the grate, and he's like, and like lifts it up to show you, like, yeah, the grate's free. And, hands it off to somebody to hold for a minute or whatever, and he reaches and he presses the window, and the little window that's down there, the little flappy window, it's still open. You can still get in.
Well, perhaps then, this is a way.
Do we go in?
I wouldn't go now. You fucking kidding me?
There.
Yeah, just good to know where it is.
I'd be doing some recon first if I go diving into this place.
I know a little about it, but I think we plan on learning more.
Yeah, that and how much have you drank tonight? Don't be stupid. A couple of drinks take the edge off. A couple of drinks keeps the pain low. Too many drinks, it rounds the edges.
I had 3 waters at the end of the night. I'm gonna have to pee.
There you go. Now you're leaving a piss trail wherever you go. You gotta plan this shit out. You don't just go rob at a place like it's nothing. You have to plan that shit. You know what I'm talking about, right, Aldo? He says, reaching over to grab the grate back.
Yeah. No, I get you.
Puts the grate
is
back in
not.
place in front of the window and pushes some snow back up against it, trying to smooth it with his hand enough that it doesn't look like he just took the grate out.
It does leave the
Well,
question.
good to know where it is.
Why is this access in this person's house, and are they aware of it, and what do they do with it if they are?
He shrugs and says, don't know, don't care.
Based on what we know of the mole, we should.
I know shit. All right, listen. It's cold as fuck. I've been freezing in a basement all night. I'm going. I got to get somewhere where there's a fire.
Fair enough. If you need a bath, you could be Aldo's +1.
Fucking hate you. And he turns and walks off.
Oh,
I already have a
clothes.
+1.
Oh, you could be mine.
Just walks off, holding up whatever is the appropriate middle finger.
That man can't get enough of me.
Yeah, I think he likes you.
Yeah.
Well, should we get out of here then?
Yeah, it is actually cold.
It's freezing.
We don't have to do anything else tonight, right? We can go back to our.
Yes.
We can
I
go
believe
back
it's
to
a bit
the inn,
late.
right?
If it's a bit late for anything else, yes.
Yeah.
Good.
Cool.
Okay, I
You
guess
guys
we
head back to the inn?
Day.
You go walking in, and it's so nice inside there. You're blasted with the warmth as soon as you walk in. And then you think to yourself, how warm is it really? You know what? You walk in, you blast it with the warmth. You feel great. You feel great moments after you walk in. You look great instantly when you walk in, so on and so forth. And
We
you
left
see
Yara here as a guest. Without us being
Yep.
here.
You see Elliot is down in the general area over there dancing, like very eloquently dancing with some very, well-dressed woman. The two of them are having the greatest time, just kind of like moving very quickly
Is her
around the
husband
ballroom.
upset?
Moving very quickly around the ballroom that's down there, and they're having a great time. Even the music that's playing, it's always good music. What's up?
Perform dance, just to see how he's doing.
Better not be a 1. We're gonna have to hero point this.
I don't have one.
Me
Somehow it was used.
It looks like I'm the responsible one this time.
I rolled natural 16 plus a whole fuck ton, so he's doing great.
Is Yara still windmilling the tub?
It's a great question. You go
Gotta
looking for her?
check it. Gotta go make sure she didn't drown.
Probably, because I'm thinking like the bartender didn't like her being here, and then we left her here without any of us being here. So yeah, we probably want to make sure that she's okay somewhere.
Yep. You go asking, like, hey, have you seen the little? She's still in the bath.
I like
Okay.
it's my canon that she just stood there windmilling the whole time.
Only one way to find out.
We join in, all 4 of us.
Well, boys, that's my +1. Meet you upstairs later.
Oh well.
So, anyways, unless there's anything else that you guys need to address, you eventually are able to go upstairs. I don't know if Mikhail sticks around with Elliot for a little while, or if he just leaves him to go off and do his own thing. And we can kind of like cut to morning, if you will.
Yeah. So before we cut, what do we need to cut to? Because I know we need to have one more conversation with Gwen at some point, another conversation with Leon at some point, and then obviously Mikhail's going to start his hospital stuff. We haven't met with Casper yet. Is that it? Then we can maybe finally get to.
I think so. I'm going to confirm in 2 seconds.
What do you got to talk to Leon again about?
He wanted to meet in a place where we could actually talk.
Well, yeah, you guys
feel
wanted to
safe.
like ask him questions, and he's like, "This is probably not a good idea right here."
Yeah.
Leon seemed like someone that, well, Koa trusts everyone originally, but he seemed like someone that maybe would either have some insight or. Koa's thought process, I mean, he would tell you guys, is we need to find people that we start recruiting to help us with these curses. Because either it's us doing 7 or else we got to do 3 simultaneously. So we have to have crews. And Leon's got a lot of experience in combat, clearly. He's got a sharp mind, so.
There's one more thing.
Aldo will.
You ever inform the guards with the arson attack?
Oh, yep.
As
Well, we didn't
who
need to
you're
now 'cause
going to
Yara
and how.
did, right?
Hmm?
Didn't Yara?
No, she told the hospital. We haven't told the city.
That's who you're going to and how. That's entirely up to you
Yeah.
guys.
We
but
would have
continue.
told Edric about that for sure.
Yeah, that was part of our.
Because we would have brought up where
Telling
Stu
the
go and
whole
stuff
story.
during the story.
Sure.
So Edric would know. I'm
Yeah.
sure he'll go to the guard.
If you want Edric to handle it, he can. You can definitely delegate that.
I mean, we would tell him, but I wouldn't put it all on his shoulders.
I mean,
So I
he
assume
actively
between
is
them-
friends with some guards.
Yeah, and he would know the people to tell that
Yeah, perhaps we
he's
would
not going to get in
then.
trouble for it, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah, I
perhaps
think
we
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 would.
should.
should. That would be good.
Aldo does want to bring up the point with Koa though that he doesn't think that they should be telling anyone about anything until we know exactly what everyone would be getting into. It's one thing to have people, we can trust and things like that, but don't involve people that don't need to be involved until they need to be involved.
As you're walking
If
upstairs from the tub
they
with
need to be
Yara, you hear Elliot saying, "And this one I call," and he calls out the name's bird, the name of the bird, and he starts like flapping around the dancing room. "You wouldn't even believe where I got the name from." Jumps off a table.
Yeah. Oh boy.
I could present information like that and just look crazy. I understand what you're saying, Aldo. I just I feel like getting that into the right people's minds early might make them more prone to help us when the time comes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we could go more of a need to know type policy.
I do feel like our number of allies in this town specifically are also a bit slim. So perhaps having some more friends we trust could benefit us, though. To your point, if I tell the wrong person or we tell the wrong people, then right fucked.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like we will need the help, right? I mean, that's probably a given. We can't be in three places at once. But just until we've at least looked at three places and figured out the challenges and the things maybe involved, then we can tell the right people. It doesn't
Yeah.
have to be something that's, as soon as we hit the last keep, we turn around and go, okay, it's got to be done this second. Then we have time to prepare. But until then, I think we should keep it on the down low.
I'm questioning how much time we have. Look at the way that the deer is going right now. We have Orsugo and the Knolls walking around burning everything. We have things here as they are. We still have concerns elsewhere. It seems as though well, shit is hitting the windmill.
Maybe in some ways, but I don't know. I think it makes sense to tell people about the Knoll situation because that could quickly become an immediate threat, you know?
As is
But
this,
yeah,
and let me put it to you this way as well. We go and we check out things here in town. Things don't go well, and we come out and we're in rough shape in town. We may need people we can rely on to lie low. I don't know if we can get to the hospital. It would be kind of obvious. If we are found in a weakened state, who knows who might take advantage of that?
no, those allies would be willing to help us regardless.
Exactly.
I think maybe, yeah, we can hold off on talking about the whole needing to break these curses and the keeps and all of that. Maybe that's a little bit more overwhelming. Not much
I
people
don't know.
can do
Like, look
about
at it
it.
this way, right? You heard him. You seen and heard him. I didn't, and I still maybe think he's a little bit crazy. You know what I mean? Like, as
There's a
far as
lot.
others, they're either going to see an opportunity to they're either going to think you're crazy, or they're going to, they could talk and things could just spiral out of control with, like I said before, more people going to these, maybe trying to be the heroes themselves and getting hurt. Until we know what we're dealing with and what we need, I don't feel like we should involve and endanger possibly other people.
Edric put his life on the line for us, and I trust him, and he's putting his life on the line for the people of the town. Leon, I'm not sure about you, Mikhail, but the vibe I got from him, and plus the things he's been through and his personal concerns with his past, I think that he's open to the knowledge we might share. I agree that not telling everyone, we don't want to go and hand out flyers.
What do
but
you gain from telling Leon? Like, just tell me if I'm on the mark here, but you met him once before, and you've had like just small conversations. You don't really know the guy. You know what he's told you, but I mean, if you were to meet me and I was dressed as Billy, you'd know a lot about Billy, which is
Shit,
nothing about me.
I meant
You
to
know what I mean?
ask
Like,
Elliot about him.
Yes,
That's right.
perhaps we do some more diligence on Leon. I don't know Leon quite as well, but his experience, he is apparently a well-known figure from where he's from. He's got
Uh,
experience that we don't have on our side, and well, quite frankly, there's a lot of situations that we may need such experience for.
I think I get what Aldo is saying, though. It's not that we don't tell people; it's just we don't tell them now because he's right. We don't really know everything we need. We don't even know what to do in the first keep that we ran into. We don't know what we're asking for. We're just giving them information they can't act on.
Yes, but then we
And
update
like,
them as things go, and they become a part of the process and not just a means later on. They feel more involved. They have something to gain, and they're growing and gaining knowledge with us. I feel like that corporation builds more of a bond than just simply waiting till the last minute saying, "Hey, remember me? We need your help." But what if it is more immediate at that time? We're going to need to
Someone
have
like
allies.
Elliot, it makes well, yeah, but we can get allies without telling them, "Hey, we're destined heroes who spoke to an old ghost," right?
Well, perhaps I can. What's the opposite of embellish? Dull down some of the details, but it's not
Yeah,
as if the curses
Koa,
themselves.
you're not good at withholding details though. Let's be real.
Well, that's not true. There was the. All right. Well, I like to share things. That's not the worst thing in the world, right? I mean, it's gotten us where we are. Well, at least it hasn't
it's
stopped
not.
us from getting where we are.
No, it's not the worst thing, but yeah, I think maybe we keep it to things that are somewhat immediate. Things like the Knolls, I think right now are everyone's concern. And then maybe if someone inquires further about the information, we let them open that door until it makes sense to share more of it.
Well, Gwen and Edric both know now, and I can't undo that.
I don't, yeah, I don't think anyone's admonishing you for it. It's just more of a
I
thing
am a
for
little
going
bit.
forward. Okay, maybe,
Little.
maybe Aldo
Not a
is.
lot, just a little.
But
Although I think
maybe
we do a
is
good job of
going
keeping each
forward.
other in check to that extent. I will try to be more careful.
Mhm.
But
Yeah,
perhaps on the flip
We're a
side,
good balance, actually.
yes, a bit of a yawn and pawn or whatever the saying is.
Hmm.
Um,
yeah. And then I'm here,
you're the
whatever
constant,
that's worth.
Mikhail. You're the constant, even keeled.
Oh,
Whereas, well, as you know, I'm a bit of a blabbering fool, and Aldo sometimes gets ahead of himself, and hence we're a good crew. What I'm saying.
I would never say you blabbered.
Oh,
You know
I
what I'm
do.
realizing though, Mikhail, you are the decision maker with most things.
Yeah, I did know that.
Hmm.
It gets exhausting, to be honest. It's kind of nice when you guys make choices.
Oh, I can decide instead if you'd like.
No, actually, I think I like my role now that it's been brought up. I'm
Oh,
quite comfortable in it. I've settled in, so to
well,
speak.
just if you were getting exhausted, you can simply, anytime you need a day off,
Right. Yeah, you can be co-decision maker.
go
Oh well,
decision
let's not
maker.
get ahead of ourselves here. Right? Maybe we draw straws or something.
Well, yeah, you can be co-decision maker
No, no, no.
too.
I
I
don't.
mean,
I've
Oh
seen
yes,
your trickery. You would simply make sure that you have the correct straw. You would hide it in your sleeve or something.
I would never.
I'm choosing to believe you, though. Just know on the inside I'm not. And this is me blabbering again and revealing how I'm thinking. Damn it.
yeah, that is bad.
Am I always like that?
No, there's like an ebb and flow to it. I think. Just never know which side you're going to land on.
Sometimes I get bored and don't quite pay attention to things. Perhaps that's whenever I'm at my most reserved.
Perhaps.
Well,
Um,
we have those really big beds. Remember?
Oh, yes. And everyone has their plus ones.
Oh yeah.
yeah. I mean,
Oh,
those are
no.
obnoxiously large.
Yes, I thought we'd be sharing one. But apparently they're for us and
There are
company we may
three.
keep.
Yep. And well, we brought two people, so
You don't have to rub it in. That's fine. I'll stretch out.
like if you want to invite one of you're perfectly welcome to.
Oh, I feel I'd be a bit over my head going straight to that. We maybe only had one or two dinner dates, really.
No, you just talk. Just in a private setting.
We can't talk here, Mikhail. That's the whole thing.
I don't. You want to talk about that stuff. You can talk about other things. Whatever you guys want to talk about. Or not. Or you could...
He looks
you could not
genuinely
spend-
confused. Like he's thinking about all the things he has to talk about in his life. And he's like, no, that's all the things we're not supposed to talk about.
Wait, when you spent time together
Hi,
before
Mom.
this...
Welcome, Jeb Squad.
before this, was everything you talked about business and work and stress?
Oh, no. We talked about our lives, pasts, and travels, such and so forth, dreams, interesting thing.
Oh, good. And you're done with that forever? You wouldn't just do that again?
Why would we rehash the same conversation, Mikhail?
So you covered everything.
Probably not.
The problem with young people dating. They haven't lived enough life to talk about much.
I see your point. I'll think it through. But I think it would be a bit of a presumptuous question if I were to invite someone to a room such as that and say, let's have conversation.
Perhaps. I suppose it depends on how you invite them.
In the past, it was just sharing a drink, making eye contact, giving a shrug, and then one of us pulling the other one to wherever we were going. Simple, easy, not much talking, some grunting.
Huh.
That's about it.
Yeah, so this is kind of uncharted waters for you then, I guess.
Yes, this is a lot of work, and it's very
Well,
stressful.
listen, don't take my advice then.
Why did you give it?
Whatever
to me?
you're doing's working.
I don't think it is. Maybe it is. I don't know. Now I'm questioning everything.
She hasn't
Although I need some pawn.
slapped you or kicked you out or anything, so I think it's working.
This is true.
You need some what?
I need pawn for my yawn.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, that thing you made up, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Just watch what you say. Yeah.
And be yourself.
All right. I feel disturbed, like I'm going to have nightmares tonight. I'm not sure why, but perhaps we retire.
Oh, the spider again?
Oh shit, yeah, that's right. Didn't Leon said you're supposed to not have nightmares when you're there? And you
I've only had them while here. Well, while
Right.
there. Yes, I had one. I vaguely remember it now. I feel like it was. Perhaps we should talk about it somewhere else, some other time.
Is there a way to like
I do want to
not see
get this out of
someone's
there.
video? Is that an option? Can I just shut his off?
You know, this is the view like a Barbie doll has whenever someone reaches into like their dream house. Some horrible ogre reaching in to remove them from their home.
So you can see every pore. Good lord.
Just so you guys know though, don't take me to the hospital ever.
What did you do?
Nothing. I don't like hospitals, so don't take me there.
I will
Okay.
not make that promise. If you're very injured and you need it, I will take you there.
Yeah. If okay, you're
Oh,
gonna
this
have
is
to
what
give
I'm
us
supposed
more.
to-
If your life's on the line, that might
Mikhail.
be the only option.
I think this is the part where we lie to him. Yes, of course.
I need you to promise me, Koa.
Oh,
Promise me on Gwen. On your relationship with Gwen. If you take me to the hospital, mate, wither and die.
that seems harsh and like something I wouldn't want to do.
You're lying to me, Koa. You would take me to the hospital.
You did announce it. So, Aldo, if you're really badly injured and that's the only way to help you,
Take me to
that's
Gwen.
probably.
Please don't make me
Koa,
stab the
didn't you get
shop
in
now.
trouble last time you did that?
Well, he did
Well,
kick a door through though, so that's probably why.
I didn't knock first, but look, Aldo, you're gonna have to give us more as to why.
I don't like hospitals.
Yes, but what about them?
Did a hospital do something to you?
Look, they're very strict, and it just doesn't fly with me.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. I was given a drink, then I went had a weird dream nightmare sequence. The next thing I know, I was being washed with rags and dressed and sent out. There wasn't really much time to not. I was out of my mind the whole time I was there, so I'm not really sure what strictness you're worried about.
Aldo, I just don't have the best experience, and I'm asking you guys as friends. Just that's somewhere I don't want to be.
If we have an alternative,
sometimes-
I promise we will take it.
Right.
So if we don't have an
It'll
alternative,
be-
Aldo, we're not going to let you die over taking you to a place that's uncomfortable.
It'll be a last resort, and if we do, then I'll make sure I stick with you. All right. Won't just leave you there alone.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry it's not a full promise, but at least it's an honest one.
I'll work on it.
Unless he's lying to you again, I think Koa started doing that.
Ah.
Oh.
I'm not really sure what to do to lie, so I just make those noises.
Thank you for announcing that.
Well, that way if you see me doing it out and about, you'll understand I'm trying to pull something off.
That is true.
It's good.
That's
Yeah,
good
we should
information
probably
to know.
share all of our tells. I don't have one.
Is that a tell?
Yes. Did you
So
see
looked
it?
at Aldo like I didn't see it.
Hang on a second. Oh, I seen it. Oh yeah, I see what you're talking about, Mikhail.
There it is.
I couldn't describe it, but I'll know it when I see it.
You'll know it. Yeah. It's pretty obvious once you've seen it. It's kind of embarrassing.
Super obvious, you might say.
Well, I'm gonna go get some rest. Good luck getting Elliot off the dance floor and Yara out of the tub. Good night, boys. I'll say it and like kind of leave.
Good night, Koa.
Legend has it Yara is still bathing to this very day.
Someone walks in just
Jesus.
Eventually,
Yeah.
what's his name? Elliot will come upstairs. He'll make his way into Mikhail's bedroom. And he's not unkind. He sleeps on the floor. Eventually,
he knows we have a whole room with like a couch and shit too, right? Like, he didn't have to sleep.
Yara comes in. I suppose, yeah, he would sleep on the couch. Good call. Thank you. Yara comes
Is he
in.
by himself? Okay.
Yep. She goes to where Aldo is. If he looks like he's awake, just talk to him. He's asleep. Just give him a couple taps on the face. Nothing aggressive, just like to wake him up a little. And she'll say, I don't cuddle. Don't let me catch you trying. And then she'll sleep in the bed.
Yeah.
Wakes up and
Fucking
he's the little
giant
spoon.
bed.
He's the little spoon to a hefue whenever they wake up.
Mm-hmm.
Like when
It's like,
Chaozu
did I go to sleep with a
grabs,
backpack?
when Chaozu grabs Nappa on the back.
Cool. Yeah. We you guys sleep the night. Wake up the next morning. Your lingering items were Leon and
That
Gwen.
was Gwen was like a few days. She wanted some time, so it was like we were
Yeah.
waiting like a week for her.
I
Leon,
think I
don't
was supposed
remember.
to go to the hospital like morning.
Yeah,
Is this more or less downtime stuff?
I
Yep.
think minus a couple of conversations. Yeah.
More or less, yeah.
Yep, we can jump into it. But
Woohoo!
Let's just
We did
handle-
it, chat.
hospital.
Only took 3 sessions.
Yeah, just 3.
Mountains. 3 sessions later, downtime.
The
3 or 4.
6.
Or
You're
team.
heading to the hospital. I know what
Mhm.
your goal is. I know what your plan is.
Great.
You want to spend a considerable amount of time there, training and training and training to get good at touching people the right way.
Not the brothel, the hospital.
The hospital, yes, the right way.
Yeah,
not
the
the wrong
brothel.
way.
The hospital.
He could be the Loch
brothel.
Ness monster of the Color Stay Inn. And just hide in the tub and pour.
trying to find where we had those.
What a horrible image.
Why I imagined it was
Everyone's
like
kicking back, windmilling, and all of a sudden, just like a lizard head pops out of the tub and goes back under.
So let's get started with some downtime activities. There's supposed to be 8 weeks of this, plus a little bit of RP. So why don't we hammer through like 3 weeks of downtime activities, and we'll jump into a bit more RP and then do the rest of them.
Sure.
So the person that has the most varied downtime activities is actually Jaaek. He's got some pretty gnarly stuff he wants to jump into. So Jaaek, I'm going to give you a second to pull up your notes for you to handle yours. Keegan, for you had, I think, 1 or 2 things plus the hospital, or was it just one thing? Yeah, 1 or 2 things plus the hospital. Could you please remind me what they are?
I'm also going to pull them back up.
Sure. And Wade had the least inspiration of what he wanted to do.
Well, yes and no. I mean, there's stuff, but specifically working on one thing that we talked about. But I mean, Koa is also going to be spending time over at Gwen's shop here and there. He's not going to overdo it. He doesn't want to like make it too much of a thing, but he will.
Well, I want to get into the RP before we lock into that one. So I know one of the things that you wanted to work on. Hold on, were you doing the Gwen one or the other one?
The other one.
Oh, okay. And so the other one's kind of like actually spending a lot of time on Mikhail and a couple of other people, and working on your own approach to things and so on and so forth. It's kind of like what you've already been doing for the entire campaign thus far. You know, after maybe like a session or so.
Other than that, the only thing I see Koa doing is a lot of exercising, working out, strength training.
Okay.
He wants to get tougher for these things that the trials up ahead with the what they call the fucking keeps. The keeps.
You see him doing the Rocky 3.
Yes.
You know, Sahara Desert. You know, bull tie thing.
He's taking the statue of Bertrand and dragging it back out of Hodgwyn into the river.
He ends up making an island to put it on. Becomes a statue of Bertrand, holding a book in one hand and a torch in the other.
He can go live on that island.
It's like, give us your meek, give us your meager, give us your sad, pathetic, and lowly, and we will put him on a plane to Martha's Vineyard, or send him back to Venezuela. No matter where they came from, they're going to Venezuela.
Yeah, Koa would go and play Conquest with Leon, but I think that we kind of had like some predetermined downtime stuff that we talked about way before all this. But I mean, that's part of the Leon RP, I believe. I don't know what goes into learning Conquest, I guess, maybe, but
yeah.
Okay, cool. Conquest, funny enough, is a because it's a game that you play. Games aren't a full skill; they're a background skill, so it's like a lore. You know?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, to play the game. So it's like lore is an extension of knowledge. You know? Cool. So let's get into it. So Keegan, are you ready to give me your first 3 weeks of what you wanted to do, or do you want to focus on the hospital first, or are you focusing on the other stuff first?
It's probably focusing on the hospital, unless something else interrupts that.
I told you before how many weeks we were spending on the hospital. I think it was 5 out of the 8, assuming success.
I believe so.
Because the other stuff that you were trying to do was get information. So why don't we have you start working on the hospital to earn this shit, to see if you can succeed. So to learn the training new skill, I was saying training at the hospital takes 4 weeks, and 28 plus silver pieces is normally how it works. Did you have that 28 plus silver pieces?
How many silver pieces?
28.
Ooh. No. Hold on. Not
How
on
much
hand.
is that value-wise?
There's 4 weeks. You can do you can spend more time and make it less expensive.
But you're paying to work at the hospital?
Usually you pay for a mentor to train you.
Okay.
He has a very much reduced because of the RP and everything that we did beforehand. He's not paying that full price. But
Gotcha.
he can also spend more time to reduce the cost overall. So instead of 28 plus for you, Keegan, it's actually 14 plus for you. Which makes more sense in this context. But
okay, I do have that.
But would you want to spend all of that, or would you want to reduce that amount?
I probably want to reduce that.
How many weeks
That's
do you want to
almost all of
spend?
my money.
5, 6? Assuming success for all of them, even.
Right. I mean, I don't know if much of the rest of what I'm trying to do is going to take multiple weeks.
You need 14 silver?
I have that. I have that. It's just that it's a lot.
You wanted to also gain a contact.
That's right. Because I think I wanted to try to find someone who had a library.
Yep. So gaining contact was the other thing that you wanted to do.
Yeah.
And gaining a
So-
contact. I'm just trying to go to that right now.
Mhm. Oh
That
yeah.
earns you EP.
Oh wait, no.
EP is something that you
No, the
use.
contact was. That's the thing that Aldo's going to end up doing, so I don't need to do that.
Aldo would go for different contacts. You guys would approach from different ways. You would get a
Yeah,
different
'cause I
contact
think
to
I
try to
wanted
do
to-
academia-based things. What's up?
I wanted to be able to research facts and lore, but I think you said I need access to like a library first, so that's why I'm beginning a contact. Okay, I got you.
Exactly. Yep.
Mooney's worth more than silver or the same as silver?
I think Mooney's are Mooney's silver. I think they are silver.
Moonies are
No, they're Fida,
the-
which is more than silver.
yeah, Moonies are FIDA, which is 5 silver each.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if you need help covering some of it, I've got a couple of Moonies. I don't have much in the way of gold or silver, but I got a couple of Moonies.
Yeah. No, I
as
can.
a reminder, EP stands for edge points, and you use those to get an edge on an upcoming task that you're going to do. So
I've been
Jake's
edging
gonna
all this
focus on
time.
edging.
I've been edging too.
Okay, there you go. So, Keegan, so we're going to focus on the training skill instead. So,
Yeah.
because you're trying to train a skill, the skill that you're trying to train is a wisdom-based skill. So I'm going to have you go ahead and you're going to make me wisdom checks, please.
Oof. Does that change since I'm trying to get that trait specifically that makes it into intelligence?
Oh, that's a really good
'Cause
point.
I'm not
Yes,
actually
it
trying to
does.
get a-
You 100%.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
Okay, cool. So that'd be intelligence checks.
Uh-huh.
Good.
We have one
Ooh.
plus 2 left. I don't know if you're allowed to use it on these or not, but
But not on that one.
Not on that
Definitely not on that one. Did I even say number of weeks? I was going to say 6.
You didn't, but go ahead.
Okay. So I'm assuming that's 1 week, right?
Yep.
Okay. 2. That's slightly better. Do I know the DC or is it hidden?
My apologies. Great question. So it is going to be a DC 14 for you.
All right, now I want to use one of those plus 2s.
I mean, it's there.
How many successes do I need to get the skill
Yep, you have to have
or
4.
to the trait? At the 4? Fuck. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna use one of the plus 2s. That's okay with
But
you
you're
guys.
spending more time to reduce the amount of money. So
I
gives you more
think
chances
that's
to.
the only plus 2 we have. Oh, that's fine. You go ahead and use it. But Aldo,
Oh, we have
or
2
Jake
plus
used the other
2s.
one.
Oh, he
Jake
did.
used- yeah, because he rolled the 9, he made it an 11, or he had an 11, made it a 13, or whatever.
Oh,
That's
okay.
fine. I'm just letting you know there isn't another one, but I would still use it if I were you.
okay. Yeah, if that's cool. I'll go ahead and use it to get that one.
Yeah, thankfully Tyler's here and he's gonna get us a big hype train, level 10, so we have some plus 10s.
Yeah. Hype train, Tyler.
That hurts.
Fuck's sake. Okay, that's 3 weeks, 1 success.
Huzzah!
4 weeks, 2 successes. Parable.
Yep. A couple of these are actually, one of them was a critical failure, wasn't it? You actually failed by 10.
Yeah, the first one was exactly 10.
I'll give you the full rundown afterwards.
All right. I'm already screwed that again.
At least those aren't criticals. So there's six of them. You've passed 2 of them so far after 6 weeks of training. So
Yeah.
one of the weeks was actually so bad. Actually, the first week was so bad. It gave you such a huge setback. They like literally, you're like, you willing to work? You're like, yep. Like, you know, I'm not very good at this stuff, so on and so forth. And literally what they're trying to teach you, you're going about it all wrong. Everything they're trying to teach you, it's all like, stop, follow this. And it's like they get frustrated with you to the point where like
Mhm.
you are relegated out of certain rooms. People don't want to work with you as closely, so on and so forth. You get, not only do you not make any progress that week towards the your overall education, You end up frustrating a good number of the people there. You actually have the Duchess that had kind of like, yes, yeah, we'll get you in here. That's going to be great, so on and so forth. That's like, perhaps you shouldn't be here. I suggest you focus more closely. Then you go through a couple of weeks. The next week, she's like, better. The week after that, she's like, you know, there's still areas to improve. You're doing better. Your style is different, but I can appreciate where you're trying to come at this from. The week after that, it's much improved. Finally, you're not, you know, finally you're focusing on the work that you're doing here. Stop being distracted by whatever it is you do out of here. I don't care about you strumming a lute. And then she said the magic word, loot. And all you do is dream of riches. I mean, you know, fingering your loot for the next 2 weeks of barely not critically failing. A whole like 5. So after 6 weeks, you still have 2 more weeks of downtime activity that you can spend on this instead of doing other tasks. It's up to you.
Yeah, he probably will. But that means I have to succeed at both.
Yep. The odds are luckily in your favor. You've rolled.
Are they?
I mean, yeah. 3 of your rolls were below 10. One of them. So I mean, yeah. I mean, you've rolled how many times underneath 12? Out of how many? The odds are now in your favor. You got to roll above like a 15, 16, 17, you know?
That's definitely not true. You still have the same exact odds for each roll. That you had before.
That's not how it works.
That is
how
if you flip a coin 100 times, the next time you flip a coin, it's still 50-50.
No. It's out of 8 rolls. The likelihood of you rolling, say, a 17 goes up each time because it's a 5% chance each time. But every time you don't roll that, the likelihood of rolling it next time is higher.
Is there anything I can do to get a bonus on this other than just my intelligence?
Yes, there are hype train bonuses. There's luck dice.
There are no luck dice. There are no hype train bonuses.
This is
okay,
downtime activity to gain a what's it called?
The last 2 weeks, a trait.
A trait.
Yeah. Not enough.
Well, apparently you don't know how odds work. Just push Wade's thoughts out of your mind.
And not enough. There you go.
You were thinking about Wade's thoughts. So
you succeeded 2 out of 8 weeks.
Yep. It's a DC 14. I have less than 50-50.
And you remember we were talking about taming horses, and Scott's like, yeah, you just need to get like a DC 23 for 6 weeks in a row. And I was like,
at least that's a skill check. This is just an ability score. I can't. Like, there's nothing I can do.
I hate to tell you this, but a 23 6 weeks in a row.
It's still super high.
Keegan had a 45% chance of success.
Yeah. Yeah. Did not. Definitely did not.
So 2 more weeks to not.
Great. Glad we waited all this time for that.
We'll come back to this afterwards. Back to the actual the rest of you. What are you guys doing for your 8 weeks? Oh, Jake, I know what you're doing. You're more convoluted. Wade, what are you doing with yours?
Strength training, working on talking, trying to take Aldo's advice.
Oh, so yours is going to be the charisma-based one. Are you? So I guess you're going to focus on this before you see if you have time left for the other ones. What's your bonus to charisma?
Do I know the DC?
14, baby. See, odds are in your favor. He took all the low dice. Okay, well, almost there. Do you have a +2 sitting around? No? Okay. That's a bad one. Odds are in your favor. He took all the low dice.
It's actually even worse. Without that +2, I was succeeded once out of 8 times.
That's a bad one.
You know, I didn't get any free +2s.
I'm going to tell you what happens with that 3 in a moment. Do one more first. Okay.
All right.
So 2 successes so far with 2 more potential rolls to happen. You're in the exact same spot Keegan was in with 1 critical failure so far. So with that critical
Seems
failure,
very familiar.
With that critical failure, what you ends up happening is as you're going around and trying to practice this skill of just being more forceful to present yourself better, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, you unfortunately find yourself in an area, in a scenario where you draw a bit too much attention to yourself, to the point where you start pissing off a couple of the guards that are nearby. You draw their attention to you and gain their ire. You're able to remove yourself from the scenario without bringing it to violence, but not without bringing more attention to bear. Your face is now noted.
Poor
The fact
bear.
that you're in town is now becoming more widespread. The winter is drawing, closer and closer to an end. Spring is drawing nearer, and your presence is becoming much more widely known, and not in a good way. You're starting to feel the pressures of the city on you. I assume you want to continue this?
Yeah. Why not? Good at rolling those 12s.
Ah! It's 3 out of... Oh, man.
And 1 plus
How many
2 would
did
have gone a
you
long
need
way.
to get?
4.
I need 14 4 times. I got it 3. But hey, plus 2 away twice.
Okay. So we'll put a pause on that one for a second. And don't forget, we still have the 2 RPs that we got to do. Jake.
Yeah.
Yours is very
so
different.
Aldo is getting information on he's kind of getting in with some of the
Local riffraff.
shady people around. He's getting information on what they know about the keep, the ways in and out. He'll probably stake out the house to try and learn movements there. Like, it's all about gaining information is what he's doing.
Mm-hmm. So hear me out. There are all sorts of different actions that can be done here. There's something as basic as learning a name, so trying to discover somebody's name or some details about them, so on and so forth. Sure, that's fine or whatever. But then there is you want to gain contacts, scout locations, gather some gossip, maybe bribe a contact that you have, et cetera, et cetera. These ways of trying to find out more details about whatever information you're looking into. My assumption here is you're trying to find out about the keep, but there's definitely other things that you could be looking into. Trying to learn about Beltran, trying to learn about what's going on in the city, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We jumped cut Snaga for 6 weeks of this before we did any RP, so we're resolving this before we go back and worry about the past. Go ahead, Aldo.
Definitely all of that stuff. Like, he wants to know what's going on in the city and all that, but he knows that they've got to deal with this keep. So that's the main focus, but definitely keeping an ear out to what's going on in the city as it affects, everyone in the city. And we're in the city at the moment, so.
Sure, you want to find out about that. Well, the first thing that you can do, because you can't bribe a contact if you don't have one, requirements you have successfully gained a contact. Gossip, you can do. There's no requirement for that one. So that's perfectly fine. Secure disguises is a good one as well, because it allows you to procure or develop disguises that aren't just for you. You can also use that to develop disguises for your companions and whatnot as well. So a way for you to kind of lay low while you're inside the city. Each one of these attempts takes a considerable amount of time. But just be wary of this, because like I said, one of the things that Edric had warned you is you go there and you try to fuck with those people. How do you know they won't just sell you out? Because they can make a profit off of it. That's a way of you being able to potentially engage with the people over the keep without them knowing who you are, etc., etc., etc. So you can see the options here on the PDF. It's page 5. Which ones, assuming you're sticking with infiltration, you want to start it with gain contact? Did you want to start with gossip? Where are you going?
Probably gain contact, and then we'd move to secured disguises, right?
Okay.
Wouldn't that, or would we secure disguises first and then gain contact? I feel like I need a contact first. Though,
that's talk to your PCs, not me. So Wade, he's kind of talking to you, and Keegan, if you can hear us, he's talking to you too when you come back.
All right, ask you again then.
So what order should I do this in? Should I just secure disguises first and then, get in amongst it? Or should I gain contact so I kind of, have a little bit of information and then, deal with the disguise thing?
Do you need to
The
disguise at all
contact
for this?
first makes sense.
Yeah, unless
It's more, that's what I thought was the getting the contact first, because technically I could disguise myself. I have a high disguise check, right? But this is obtaining disguises for everyone. So I feel like maybe the contact first and then, disguises if we want to deal with them and things like that.
I think that makes sense because you're already good at disguising, like you said. So I'd get the contact.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so you said you're getting contact first.
Yeah.
All right, so give me 1 second. All right, you are going to roll for me.
Mm-hmm.
Gain contact is going to be a diplomacy check, or you can use diplomacy, or you can use a what's it called, a bluff check. Those are 2 social skills. But then there's also knowledge skills you can use for if you have like things like knowledge for a deer or hot Gwen, whatever there might be, skills like that to try to like find the right person in the area to talk to, etc., etc. So it all depends on what you're looking for, and you can attempt a the kind of like the check that you want to do. What quality of contact are you looking for here? Are you looking for like just any contact you can get your hands on? Do you want a contact of high value? Or are you like really rolling the dice for a very high value contact and what they can bring to you? This sets the DC.
How does it roll?
What do you
after?
guys?
Do you have to roll multiple times, or is this a one roll? How does this one work?
1 second. This is 1 check for if you succeed or fail.
Also, I just realized can I use a hero point to make one of those a success?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, post. You can just turn it into a 4, and boom, you automatically get it, and you get to have your trait.
Is that worth it? Do you think?
Yeah, it's up to you, man.
Yeah, that's
It
totally
means you
up
don't
to
have to worry about staying any extra weeks, though. Any extra weeks you stay could potentially help Keegan, or just you
That's
guys
true.
will fail again.
And for Jake, you said it's 1 roll.
Per check that he's doing here, yes.
Right, but for the context specifically, it's just 1 roll.
Yep, and
Yeah.
you don't have to make a decision right now. We can let Jake play out his whole
What
thing
is
while
the
you think
roll?
about it.
Like, what's the skill?
I just told him for this particular task that he's doing, it's going to be diplomacy or bluff, or he can make a lore-based or knowledge-based skill if he has one that's associated with the task that he's doing.
I don't think I do. I think I might try and bluff my way to a high value, maybe a high value. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can tell you the DCs.
tell me the
this doesn't
DCs.
need to be lack of transparency. So there's normal,
Yeah.
there's hard, and there's very hard. So the normal check for this is going to be a 15. A hard one is going to be a 20. A very hard one is going to be a 25.
Okay, so I have a 50-50 of a hard. Can I leverage Casper and to get like even if a bonus 1 or something? Because he does have contacts that ran in that world.
Yeah.
I would say Casper is a contact that already exists.
Okay.
And because you brought that up, not only is Casper a contact that already exists, that means your party already has 1 EP.
Okay.
Great call out. Auto success. You did it several sessions ago. So the answer to your question is no, because that already is 1.
Okay. All right. Well, then
But
we
you'll
move
want
on
more,
to the.
obviously.
Do we know what
Oh,
level
yeah,
Casper is?
What level he is?
Yeah, would he have been the hard, very hard?
Oh,
or-
he's not. He's going to be a low level contact. He's a weak contact.
Okay. We'll try for the hard, the DC 20.
Sure.
All right.
All right.
He said very hard. I heard him.
So if you had a way to bump that, you could actually make this a critical success. But so success, actually, there is no critical success in this. There's only critical failure. That's funny. For specifically gaining context, there's no value to critical success, only critical failure. Awesome.
That seems
So-
weird.
I mean, not everything has criticals going either direction. So anyways, so yeah, you successfully make a contact, which we'll get to in a second, meaning you gain an additional EP. This is something that you're going to want to keep track of. So the party has 1 contact who is Casper that exists inside of Hod Gwen. He only has so much value. That EP can only like reset, if you will, every so often. It could also potentially expire depending on what it is you're using him for, meaning no more value from him in the future. This other contact that you're trying to get your hands on because you're hanging around with the low lives that happen to be there, you're going to come across somebody who moves a little bit of merchandise, a fence, if you will. They gather some of the items that come out of the groups of people that hang around the ruins area, and they buy some stuff off of them. These are hot items, and they bring them over to the merchant area, and they sell these hot items. So they're not directly associated with that guild. They're removed enough that their face can go into different parts of the town. They go over to like the nice merchant area. They sell these hot items to the various merchants around for whatever price they do. Then the merchants turn around and sell them as rare or hard to acquire goods, whatever it might be, so that they can also turn a profit too. So they're a fence. As for what their name is, you can choose the person in chat that can generate the name, as long as it's not ridiculous. If it is, I'll just ignore it and choose somebody else.
We'll go with green if you see.
Sure, green. You can choose the fence's name. But you gain this contact, you gain an EP for them.
Yep.
And the reason why this person is higher value, so we can see the difference here, just so we all understand what was the value of rolling for that versus the other one. Casper was an average roll, right? Who is he? He's a fucking nobody, but has some information around town. This person has connections both with the nobodies and with people that have mercantile. He has mercantile, connections, people that are around money, so on and so forth. Obviously, high value would have even better connections or information or access, so on and so forth. Go ahead. Oh, hold on one moment.
Can you tell me
while
what
you're thinking of
EP
your next
is?
action there, Jaaek.
Can someone
What's
tell me
that,
what EP?
They're edge points, but I don't actually know what that means.
Edge points. So way edge points work are, hold on.
Sorry to
So the way
interrupt,
edge
you
points
just-
work is
Okay.
I can show you the details later on. It doesn't matter for this moment. But when you're doing your task, your infiltration, whatever it is that you're doing, that's around what it is he's scoping out. Spending one edge point gives you a circumstance bonus to a roll that you're making. Spending 3 points at once gives you a re-roll to whatever your infiltration task is. So he's more or less building you guys bonuses for getting into or out of or anything around that keep. So whether if you're going from one direction, another direction, whatever it might be, you get all these bonuses towards that infiltration job.
Gotcha. Thank you. And sorry, what was the other thing that was being said right before that?
Oh boy. Okay. Interesting. Okay. What did you say, Wade?
I didn't know what else was happening other than the edge point discussion.
So Jake was telling me the next thing he was doing.
Be the secure disguises, right?
Yeah, it's going to take you 3 weeks to properly put this together. And honestly, I won't lie. You don't even need to roll for this. You're so good at succeeding at this. You're so good at crafting these disguises and the connections that you have, people that you've seen or removed, so on and so forth, guards that you've seen around town, etc., etc. You were able to successfully craft all 3 disguises with ease. That actually instantly procures you 3 more edge points for this infiltration job that you're working on.
Damn.
You're just that good at it. What is the next task that you wanted to work on, sir? That's 4 weeks so far you've spent. They've already burned 8 weeks.
You've
Yeah.
done so much good shit. You've done better than Kikin and I combined in half the time.
I need to. I need to watch the other place, right, and learn what goes on there.
Which other place? Sorry.
You know, the vent. You know what I mean? Because that's an in to the.
Oh, you
The
mean the
ruins?
person's basement?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
like,
yeah. Okay,
yeah.
so are you trying to A, scout that location, or B, like learn the name of the person that fucking like owns that house, so on and so forth?
Probably learn their name first and then scout.
Sure. Learn their name is going to be again like a bluff, diplomacy, that kind of skill right there. Why don't you go ahead and roll that for me?
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I said bluff or diplomacy. That was wrong. It was just diplomacy. I'm not going to take your die roll away from you. That was me that said the wrong thing.
It's a -2 from it then.
Okay, so you got a 25 still.
25.
Okay, my apologies. I went off too easily.
Oh, good.
So, good news for
Whoa.
you is rolling for that actually got you a critical success, which means you find more than one detail associated with this. So you actually find out that this estate isn't just any estate. It actually happens to belong to one of the counselors that oversee here in Gwen. So she's a human woman that happens to live here. She's not. She's actually the youngest counselor by far, being only in her late 20s. She assumes the role
Late 80s.
only in her late 20s. The youngest by far. She assumed the role, even though it's an elected position, to be clear. She assumes the role after her parents unfortunately had an accident and passed away. She has assumed the role and has assumed the estate, so on and so forth. She has a penchant for fine wines, which is nice. And as for what her name is, I actually did not write out these names because they never existed beforehand. And I wanted to give opportunities to some of the long-term viewers of the original. So for those of you that might remember any details around this person in a particular forest, you might remember a few details about them. But her name, I will leave to Anno. Anno, human female, living to deer as one of the rulers of Gwen.
Is that
first
pronounced
and last name,
Mazer?
please.
Mazer or Mazer? I'm assuming Mazer. Green named the fence.
Yeah.
Mater.
That's a Z.
Yeah, I know. Johanka? She needs the last name.
Tonka. Honka Tonka.
Honka Tonka Johanka? Anyways, back to you, sir. So you're able to find out her, and rather than finding more additional names or what have you, you're able to find out that she has a strong penchant towards wines. And so you actually believe that window is likely actually left open because she wants to keep a breeze of she wants to keep air or whatever is flowing through there for the sake of maintaining temperatures down in the basement, blah 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 blah, whatever it is. So, but the fact that the grate is broken is probably unknown and likely something that you don't want to make anybody aware of. Okay. But you are also able to find out that because of who she is, she doesn't just have guards that rotate around the area. She actually has specific guards that always oversee her house round the clock, that are hired by her. Same as how like the bank hired specific guards for around the bank. You know what I mean? Where you met people before. I think Edric was there or whatever before. So you find out who those guards are. And so the 6 guards, that are on 8-hour shifts or more, 10, 12-hour shifts each. So there's a rotation where there's 2 guards or 4 guards at any point in time. Blah, 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 blah. You're able to find out where those guards typically have their resting place, like where they'll typically go drinking, so on and so forth. Their names you don't grab, but you get a good enough description of them that you could gather more information if you need to. This does not give you any edge points, but it does give you names and locations and people to work off of, et cetera, et cetera. What is your next downtime activity, sir?
Knowing all that, I think now I'm going to scout the location.
Do you have Johanka's name?
Yep.
I want to say it's Matarai.
I liked Tua, but
It looks like
Matarai.
Is it Haktua?
Jahonk Tua. I tried.
Oh,
but
no!
I was like, no.
No!
You shouldn't have asked.
All right.
No,
Moving
it's
on.
Forever.
Cool. Let's get back to you, Jake. I think it's 4 down. No, 5 down out of 8.
All right, so scouting, what's the role for that?
Yeah, scouting's a good one. This one is going to be either perception, or stealth, or a you can with scouting you can also use like bluff or disguise as options to go in there to make sure that you can kind of like stay there closer, so on and so forth. So perception, stealth, bluff, disguise, all those are potentially options to get a good eye. Where is it you're trying to scout?
I'm trying to scout and learn like the guards patterns, I guess, like how, if we wanted to get in there, how are we going to get in there, and the easiest way. And I think I'll go with stealth. Roll
me your stealth check, sir. Actually, you don't, wait, hold on. You don't have to. You spend your time stealthing around in the area because you already had a leg up in the scenario anyways. When Edric brought you there, you knew what kind of time of day that was. because you saw the moons that night or whatever, so you knew what time of day it was, and so you spent a little bit of time looking around then and using that as your starting point. And Edric either was lucky or knew his shit really well, because it's around that time of night, at least during the winter time, that the guards are a little bit distracted. Not that there's no guards around, actually. There's 4 guards. It's a change of the guard that's happening, but they all end up sitting off to the side, chatting for a while, catching up on details, gambling a little bit, which can be a relatively quick thing if somebody wins or loses too quickly. But if a game gets pretty intense, that can go on for a little while, which is nice. So it buys you several minutes, if not over 15 minutes of time that you have around that window where you can get in there. Now, that time isn't like at midnight every night on the clock. It's when the guards show up, which is give or take 30 minutes or so, whatever. So there's like a window in there. But once it starts, it goes for several minutes to 15, maybe even more.
Okay.
And that gets you an edge point. That's 6 down.
Okay.
You got 2 more.
Let me just write this down quickly.
I've been writing it down too. I have
Thank you.
6 edge points right now. Casper, hard contact, disguises were 3, and then scouting is 1.
Yeah. Okay. Next, I guess, is going to be what would be, I guess, actually maybe like gaining rumors of what's going on in the ruins.
Yeah, gossip.
I gave some of those. I had at least a contact. I don't know if this affects the role for him, Scott, but the person who was running the jelly to Gwen, I already kind of had talked to and gotten some info from. I don't know if that could help him get more info or give him an in, but that would be someone I could introduce or whatever.
Actually, what you have is information that comes off of what's effectively a critical success from the past, giving him a +2 circumstance bonus to this roll.
Okay.
So it's important to note about this one, Jake, that you you don't gain EP from this. Instead, you can choose. Sorry, you don't just directly get EP. You choose. Do you want inside information about the place or the group that you're attempting to infiltrate, something that's actionable, or do you want the mechanical EP from it? So you tell me what that is before you you attempt.
Information about the group, I think, would be the best thing for this scenario.
Sure. Well, you actually already had a big of a leg up from what it was that Wade had told you, the information that kind of came in before about what it is that they somebody's able to acquire from inside there. Not to mention, you have disguises that you can work with to get close enough by. Casper already gave you a close enough hiding spot that you guys had used beforehand, used like a prison or whatever. It's pretty easy for you to find your way around there well enough that you're able to, bump into people and make conversation. Or, yeah, down by the docks, there's not much work to be done, or whatever the fuck your accent is. As you're playing Billy Bob Thornton or drinking blood or whatever you do.
Mm-hmm.
So you are hanging out there and trying to acquire information, and you do. You actually find out that crew that's there, it is the largest, as described many, many sessions ago, it is the largest and most cutthroat of the crews that are around. They're actually pretty well organized. Not organized in the sense that they're rank and file or that they have like intense rules that they follow or anything militaristic or whatnot. Just the most organized of what you would imagine a thug kind of crew would be. So yeah, there's somebody that sits at the top or what have you, and then there's the others, but they do have some amount of rules that they follow. Like, fuckers don't just come walking in, not without the right permission. And that right permission comes in a couple of ways. Either they know your face because you go in there often enough. They know your face. They know that you're somebody that belongs to go in there. They've gotten familiar with you and the work that you do and so on. Or you have some sort of a charm or a token, if you will, you've heard about, kind of had described, but you have not seen one yet, that gives you permission to go walking into the place. Now, why would you go walking into the place? Maybe you're doing trade, like the person that you knew, your contact. You have trade for buying shit off of them and selling it to the merchants or whatever it is. Maybe you're like the person that's a friend of Wade's, that a friend of Koa's, that goes there to go collecting some sort of goop that exists downstairs, some sort of like sludge or mold that grows down there. They go collecting that. That could be one of the reasons that you might be going in there. But what's important to note is that you can't just go walking in. They either have to know you well, right? Or you have to have some sort of token that people that do interact with them have to be allowed in or out. Beyond that, like I said, they're organized. So if somebody calls an alarm, that's like a legit alarm. Like people are going to come coming. And they're not going to be like, what's going on over here? They're going to be like running at you with daggers out. Like they're going to be prepared for it. However, this organization, it's not like, again, guards on walls pacing up and down to an order with a crossbow. Yeah, there's going to be a guard or two here or there with a crossbow. But like, are they a fucking ultra awesome shot? No, that's actually one of the best duties in the non-winter because, you don't have to do much. You get paid to like not do shit. In the summer, sorry, in the summertime, that's like one of the best. In the wintertime, it's the fucking worst. It's the job that nobody wants. It's like the shit job. You get the general idea. Any back check questions, or I think you've got enough information from that.
Yeah, no, I did.
Okay, then you have week number 8.
Week number 8. Wade and Keegan, is there anything else to do with the ruins that you can think of? Any other things you want me to attempt?
We know. Let me double check what I know already. I think we know that there's the goop. We know that there's a door upstairs. I think the staircase itself was kind of like rickety. Let me see. Feels like someone's watching you when you're in there. Don't go in with too many people, but it's important to know the right path. There's a door that doesn't open upstairs. The steps are crumbly. Downstairs is where the jelly is gotten that's sold to Gwen. The jelly is reactant, accelerant, and catalyst, depending on which way it's used. And then we know about the Bandit Guild using the ruins as a hideout. That's all the information I had. So unless there's something there specifically you want to try to pursue more info on, I don't have a whole lot to offer as far as advice here. I feel like you've already gotten so much more than we've done that take the week off.
Yeah.
Take a bow.
Right.
I mean, he can totally do more things. Like one of the things he could do is he can technically bribe one of the contacts. It costs based off of your party level. I have to look up the money for how much it is, but if you bribe the contact and they accept the bribe, you gain an EP. If you
could you make another contact?
You could potentially make another contact. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you want to go for another contact in there. I mean, we're looking even for outside just I don't know if it would be specifically for the ruins task, but the more contacts we have in Hod Gwen right now, the better, because we are a little bit low on allies here and a bit high on enemies.
Yeah, you can go for like an easy or a mid-level contact. Try to give that a try. See if you can get something else that works for you.
If you have an idea, go for it. I'm just spitballing.
So a contact in the actual bandit crew itself, you think? Is that what you're thinking?
Any kind of contact for anything that you think we might need it for. I mean, the bandit crew is one thing. Obviously, the guard. We have no one in the council here. We're just kind of low on allies in general in Hod Gwen. So whatever you think might be the most beneficial. I would say if you look around at the options, the answers are all like, God, yes, we need help, please. So
with how things are going, just be mindful. Like you might be thinking, let's go and fuck it, go for the really hard one and try for that. I will say if you do that, the chances of critical failing is high, and critical failing can give awareness points away, which are the opposite of edge points. They can be used against you.
Okay, and critical failing is minus, like it's 10 less than the thing, is 10,
it? Yeah, it's not a good thing to you don't really want to attempt that. Well, I mean, whether or not you want to chance that sort of a thing.
Yeah,
I would say do it. Trust your gut.
Yeah,
I have two things I'm thinking: either a contact in the bandit crew itself, or a contact in that guard crew, the same ones that guard the house. So which one do you think would be more beneficial to us?
Well, I guess depends which way we want to go in. We know more about the direct place that the bandit one leads to, because we know the direct account of the bandit who went in. The house one, we know it's like the same material, but we don't know where it's going to come out or anything. So we have less information there, but that is potentially the easier way in. So I guess whichever way you're leaning on wanting to go in, having more contacts that particular way makes sense.
Unless do you think we need a back way? That you could potentially bribe the person that you know from what's her name? From Gwen. that got introduced, you can try to bribe them to tell you the path that they take inside.
Unless something in this campaign starts paying, I don't know that we can afford to.
Yeah,
I have to
don't
look up
have
the
any
price.
money. I have money in
price
the
is based
bank,
off of
but-
additional listed
Same.
PC on page 10.9. So hold on.
I might just go with you. Might just go with the contact in the bandit crew because if you get them, then you might be able to just get the information on what the correct path is.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what the price is, just so you guys understand. So there's no like surprises on this one. It's based off of additional listed PC on 10.9. Unfortunately, I'm looking at 10.10. So let's go Pathfinder 2E.
Yeah. Well, I currently have 1 silver outside of the bank because I
I'm
spent
not
all
far
of it to
behind you.
fucking ruin my
you guys-
my
you guys are level
goddamn
2?
month.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oof.
it's really 1.5.
It is. It is. It is. It is
Too much.
steep. It is steep.
Bribing a bandit?
No, bribing for more or less turning somebody's
task.
It is. Yeah, it is steep. And this is Pathfinder 2E's money. It's just you guys might not think it because you don't have a lot of coins sitting on your person, but you guys are literally walking around with like thousands of gold pieces in value on your person. Like one healing potion, how much is worth, plus cat's grace and all that stuff is worth a lot. But technically speaking, it is 18 gold to bribe somebody at your level.
Whoa,
That is more
okay.
than it would cost me to get masterwork armor.
Yeah, we
Yep.
I have a silver. Like,
All right,
If we
so
can
we're gonna go
find-
with
Here's the other thing.
gain a contact.
That, or if I can find a way to sell that 1 gem, I mean, we'd lose a luxury or whatever, but
that
like
opal. That's probably
that
its
opens a
own
lot of
thing just
doors
to
to us
get a
having
good
fun.
buyer.
But yeah,
It's funny because like my whole mechanics for this setting is based off of 2E finances, and you guys again literally have tons of gold on you. It's just not in coin. It's in.
It's not liquid.
it's
I
in-
hear
it's-
you.
yeah, it's
Just
in other shit.
a bandit needing 18 gold to be a contact.
It's
is
just it's
wild.
the mechanic of the game because you're gaining access to information that otherwise.
I
would be not
understand. It's just
accessible.
funny
Yeah.
that they don't
Yeah.
distinguish between like turning a noble
We'll
and turning
think
a
of it
bandit.
this way: you would go to them and you wouldn't hand them 18 gold pieces. You would hand them an object of value, and they'd be like, "Whoa, yeah." You know, you don't think of it in the sense
Yeah.
of gold.
God. Yeah, that's still crazy.
Like
Yeah,
if you gave
no,
a bandit a potion of spider climb, yeah, they'd like that. They'd like that a real lot, a whole bunch.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
as a bandit, maybe. Like actually.
Yeah,
I mean, gotta make good on that opportunity, but no, we have we have stuff, but
but in this case, it's not a bandit that we were discussing giving you the pathway. It was Gwen's
Right.
friend, who is somebody that, has things of value and trades with somebody with value and so on and so forth. So it's not like you're walking up to some random, cutthroat on the street and being like, here's magic. You're going to somebody who actually works with an apothecary or whatever. But anyways, continue. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
I have that sapphire, but we're gonna use that to pay for the auction stuff.
If we can find a buyer, I don't know if this would. I don't know that's an Aldo problem, but if we can find a buyer for the 1 opal, I mean that does give us gold to potentially armor up and do something like this. The contact.
How much is that thing you've got worth?
It was a lot. Let me see.
That opal?
Is that the highest one you had?
131 gold pieces minimum.
Holy shit!
Yeah, that's why it counts as a luxury resource by itself.
That's where you go to the merchants area and try to get somebody there to buy it from you.
Yeah.
That's
I feel like that'd take time though for that kind of money.
Mm-hmm. I am trained to praise, but
I don't know. I mean, you or Mikhail would be the best at trying to sell it. I certainly wouldn't be.
Jake, to answer your question, that's a downtime activity in and of itself, trying to find somebody to buy
Yeah.
that. And you could do that with your last week if you didn't want to do an infiltration related item. I think infiltration's a good one, but if you didn't want to, you could try to do that, and that's a diplomacy check to find somebody.
I mean, I could do that for you guys too because, like Koa could get new armor and stuff with the proceeds, but it depends if he wants to give up that resource.
We also
Yeah.
have a luxury resource in the cave.
Yeah, because that didn't get spent. We didn't. That didn't get given away
didn't?
with the other stuff. Yeah.
That was the one
We
thing
had-
we
I
had
thought they
one
all
luxury.
went.
No,
we
it's
kept the
it's-
luxury.
There's like tapestries and carpets and decent
Yeah, okay.
furniture, whatever down there. Yeah.
So we could sell
Yeah,
those.
we talked
things
about it
as
because I was like,
well.
why do we still have a luxury resource left? And that's what Scott
Selling
said.
those as well, though, might be longer than 1 week because we'd actually get them.
Hmm.
But
Yeah.
that would be something that's available to all of us to sell, if you want to go that route.
I would say the Opal's up to Koa just because it's his.
Yeah, that's your thing.
It is, but like, I think that for Koa, he's giving away gold like it's fucking candy, man. I mean, this is a guy who just wants to do the right thing, and if this is the way,
This is the
I mean,
way.
he would do it.
Well, I mean, like Aldo will do it. So I guess I would have come to you and asked, like,
Wait, is the
to
opal the
talk
one
to you
that's in the
about
bank?
what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
And then
You
the
got
Sapphire is
the
the one that I've got.
Yeah. Well, I thought Koa had other gems on him.
All
I'm
of
sorry,
the gems
Jake.
are. He had them all sent to the bank.
They're all
I'm
at the
sorry,
bank,
Jake, go
yeah.
ahead.
And Jim Smith actually still has one. He has the unknown rough cut
Yeah,
thing. He's
because he's
appraised.
trying to work on that for you, and he said it would
But
take
there is
several months.
there's a spinel.
Mhm. You're good. You don't have to list them off. Jake, what were you saying?
What is the check to try and find a buyer?
Yeah, so appraise is the alternative skill, but predominantly it's going to be a diplomacy check to find somebody that can do this. In a knowledge skill is the other alternative skill, but you don't have the appropriate knowledge skill. I think your appraise sucks. So it's probably diplomacy for you for this one. It's not your best skill, but it's not a bad way to spend your downtime activity trying to find a buyer. Wait, are you trying to sell the opal, like the insane one? Or are you trying to sell one of the lesser ones to, like, what does your spinel work? Sorry, I cut you off before. What's your spinel worth?
The spinel is only worth at minimum 4 gold, 7 silver, 3 copper. The tourmaline would be the one he'd want to hold on to because it was mentioned to give it to someone with green eyes like Gwen has, and he's like, well,
Yeah.
maybe I hang on to that
If
one.
you sell that, make sure you give it to somebody.
But that
with
one's
green eyes.
actually only worth 1 gold. It's only worth what 5 silver more than the spinel. The
Oh my
opal is 131.
Hard tangent. Do you guys remember when you were kids? I always called them fortune tellers. Brittany always called them cootie catchers. But you know the things that like people would fold up like origami style, and they'd be like 4 different things on top, and you go like this. You know what I'm talking about? It's like pick the
Blue
color, pick the nose.
BLUE 3
So-
1
so-
2 3.
I showed Rory how to make those like I don't know 5 months ago, and she's literally made 100 cents. Like for as an example, literally for Valentine's this year, instead of buying Valentine's cards for her classmates, she's making one of those for each one of her classmates, and they're all unique and different. Every one of them, they're all colored and designed differently. She's insane. Moving on. So we were doing this in the car earlier when I went to go get that coffee thing you saw me drinking, and she kept doing it for Brittany and I was like, no, it's Gwen's turn. And so she's like, she can't talk. I was like, that's okay, it's Gwen's turn. And she's like, fine, Gwen, what color do you want? I was like, she wants green because it's GWEEN. She wants green.
Nice.
And just sorry, Gwen with green eyes just made me.
This
I
was
thought you were
a
going to say something
side
cute your kid
tangent
did.
of 3 minutes we'll never get back for the joke of Gween. That Scott
Gween.
himself, it's not even something cute his kid did. It's Scott himself
Yeah,
telling a joke.
Scott thought he was cute and that it was time to go ahead and tell that story.
He's like throwing his daughters in here to be like, guys, this is the cutest story. You're going to love
what
this.
a bait and switch
And
that
I
shit
said
was. Jesus.
Gween. Get it?
Gween. Sorry. I'm not that sorry though. Like I'd do it again. Like if we were around
Test
time
run while you
knowing
can,
how it
man.
played out, I'd do it
Yeah,
again.
no remorse.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
I think the way this might
Wait, hold
play
on,
out.
hold on. Look at chat.
Kajitar, do we need
Do I
to spin
really-
the block on that one?
Did you not hear the joke, Kajitar? The man is a joke. What can I say to insult him that he didn't already just do to himself with that story?
Continue.
Like, seems nice.
Here's a question I hate to ask, but one that Koa would think of, and Aldo would absolutely hate, so he wouldn't tell it to Aldo. Does Koa know how much debt Elliot has?
Oh God. You know that it is one of those things where the subject comes up, you see the whites of his eyes and steady breathing.
He
You
hasn't
know,
told the
we've
exact
all been
amount,
there
though.
before.
If it's like
Yeah.
5 gold or 100 gold or something.
I don't think he ever gave an exact amount, did he? Just
did not.
that he took out a bunch of freaking loans.
The whites of his
Yeah.
eyes and steady breathing.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel
that-
that.
then he wouldn't. There would be nothing there. It'd be one of those things like if Elliot needed a little bit of help, he would help him. But if Elliot's not even told him the amount, he's not going to give him 100 gold. But whatever it may be. So you said Aldo would approach Koa. We can RP it out.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, Aldo would approach you and tell you like verbatim like everything that's happened up till now. And he's like, oh, I've got an in, but the last thing is, I feel like having a contact in the crew would be good. Would stop any trouble from happening if we're spotted while we're in there, and knowing somebody in there who could help us out. But they just want too much money.
I do have. We have a couple of things we could try to sell. Obviously, we have the things over in.
Koa, they
cave.
want 18 gold. 18.
Well,
Like, this
all of the
is
things in the
crazy
cave
to
might
me.
be worth a decent amount, but that involves a lot of work. I have a gem from Gemsmith that is worth. I'll like get close and make sure he's as quiet as possible. At minimum 131 gold.
Aldo's eyes widen.
If you can find a buyer, we could sell it and use that to fund. Mikhail and I got fitted for the armor. We could see if we could get that made, and on top of that, pay this off and at least be well prepared to go into this venture. But once that's gone, obviously it's gone.
I mean, that's on you, Koa. I don't think I could part with something like that. Like, this is insane. Asking for 18. Like, when's he gonna come across 18 gold in his life?
The gem was a gift as part of a thank you for what we've done, but it doesn't do any good if it just sits in a bank vault anyway, right? We could make real progress here, and if it helps, then just if you find someone who's willing to buy it, make sure they're able to pay, but do not accept less than 131 gold. We cannot part with it for
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I understand. That's. I almost don't want to, Koa. I know we've got a really solid start here, and this really would be maybe the final thing we needed. But
Perhaps bring Billy out and sell it to the Grearises for 200 gold.
I don't think they deal with the likes of Billy.
I don't either. Funny thought, though, right?
Yeah.
Aldo, it doesn't do me any good for what it is. It's nice to have, and it's a fun thing to say I own, but it's much more important that we stay alive and take care of this task.
Yeah. I'll try, and I'll let you know.
Good work with everything that you've done, though. Other than piss off some guards, I'm not sure that I've made a. I need to do better.
No, we're all doing our part.
Mikhail's at least helping people. I feel like I'm just wandering around like a madman. I don't know. Good work, and let me know what you find.
Thank you. I will. I guess I'm gonna try and find a buyer.
Would it help Aldo in this case? I'm going to ask. We have those clothes we hardly ever wear, the really nice clothing. If you wear that while you're trying to sell it, it might give you some credence.
Mm-hmm.
Good idea.
That is true. Yeah, I can do that.
I don't know which one's better, the courtier or the dilettantes, but we have both.
Dilettante would be better in this.
Yeah, I think the
right?
dilettantes is
All right.
better.
So what does that give a plus what?
+2 or what have you to this one. Yeah,
All right. So let's roll diplomacy. You said.
Yes, sir. Roll diplomacy.
Okay. 17.
Does that include the +2? +3?
Yep.
2, whatever it is. Okay.
Yes, it does.
And which one were you looking to sell?
The big boy.
The big
Oh,
one.
that's a separate conversation. Pause. Take this back. My apologies. Actually, is there any of them that you try to sell? We need to do a little bit of RP before we can get to that. So, first, if we're going to do the RP, which is the 5th week, the 7th week in for you acquiring that stone, let's go back and deal with 2 of the RPs that we've overshot so far. One of them was with Leon, and one of them's with Gwen.
Okay.
And then we're going to go to get the stone, and then we can complete this. Okay? Chat's been waiting patiently for the next RP anyways, so let's dive into it. Who'd you go to first? Probably Leon rather than Gwen, because she asked for a few days.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Whatever.
Okay. Awesome. So let's go to Leon first. So you go over to Leon and have a conversation with him. So you go to meet up with him in a way that would be kind of pleasant or what have you. So you go to Leon and trying to think of where you'd meet with him probably at the inn where he's staying, and he'd be like, "Oh, Koa, I see you came a-calling. I appreciate that. Would you mind going for a walk?"
Yes, you'd potentially mentioned teaching a board game, some other location.
I could teach you the game, but not today. Today, let's walk.
Are you guys with, or is this just Koa? Because Mikhail was at least with last time.
They're all welcome.
If you asked him to go, he probably would be. I will say probably during all this time, because I imagine what he's doing is much like being a fucking nurse. He's probably kind of stressed out and difficult to talk to and a little grumpy. But he'd still go if you asked him.
Yeah, I mean, he would tell you guys he's going. It's up to you whether your characters would go.
Would Aldo go?
Yeah.
This is kind of like as you're starting, so I think this is like during the week that you're gaining your first contact or whatever it was that you did first. This is as you're doing that. So you go with him, and you guys go for a walk. And as you're walking, he's like, Mikhail, it's a pleasure to see you again. And you are, he says, and extends a hand to shake yours.
Aldo, you're Leon, right?
He says yes, and he grasps the forearm grasp of the Del, and he says, "And you're Galdarian."
You're astute.
He says, "I've met more than a few Goldens in my day." I see no crossbow at your back. Do you serve?
We all serve in a way. Different than Paradel, but guess we're not forced to. What we do?
He says, "Not all Del are forced to serve." He says, saying the cuss word or the derogatory term for his own people.
Yeah.
He says, "Not all Del are forced to serve. It is just the honor of the Inclame."
Aldo smiles and nods. He says, "The honor." Yes.
He says, "It is indeed an honor. But I imagine, Koa, you didn't come here to have deliberations over on people's views of geopolitics, did you?"
We in the free folk kind of accept everyone, so the debates are interesting, but meaningless to me. Yeah.
Except everyone. You're more than a few people have defected from Paradel to the free folk. Oh, I know of the free folk. I've had a few of my own find their way there.
Oh, excellent. You should go say hi sometime, unless it's a bad thing, in which case I wouldn't.
It takes a rare individual for me to hold a grudge.
Oh, that's good. I understand these things that you're speaking of, but they really have little meaning to me, so yes, they don't interest me too much because I see that they're just roadblocks in the way of friendship.
He nods and says, "Let's go down this path." And he starts walking down a street that leads you away from like the neighborhood that you're in. Well, Koa, you wanted to speak with me beyond playing the games. What were you hoping to speak on?
Well, he says, looking to the other two, like remembering that they didn't want him to tell everything. The situation here and the situation with this Osugo and Knowles and such seems relatively dire, and we know that there are good people going through a bad bit because of the changes. And, well, I was curious your thoughts on the matter.
Seems as though this place is run by, well, just money. Simply put, money.
Unfortunately, we've encountered that same feeling in most of it, dear.
I'm not familiar with most of it, dear. I've had very sparse dealings with a couple of the city-states, or whatever you would want to call them, of this region. But here in Hodgwen particularly, it is just incestuous wealth. There are those that are effectively born into their position because their money buys it for them, and then they live their lives in that position and hand it to those after them. It's not how a republic, if you want to call it that, is meant to be. In Paradel, at the very least, we have a true and genuine republic. Those that are in their positions were elected or appointed by those that were elected. Each province may have its own rules, but nonetheless.
How does Paradel feel about servitude, forced servitude, or slavery, that sort of thing?
He looks over at Aldo, and then looks to you, and he says, "Has Aldo bent your ear?"
I've heard things from Aldo and others alike, but I guess I'm more so trying to get your feel on the matter.
Before I answer your question, let me ask you this: what value is education?
Probably high. I mean, I've learned a lot of things from different people, but I wouldn't say that I had the conventional education myself. I'm not sure I'm the one to ask.
Fair. And what about trades? That's another type of education, is it not?
I mean, I suppose any knowledge learned can be education, depending on point of view.
You carry a blade. I'm sure you want a weapon that's crafted proper and not just mold poured.
Of course.
Armor that's properly stitched, properly formed, hardened in all the right places, skilled hands to handle it.
Would
Perhaps
be
the
nice.
supplies that you need as you are on your travels. Maybe the courts. The courts that are used to keep those that are wrongdoers behind bars into the guards that, in fact, oversee those that are serving their time or the crimes that they've done, and so on and so on. These are all amenities that are offered by, well, a well-established and well-run government, but are not done so for free. They come with a tax that is paid for by coin or other means of payment. In Paradel, if you wish to participate in our society, if you wish to be able to reap the benefits of what we offer to all of our citizens, Goriad or Myriad, or Goriad or the other word is escaping me because of the M, then you must pay your fee to do so. And that fee is service.
And you
It's not
support
too
such a
dissimilar
system.
from what Galdaria does. Galdaria also has soldiers that are forced to serve, though shorter period of time, and they're not in active war.
You support such a system.
I was raised in the system. I have
not
had
what
some
I-
of my best soldiers come out of the system. I have heroes that I would never have chosen this life. But because it was chosen for them, their names are etched into stone that will last long after our empire falls. Their name is sung on songs in taverns far and wide. Their deeds are appreciated across what is arguably the greatest lands in all of the continent. Yeah, I do support it because it's how we are able to support the education in the more central cities. It's how it is that a armorer can gain his knowledge without having to be a tax on the local smith, or can gain the skills without having to start. Fortunately, somebody that isn't fortunate enough to start nearby to gain a apprenticeship can have the skills needed to start their own business in a new place.
In the system, it seems you're implying that. Sorry, Mikhail, go ahead.
No, just you said you have heroes based due to this service. Did you ever tell us your rank?
There's like a pause there, and he says, I did not.
It must have been high.
My rank was High Commander, which for you, Wade, is the second highest rank you can be in the military. Like literally the only person above you is Master of War, which serves directly next to the Prince of a province. There's only 9 Masters of War in, well, unless you're going to the Tarumbar, but there's effectively only 9 Masters of War. So wherever he was, he only had one person above him in the military service.
Yeah, you see,
like being an
Mikhail
O9.
like takes a second to think. Like he thinks through that and he goes, "We shouldn't tell anyone that. That's really high. There's only one position higher."
It
Says
is called
to
a
Koa.
High Commander, he says with a very flat and it's attempted a joke, obviously, but it's served very flat because it matches his personality.
But one just
You would be, I assume, worshipped back in your home, so
yeah.
why
You
are
could've
you
retired.
here other than a hospital visit? Why have you stayed? You don't oppose the system, and you
I mean, you're
obviously
proud of what
did
you've
very
done.
well. You flourished in it. And,
Yeah.
I have seen much. I've fought many battles and won a good portion of them. But, as I said to you last time, my life was dedicated to my work. And now I may have a large, well-crafted home, but it is empty. It is cold. I'd rather not waste away my last few years in my prime, he says, like in a tone that suggests don't question it.
Mhm.
My last few years of my prime, alone inside of my estate.
Wait, you came to a deer looking for a wife or
No,
husband?
no, nothing so crass. I'm not
Oh.
hunting for it. I just,
but you're staying in an inn, not even. I understand an empty giant home sounds awful, but
circumstances are a bit more involved than that.
I suppose I just thought
wished-
maybe it was your. Maybe it was something about the place itself that had gotten to you.
I wish to see more. I wish to see different. I know what I fought for was the right thing. I know those who I have aided will benefit for the work that I've done. I know this for a fact. I have broken chains. I have freed those that were enslaved, people that had no rights, that had no family that they can stay to. I have worked to do these deeds. I'm proud of the work that I've done, but I needed to see more than just what I was born into or commanded to oversee. And beyond that, there's the matter that we discussed and the rumors of what this hospital had to offer. The rumors were true. And they have given me the quiet that I need for me to take that next step.
I am glad for that, and I don't want to drag you into something that perhaps you don't wish to be involved with if you're just trying to enjoy your prime. But
Sounds like you were restless.
changes around here are partially our fault. For you see, whenever we broke chains, the leader of that group, the one who was in charge of funding it, running it, now has a lot more say here.
It's not uncommon for a newly appointed commander to be given a task, oversee this hill, or take that one from the enemy, and so on. And they do their order. They follow through their mission to the best of what they to the best of their ability, and they do succeed. But unfortunately, because they're a new commander, they don't have that experience. They don't understand the downstream complications that can happen from this. They're not aware of the wider effect of their actions. They followed through their mission. They succeeded. Good job. Good soldier. But maybe not the best commander. It takes more than just being in charge to be in command. It takes knowing the pieces on the board. Not just where they are, but where they're going to be after you move yours. Not one step, but 7. You
How do you learn such anticipation?
Are you talking about Conqueror again?
Conqueror is a way to.
I think that's a
widen-
metaphor for what we're actually discussing.
he appreciates actually.
Thank you, Koa.
Yeah. But to finish answering the question, he says Conqueror. So he appreciates Koa's cut in. He says Conqueror is a way to sharpen that scale or to remind you of it, but it's also a way to understand your opponents or ally, whomever it is you're playing with.
Like Mikhail looks like annoyed because he was like, I know, I just wanted him to say it. But it's like, thank you
Koa
for
feels like he
explaining.
really taught you something. He's proud of himself.
I work with somebody like that. Where like you're with a client and you just want to set it up to let the client say the words that need to be said to either feel success, whatever it is, and they just cut it and have to say it. And I'm just like,
Great, now I look stupid.
yeah, it's like this is social engineering. You know, like I'm doing social engineering and you wanted the cookie. You don't need the cookie. Come on. Ugh. Anyways. But continue.
And I suppose the question that piques my curiosity is, where do you draw the line when it is to break chains versus embrace them? For to me, breaking them all seems like the right way to go about it, but obviously you've managed to moralize in a situation where it's okay because you've seen the positive outcomes, but when you see someone helpless chained to a wall getting their throat slit, it I suppose I've not only seen good at this point either.
I agree with you. There's a bit of a very entertaining ditty I heard not too long ago. But a gentleman named Dan. Have you heard it? Would you argue that the chains that are clasped around his wrists are well founded? Would you argue that you are overstepping the line? You're taking away somebody's freedom? Or do you think that the chains that are around his wrists are placed there for a reason? That they serve a greater purpose for the society around them?
I suppose it's deciding where that purpose lies. Dan was capturing other people and depriving them of their freedom. He himself was a hindrance to chains being broken and happiness being enjoyed and life being left to flourish. His greed was leading to misery. It was a crime against nature as well as a crime in the towns and country itself.
Well said as that may have been, you didn't answer the question.
Well, I answered it in a way that didn't allow you to say, yes, it's good that he's in jail because it's good for the society, because you were going to turn it into, well, these people is good too. I was trying to intentionally not give you that.
I know.
But yes.
He says, because it's for the good of society, because what he was doing was wrong. There is an ebb and flow in what it is that we're discussing here. Removing him from society was for the good of society, but it's also not for the good of Dan. There are situations where what we are doing, where what we are expanding into. What do you know of Yovance? How familiar are you with the lifestyles, the traditions of Yovance? They may share a language with the Golden here, but I imagine that even he is somewhat removed from what truly happens in that nation.
I suppose I came from the north. My family moved, and as I grew older, we finally arrived into Adir, and we joined the Free Folk, and I've spent a little bit of time getting to know this place, but everyone is so concerned with all these other countries and their customs and what they think is right there, but without having that myself, I just go on what is right and wrong, and there's got to be a better way than depriving other people of their freedom to flourish.
Agreed. There is a better way. You provide people with a society where education is provided for every single one of them, where food supplies run well enough that even in the harshest of winters, during droughts and so on, that people do not starve, that the courts are well enough run with people of honest backgrounds can see to it that the unjust are served justice, and that those that do well are seen innocent. Sorry, those that have done nothing are found innocent.
I don't disagree, but you defend your country's servitude, and I still disagree that that is the only and best way for it to have been done. For you have success stories, of course, but for every success story, there's probably more that weren't.
We could go the other route. We could go the way of the free folk. There are little to no rules. There's little to no price to pay to join them. There's little to no warmth in the winter. There's little to no food in the drought. There's
It's
little
too
to
small
no
of a scale to really
supplies when
compare,
one is
isn't it?
injured.
It's much smaller group, and everyone kind of looks out for themselves and
Certainly not
contributes, but
sustainable.
on a larger scale, no. I mean, people venture off and become mercenaries. I mean, a lot of free folk are mercenaries, and their morality is guided by where the coin lands, which is the way I was headed until I fell into this path. But I don't know.
So can you see the flaws in a society that provides very little for its people, and so in turn they turn to violence, following their own moral code, as scrambled as that may be, in hopes of having enough coin to then flit away?
Yes, I see flaws in everything. Deer is full of flaws, and Paradel seems full of
certainly
flaws.
is.
I don't know if you've advanced, but I'm sure you'll tell me something and it'll be full of flaws.
Paradel is certainly full of flaws. Let's not mince words here. Everyone here can agree that Paradel is full of flaws.
We're getting a bit off topic too, though,
Yeah.
here, I think.
I agree. We are getting off topic.
I suppose I was just a bit concerned. I wanted to see your thoughts before I opened up about, well, our captain.
Well, to answer your question more directly, what Paradel does, what Paradel is greater than any other option that is out there today. Is Paradel perfect? No. But it provides more for its people, and it provides more to people outside of its borders than any other nation is capable of doing so.
Well, that's
Unless,
because
of
they
course,
keep
you're like the
conquering
damn
because of the
arcane
curse.
Congress to stand over our shoulders.
That is crazy talk. Aldo says,
Koa realizes what he said and like,
not even the Arcane Congress bit, that's bad enough, but what you just said about Paradel, I don't think I can hear anymore.
yes, agreed. We should focus on Hot Gwen at the moment. That's where we are. And,
He'll look to you and say, maybe one day you'll tell me what your gripes are with my nation.
chains is all.
but
whether they're,
what would you say?
he said, as of all I know right now is the chains. Whether
So
they're,
he was saying that to Aldo as like a future conversation.
Oh, I thought you were saying it to Koa.
No, to Aldo. Yeah. But because you had a point of finality on it, and so he was like buttoning off your finality, dotting the I, if you will, with one day we'll talk to Aldo. But so allowing you to change the subject, if you will, Ko.
We want to help the people here. They're suffering, and there's good people that helped us break chains that are now in peril. And I don't wish to drag you into it because you're here to get away from that sort of thing, but I can't help but feel that your knowledge, your chessboard way of seeing things may be of value if you're willing to advise in some way.
He stops and kind of like looks away from you and looks around. It's now as you're looking around as well, because obviously he pointed, brings your attention away from.
We're
the
right in the
conversation.
guard square with crossbowmen and swordsmen all around.
The exact opposite. You're
Screaming at us.
you're in one of the less important areas of the town, where there's 0 guards around whatsoever. And he says, "You mean these people, those that are less fortunate, those that are suffering under the tyrannical rule of an oligarchy?" Yeah. I
And-
understand exactly where you're coming from. I've seen it my entire life. I fought against it my entire life. I came here for peace, to put the demons that haunt me behind me. And unfortunately, the one place where I could finally find peace at night, I have to stare into the horrors all day. No, You're not forcing my hands. And no, I'm not going to give just insight. Something needs to be done to this place. It needs to be done in this place. Some course correction be made. However, a soldier would just storm the hill. A commander would have a battle plan.
Yes, and I think that's what I was working for. Kind of, maybe I worded it poorly. We know who is on the hill, as you put it, but I
Do you?
think, well, we at least know part of the hill. We know the immediate.
Who are the reinforcements? Who commands the reinforcements? What connections do they have? How quickly can they get them in place? Where are the supply lines? How do you sever them?
Those are very different questions than who's on the hill. Just want to point that out. But also, we don't have all that information. Gwen is unfortunately the one place we don't have all the connections in the council and everywhere else, but we do know a couple of things about, again, the guard and the guard's family. Unfortunately, we don't know where it spreads from there. We don't know all the connections. We don't know who we can trust and who we can't. That's why we walk to places like this to have conversations, or basements, or even out of town. Because, unfortunately for our good deed, we are met with some level of respect and appreciation from many, but unfortunately those with power, I think, may look at us otherwise, as a threat to the established order, or to more coin being made, even if they're by ill-gotten means. I think that our captain was maybe given his post as a punishment for failure, if I had to guess. I mean, honestly, for what we did and the amount of coin that we probably cost, be appointed to that position in the guard seems, looking to the other two, like, as counter him or support what he's saying, it seems as though I doubt it would be a reward, right?
Definitely deliberate, whatever the reason.
Yeah.
It could be a
And
punishment. It could be a safety net. It could be coincidence.
Now he's building an army in the middle of winter. For
Also
what
sounds
foe?
convenient.
That's what we're up against, and we can't take on an army. We can't take on the council. We are hopeful we can help a few good people get out of here to safety, but even that seems like a daunting task.
He sighs and says, you need to start preparing yourself. You need to start getting together information. You need your own support, reinforcements. So he uses, you need information, you need your own reinforcements, you need your own supplies. I mean, in the name of the gods, you need a stronghold. You need something.
We have a
Start
house
putting
with no
these details
furniture in the
together.
Chev.
What? What'd you say?
We have a house with no furniture in the Chev.
He'll actually give like a single huh to that because you mentioned it beforehand, and he says perhaps something with a tad more proximity.
we
There's
do.
Jed's crack.
He
Yep.
raises his eyebrow and looks at you because it sounds like blasphemy.
Because it's just a name. It's where we ousted the slavers from in the first place.
Ah, it's a charming name.
The alternatives weren't any better.
He says, "Oh, the wonderful thing about names is they can always be altered. If you want any chance at this, you need to start gathering these details. Until you have any of those, you have nothing. But if you came to me looking for anything, know you're walking away with this. You have my support. Hopefully, we can come up with the right plan. Hopefully, we can get the right people, that this is not some suicide mission. Though I have walked away from I have returned from a few of those before.
We hope to return from a few more.
If we have to go into them in the first place, it seems like we will.
He pauses, thinking for a few moments. Actually, on the information front, I did come across something interesting. There is a development over by the from a couple days ago when we spoke. There's a development over by the barracks. They're no longer just training lackadaisically. There's a bit more direction to them. They've recently acquired, I imagine they're mercenaries that have been hired to give a bit of direction. They don't have the air to them of somebody who's been properly military trained themselves, or at least that no longer sticks to their the conventions of their training. I think they're starting to outsource who it is that's going to be overseeing these individuals. It's not unusual for a small place like this that doesn't have their own rank and file to outsource for something like this. So individuals, mercenaries, adventurers, whatever they might be, that have a reputation that can be reliable, they'll pay the coin that they need to do to either train or command their soldiers when they move into battle. The convenience of it is it's easy to strike them down. It's easy to cause chaos and disarray on the battlefield. The downside is they use unconventional tactics that are a little bit harder to predict. So I'll be keeping an eye on who it is that's training them, what tactics they're using, at least as long as I am unknown.
That'll be good. Thank you.
No. Thank you for what you did for the people in this town before, and for wanting to do more.
Well, we saved a few and caused the suffering of many so far, so we need to do more.
We haven't caused any suffering. You know who caused the suffering.
Yes, but the dominoes fell after we knocked the first one over that led to this. This is our mess.
Gentlemen, please. Whether if you're looking for the name etched in stone, a warm bed with some soft skin, or just to fill an empty hole in your heart, I don't care. Let's not point the blame. We know what our task is before us.
Yes. You two can tell that Koa's not saying what he wants to say, but I don't know if Leon could.
He looks to Aldo and says, "Is this your fight?" Asks, "Is this your fight?"
My fight is their fight. Looks at the other two.
Sad.
He looks at the two of you, looks back to you, and raises an eyebrow and says, "I saw you for more of a free spirit."
Well, I'm only just seeing you.
He won't respond. Is there anything else you guys are hoping to say or talk to him about?
I don't think so at the moment.
We haven't told him Beltran was the head of the stuff, have we?
There was implied more than enough.
We've implied it a lot. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because about Jordan's crack, what he had done beforehand, this was his punishment, blah 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 blah, all that stuff. It was implied well enough without directly saying it.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. He's clearly not stupid. So
yeah. I was only asking just because of the earlier line where he was like, where he was kind of implying that, well, yeah, somebody who's inexperienced might do some crazy shit. So I was like, does he think he's just inexperienced?
Not Beltran himself.
Or, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Cool. Then yeah, I've got nothing.
Cool.
Nothing else for
he would start
Leon, at
walking
least.
back towards his hotel place, his inn, I should say, with you guys. So not So like you have a little bit more time of like open speech you can have before you eventually get to the part of town where there's guards and maybe want to quiet up a bit. So again, any open RP that you want to have with him, conversations to be had, or you can just kind of like drop the small talk. He also is perfectly fine with like 15 minutes of walking comfortably in silence.
There's probably the occasional question or comment, but I think Koa will be deep in
Yeah.
thought on the way back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably nothing major while he's still around.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Once we do get away from him, I would want a small RP with the three of us, though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sure. Yeah. That's perfectly fine, of course. And so, if it's just going to be small talk and what have you, nothing else to say. He'll just kind of break off from you guys, bid you good day, and let you know that he would eventually wants to show you the ropes of the games, but clearly you're otherwise occupied for now.
Yeah. Once it's just the three of us, this is what I mean, Aldo. I think that he's a trustworthy person, potentially a good ally, though there are a couple of concerns that I've noticed, trying to see it from your point of view. One of which being, do the parents want us to succeed in this mission? Do you think? Not necessarily Leon specifically, but their whole ability to conquer things isn't part of that driven by this?
Yeah, so
You're
I would
asking Aldo?
assume not.
Well, I'm asking both of you, but I'm trying to. Aldo was the one who was concerned about me speaking more, so I was directing it at him. But you're part of this, obviously.
Well, what's that supposed to mean, Mikhail?
Well, just that I'm from there, so we'll have different perspectives. It wasn't meant as an insult. Just you obviously see that nation in a way that I don't. It may be skewed
Yeah.
one direction if it's only your opinion.
I welcome both
Fair.
of your opinions.
My opinion is
Honestly, though,
as it is. I don't think they would want you to succeed.
If they knew the true cost.
Really?
But aren't
But-
they destined for failure? Wasn't that the whole part of it? Like, they're gonna keep pushing and growing, but eventually they'll destroy themselves like the mole did?
That's the curse, at least. Here. And
I'm just torn on whether or not Leon should know that we have an even bigger purpose than just Hot Gwen. I understand where I'm coming from, but I see Aldo's perspective, but I also am a bit curious whether or not Leon would want us to stop a curse that may affect... He is proud of his people's accomplishments. He was part of them.
yeah, but he's here for a reason. I mean, obviously he told us. I mean, I guess he can be proud of what he's done and even of his nation, but it doesn't mean he is not the Perrin, That's why he's here, not there.
Potentially affecting... I don't know. I think overall, obviously, it's good for all if we succeed, but
If he was worried about their military conquests, he wouldn't have left.
he speaks in a way where he sees things, 8 steps ahead or something. So perhaps he could see the good out of it if we explained it to him, but there is the potential that he may not like it. I don't know. That is the... If we were to bring it to him in the future, obviously we're not going to go tell him right now. I held my tongue best I could during our conversation. But,
You mean the details of the curse itself and our mission?
He doesn't know that we're trying to break it at all.
Right.
But if we told him some of it, I'm not sure we should tell him all of it, but I'm curious what you all think. That's the purpose of this conversation. We're going to need allies, and we're going to have to trust them and give them information. Eventually.
I think, in a way, he's answered that question for us. He was saying how we need more information. We need to know where things come from, what they're leading to, that type of thing. We only have so many details on the curses we're trying to break. I don't know how much assistance he can give until we know more.
Oh, I don't disagree with you, but when the time comes...
It's a hard thing to say, really, right?
Yeah.
I guess
As
it's
it
something
stands,
we'll have to get
we'll
to know
go.
him a bit
Sorry.
more and judge how he deals with this Hod Gwen situation. I don't know. Like I was saying, this whole curse business it has
Yeah,
ramifications greater than any of us can think of.
it does.
I don't know.
That's one of the reasons why I think it would be helpful to have his perspective, though. If he can see things moving around that haven't even moved yet, or teach us to look at things that way, perhaps it would help us predict what our actions, what kind of consequences could follow. Learning to see things or predict things or anticipate or have the right connections to get the feel of what might change. All of these things sound useful. Everything that he has done are inspiring in a way that getting to rule in such a way would be so beneficial rather than just reacting all the time, being able to anticipate. And that sort of, I
Then
don't
we
know,
need to
knowledge is
approach
something
with a
that
more.
intrigues me.
Then we need to approach with a more direct problem. Listen, right now, this curse is too general.
Yes, I
Once
agree.
we have more specific questions for him, then I'm fine entertaining the idea of bringing it to him. Me, personally. Um,
I agree. I think we need to
we'll
go
obviously
venture
need
into
to
more of
discuss
these
it.
places. We need to figure out which approach we want to take, whether it's all seven in the time that the moon does whatever it does, or three at the same time. And again, three at the same time means all of them probably require us having other people with us or trusting other people and having those put them at risk.
Yeah.
Uh, None of this is going to be clean and easy, but
We can
I
hope.
don't disagree that we hold off some of this information until we get to that point. But at that
Mhm.
point, his ability to see things and anticipate what might happen with his own people versus here versus everywhere else
I don't know. He
may be
still tends to
helpful.
agree with with what the parent are doing. You heard him talk himself. Like, sure, he said, "Oh, I don't agree with everything," but he agreed with like the
The
general
inclination.
direction they're taking.
Well, yeah. Lots of people do.
That's where my concern comes in and where that hesitation I have is.
I mean,
Lots of
there
people in
is.
Paradise do anyway, right?
This
Because
is
I mean,
ultimate
uh,
you go to
loyalty
Tasingdale,
line.
you go to any of the other places that they're warring, they don't agree with it.
I mean, sure, I've felt a good amount of that here. I mean, there's a reason I don't go around telling people where I'm from, but I don't know. I'm still piecing together why everyone seems to hate the place. I've got a decent picture of it, but I mean, frankly,
Where you come
there's.
from, Paradise is probably great, right? You've probably had nothing but good experiences. But I mean,
Yeah,
if you were growing up in that area and just say, you know, someone all of a sudden was like, "No, we're taking that area, and you're going to do what we say. You're gonna, you know what I mean? They take your home from you, and then put you in new laws and say you have to serve them for a certain amount of time. Like you see the issue?
right. And I can grasp that part. Um, but with like border conflicts and the like, that they happen elsewhere too, right? It's not
Yeah, but not
just
on a
Paradise.
scale of like
Of course
Paradise is
not.
the I don't even think they're the defender on any front. They are the attacker pushing their borders non-stop.
I wouldn't know. It's too big to tell, honestly.
But that's what breaking this curse is supposed to help do, is help kill that aggression to some extent.
It's
Before they
supposed to.
become, before they, for lack of a better word, cannibalize themselves because they're the only ones left to fight.
Right. The curse is part of that. And Aldo, don't get me wrong, I'm not disagreeing with you. I was more making the point of it's so damn big, like not no one person really knows what's going on everywhere at once. I don't know
No,
how
I
many
agree with you.
fights are happening.
And I get also your perspective of it, having you've only left Paradise to come here, right?
Yeah.
See, I've traveled through. I've traveled to through Yvance. I've traveled through Tasingdale. Like I have a bit more worldly experience, you might say. And I hear the gripes and the problems with things. But I'm sure if I lived in Paradise, I think it was the best place there is. Especially if I was born there.
Well, yeah, especially in Bard, it's pretty nice, I have to say.
Yeah,
But
it's just
I
different
do hear the
perspectives.
other things, right? And I've especially heard them since I've been here, and just what we were told about the ambition that exists in the pair, and the I don't even think that that word does it justice. There like needs to be a new word.
Mm.
But that curse being something that isn't just affecting Adir, something that affects the very people that run that nation, is an issue for everyone. So obviously, we do have to break it.
Do you think the
I don't
change
know
will
if
be
there's any.
instant? Do you think immediately the Perrin people will change? Liam possibly himself? Do you think obviously
I think
Adir would
that's
have to
impossible
find.
to answer, really.
Exactly. We just
I'm
have no
trying
way
to
to
think
know.
steps ahead to anticipate. Maybe I'm not doing it well.
Even anticipation
Some
takes a
things,
certain amount of
yeah.
information as a foundation.
There's no well, maybe there's a book on this. I guess we don't have all the encyclopedias yet, but I doubt that there's a book on this that shows you just, oh, yes, in the past, whenever the great curse of the nations was, this is probably a one-time thing. We're going to have to guess in the end and try to
It,
figure it out.
I mean, it's a matter of right now our choice is binary: break the curse or don't. Right? Until we get more information, that's what we've got.
I don't know. I feel like we need to. Adir
I
is
do
such a
too.
mess, and
I agree. No, I agree with you, Koa. And this kind of comes back to something I wanted to bring up again. The suffering happening, I'm going to continue to push back when you say it's our fault. I'm not going to wear that. We know whose fault it is. Just because we did what we needed to do, because the alternative was worse,
I wouldn't change
does
what we did, but I still feel responsible for what's happening. I don't blame us in the sense that we did wrong. I just feel like we toiled, we cleaned up one mess, and in doing so, we knocked over a vase. And we knocked over the vase because we got punched in the side. So ultimately, the man who punched us was at fault. But if we weren't in the room, the vase wouldn't have been knocked over to fall and break. But we still need to clean up the vase.
I get where you're coming from, but if a person didn't punch us in your example, they didn't make that choice because that's the choice that was made. None of the rest of the things happen. No one got hurt. No vase was broken.
Who's going to stand up to the person throwing punches then, if not us?
It's got to be us. But
Why
look,
does it gotta be
this
us? Aldo says with a sigh.
Everyone else is content,
because
Aldo. You yourself were once content, and now Leon asked why you do this, and you said you do whatever we're doing. I mean, it's growing on you whether you realize it or not. There's a greater purpose. Something there's something here worth pursuing. There's goodness that needs to be done, and no one is doing it. And it eats
yeah,
away at me. I
shit's
don't know about
unfair.
you. But watching everyone stand idly by, I mean, Edric wouldn't do anything for less than whatever amount of coin he charged. And here he is putting his life at risk to help people get out. So that change was brought about because we decided to interfere. Perhaps people just need to see that first step. They see someone else doing something and then they'll start to help. But no one's bold enough to take that first step because there's so much risk involved. But we've already started. We've already started running up the hill. And I keep confusing and conflating metaphors here. But
No, you're right, Ko. That's the whole it's the whole ethos of the Valiant few, right? Someone's got to do this shit. And if enough people see us doing it, then maybe they'll step up.
Yeah, well, then we keep doing this stuff and we end up creating some type of power vacuum, and then we end up finding ourselves playing politics. And playing politics is very hard. It's a dirty business, and it's very hard to keep your hands clean.
we're finding
Just remember
people.
that.
We're finding good people. Perhaps we can help direct these people to take over the leadership void. Or, we can find the right people to step in to lead these different cities.
Yeah. Maybe.
Be hell of a find. Power corrupts most.
Well, then we stay on an advisory role and stop it and tell them if they fall back into old habits, we'll be there to clean it up again.
Yeah, we do our best. At the end of the day, we're just people, you know?
Yes, but we're people with heart.
Yeah.
Aldo peels back the disguise. He's actually an alien.
With 3 hearts.
It's actually Lenore.
My husband!
Bitch has been listening to us this whole time. What'd you do with Aldo? He's still in the bath.
Helicopter.
Oh.
Time goes round and round like Aldo's cock.
What was that old website? It was like spinningbeef.com or something like that, and it was supposed to be, someone was like, yeah, no, they put a cow on this thing, and they I forget what you used to tell people. There was like a line you would tell.
All right, I know
on the
exactly what
website.
you're talking about.
Yeah, you know what I mean. But it was actually.
Yeah,
I
I can tell you what it is. I don't know if it is it still a thing.
It was like 20 years ago. So
Yeah, I know.
What was it called?
Meat spin.
Meat Spin. That's right. Meatspin.com.
I'm going to go back to the RP now.
Now I have to Google it. Is meatspin.com still a thing? I'm looking.
I don't know if you want that in your history.
Incognito, bruv.
Yeah, that does it.
True.
Gonna be
That
audio
protects you.
playing through the stream.
Oh god. Okay.
Is it?
Yeah, it's still there. It's slightly different than I remembered, though.
All right.
Is your life enriched by this knowledge?
Stop Scott. Back to game.
Sorry. Okay. I remember what it is.
You don't remember. Jake told you. I think you forgot that already.
I don't remember anything. I'm so scattered now.
So, all right. Any more we need to RP about that? Not the meat, but the other stuff.
I think we finished it.
Okay. We need to meet with Gwen, and then figure out the rest of.
Yeah.
Mikhail
All right,
and
cool. Gwen.
Noah's failure.
Let's go to Gwen first. So, before we go to Gwen, well, no, let's do that RP with Gwen, and that's another thing I'll do afterwards. So, you go to meet with Gwen a few days later, and is it just Koa going, or are the others joining along?
I don't know what type of meeting this is.
I've forgotten.
Oh, we're going to have sex.
Then it's just Koa.
Would you come cuck, or would you? No.
We'll leave it be. We'll leave you be.
No, what were we? We were following up.
Well,
we were
let's
talking
RP
about
about
the
it.
books. The books were one of the. Well, Koa's gonna have like his own private dinner with
Okay.
her, or whatever. But we also were gonna have her see the books, and we're gonna figure out a time to go look at that lab.
Okay. Yeah, I have to try to teach her the cipher thing.
Why was that so quickly on top of your head, Jake? You know, never mind. Don't care.
It's that thing that is just it sticks with you.
I mean, it stuck with me, obviously.
That's
but
what I'm
for
saying.
You, it was crystal clear.
I'm not gonna bring up a couple of things that I immediately thought of that were like from 20 years ago that were terrible either. So we're gonna let those die.
But this
in the
isn't
past.
terrible. It's just, you know.
There's a couple that were.
Yeah. By the way, so you go to just Koa goes to see her. So
No.
If
Because
this
it's
is
about
about
books.
the books, then no.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So are you going to swing
Because
by
that's
her
teaching the
shop
cipher.
rather than the dinner? Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
Koa's gonna have a dinner with her, but we don't really need to RP a lot there. That can just be they go and spend time together, unless I need to roll for that. But they've already spent like a month together, so I feel like their relationship's probably pretty solid. But I think they wanted to talk about the alchemy lab and the books, Scott, as a group.
Cool. So you guys can go because you're going to go to the lab as a group. You're not doing that now. That's not going to happen until after the time hop. So
That's fine, but we're gonna have
Yeah.
a meeting and talk about it at least.
yep, that's fine. So we can do that one now. So you go into her shop, and you know on a day where you know it's going to be slower or whatever it is. Wait, would you want to talk at her shop? Or would you want to talk outside of it?
No, this is where we wanted to meet up with her and show her the books.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
I'm supposed to teach her the cipher.
On the day where the shop is closed. So the day that the shop is closed or whatever it is, so you got to go see her, and that day she just happens to be tired. She's just exhausted, and so
All right,
you
then fine. We wait till the day where she's in a good mood.
okay, so you have to wait a couple more weeks. Anyways, so she's just tired that day, but that doesn't mean she's not in a good mood. So when you go and meet up with her, whatever the meeting location is, Wade, where would the meeting location be? Clearly, at this point in time, you would no longer be at the fancy inn.
I mean, this is probably if the hotel we're staying in is safe enough for Mikhail and Elliot to read the books, then hopefully it's safe enough for us to show her the books there, right?
Yeah, sure. Would you all try to stay at the same place, or would you try to like for instance, like where they are is very close to the hospital? Would you try to get a place that's maybe closer to Gwen's shop, which isn't terribly far from the hospital? Would you try to be closer to somewhere else in the town? You guys don't all have to be in the same building. Like, you have winter. You can, like, take a break from each other.
I don't think Koa would care too much where he stays.
Yeah, I'd probably be close to the hospital because...
We already know where you are. You're in the same one as Elliot.
Okay.
Yep.
I don't know where I'm staying. We can worry about that in a minute, but we'd probably meet up at that one because that's where Elliot and
I
Mikhail
imagine
have the
Jaaek
books.
stays in, like, the low-life area. Like, nice and close to the ruins, so on and so forth. Probably places as cheap as possible in case he has to spend money or whatever. And so we can actually say, because of how close it is to where she is and the convenience of that's where other friends are, and Koa is way more social than Aldo, we can actually say that you are the same place as the other two. So when you guys go use the room with that has the desk, two people can comfortably be inside this room at the same time. With 4 people inside this room, it's definitely one of those situations where you're cracking the window.
Koa would stand back.
Yeah, but you're definitely cracking the window to be able to see a little bit more. Either way,
This would be a Mikhail, Elliot, and Gwen moment. Like, Koa is not like possessive or jealous. He's just gonna be like, "Listen, y'all nerd out about the books. I'll be in the other room. I care, but also like, I can't teach Gwen the cipher. Y'all go for it."
Well, you don't want to learn the cipher? I can teach you too. It's not that hard.
I mean, he'll listen, and you've gone over it with him, but like, this is clearly your guys' forte.
Yeah.
Sorry. Sneeze. Building up. So either way, you all can fit in there. It's just tighter.
Okay.
You're good. You imagine there's lots of periods of time where like Koa is just sitting on the bed, like totally like a teenager. It's like sitting there on the bed, like one leg up, on the ground. Just kind of like, hey, I'm hanging with.
They're nerding out when I could be making out with my girl.
Yeah. Oh. The dorm. They're hanging out in the dorm room. So
hard. I think I got a pimple.
You are 18. So either way, you're going back to it. So you guys are there looking. So first, when she first shows up, just to RP that, and we're gonna do a bunch of little jumps. So when she first shows up, it's one of those things. She's just tired. She's just exhausted. But she comes in. She's like, into the meeting area of the same inn. She's like, oh, hey guys, it's nice to see you. I'm kind of excited about today. I was told you have some interesting stuff to show me.
Yes. Very. Sit. Got like the book open already.
It's like the Simpsons couch. So you're just like patting the bench, like.
She goes
This is
over
going to be very enlightening.
She goes
He's
over
like actually in a good mood.
and takes a seat, and she's like, all right.
This tired RP is entirely unnecessary at midnight for us after long days.
Yeah.
Yes.
She could just be fine, Scott. You are doing this to us for no reason.
She can't be for a good reason. And
well,
so
you don't have to do this to us.
And so she's like, okay, let's get into it. And you guys can start like going over the details. Give me the short and skinny there, Keegan.
What? Why do I have
Give him your
you
penis.
know the things?
Oh,
Are you showing her 100% of everything and so on and so forth?
Specifically the volume that we found in the keep, the one that has the mole alchemy. I'm not trying to break both ciphers on both books, just that one.
Yep.
So that she can give some kind of insight into it because she knows alchemy and we don't.
Yeah. She's like,
so yes, I'm not going to hide anything, basically.
I don't get this puzzle. How are you you're really good at this. Like really good at this. And then like another part, she's like, this one doesn't make any sense either. And the reason why she's struggling with it is because you and Elliot speak tall. She's short. I mean, doesn't speak tall. She doesn't speak the mole native language. She speaks,
Daelric.
Perrin, and she's knows her way around Glen well enough to do trades, but like doesn't fully speak Glen. So it makes it a much, much harder thing for her to solve puzzles based off words she doesn't understand. And so
Mhm.
it is much harder for her to do. So whereas what's his name, Elliot was able to kind of like blast through it. You're kind of like working her through it. You're more or less translating it for her and allowing her to have the information that way, which
Mhm.
a combination of her being tired and her failing in doing this is like a frustration for her. And at one point in time, she even says, I wish I could just translate it myself. It's a simple incantation. And you can even see there's like a long pause moment where she like focuses on the book, like she's contemplating it. But then she's just like, frustratedly stands up and says, I'm going to go get some tea. Does anybody need anything?
I'll accompany you.
And she'll like, she'll look at you and give like a gentle smile. And then she'll, head out the door. I don't know if anybody asked for anything else, by the way. Sorry.
Mm.
Cool. And she heads down.
I don't know if you want to repeat it or not, but Koa would inquire as to why she's so tired and if everything's okay.
Oh, I had a hard time. I think I had a hard time sleeping last night. It's one of those dreamless nights. You know what I mean? Like nothing, happens at all. But I just every once in a while, it's like the day I have off. Of course, I'm always the most tired. It's like, I don't know. I think I'm just like, I can't sleep so easily because I'm just worried about my shop, all day. I'm just, because I'm not there. What if somebody broke in? I make a point to not even walk by there, but still sometimes on my day off, I walk by the shop and I'm probably sounding a little bit crazy. I'm sorry.
No, I understand. This dreamless nights happen. In fact, I welcome them. Sometimes the dreams are less pleasant, but is this something unusual?
No. I've always been that way ever since. I mean, I lost so much. It's the baby that I have here, and it's the one connection I still have to all that I learned before, and the closest I can get to those skills. And if anything happens to that, I just feel like that shop is my tether. You know what I mean?
I told you, and I intend to keep my word, that once some of the bigger things going on settle down a bit, and even while it's going on, I will scour the country to find some way to help you to get back what you've lost.
She nods and said like an appreciative smile, and then it was almost like instinctively she like goes and like leans her like, cause like where you guys are standing with tea or whatever, she like leans her head on like your chest for a second. She's like, "You're always so sweet, Koa." And then like a couple of seconds later stands up and says, "Okay, it's time for me to woman up. Let's get this done." And then she turns and says, "Hopefully Mikhail can keep translating it," and then walks off.
I certainly can't.
He's been up there like trying to make a cheat sheet, and he's like, "This doesn't really work for a whole language. I can do the numbers." Like,
Elliot's just
yeah.
like, "I can't believe we were only there for 3 nights. I mean, Mikhail, did you hear that music? Did you see that? Your feet floated on the floor. There wasn't a partner that didn't know how to dance. Was it the enchantment? Were they only that good at dancing? Because no, I have to assume that they were talented. They're all, what's that old fairy tale? But you meet the woman in the ball. I have to assume that's it. If only I could find my perfect person."
Is that what you were looking for?
No, I was looking for a dancing partner, Mikhail. Why aren't you focusing?
I am on. He like motions to the book and like all of the papers he's got scattered.
Oh, I know, and she doesn't seem to be the brightest. He says,
Like looks quickly at the door, make sure she's not just standing there.
It's Koa with an axe as lightning strikes.
he's like,
Oh,
he's like,
Koa,
yeah,
I was just gonna see myself out. No.
He goes, "You know
Close
what
the
I
door
mean."
behind you, Mikhail.
He goes, "You know what I mean. I love Gwen. She's great, but like,
It's the language
No.
barrier. She's
no. Listen, Mikhail, we need to get another night there.
Is
By
Elliot
we-
having like one
You're
of those
still
fucking moments like
stuck
every
on
NPC
this.
where he just slowly goes into becoming an asshole?
No, he's wants to go back
He's
to the
fucking
dancing place.
spiraling.
Oh, I love Gwen to death. 1 week later, she's kind of a fucking idiot.
No, he made a one-off comment while she wasn't in the room.
I'm just
Anyways.
saying, Scott, every NPC
Oh,
you
hush.
give us, the more you talk to him.
And so
Right, Elliot, did you ever ask them how much it costs to get a normal stay?
he looks at you with blood draining from his face that tells you the answer is yes. And he says, use these glyphs instead of those. It'll help translate it better for her. And like you look down and you're like, oh, actually, that does make sense.
Oh yeah, see, now you're focusing. Lock in.
Mhm. And eventually the two of them will come in and you keep working through it. She doesn't get the ciphers. That's just not how her mind works. She can't translate those. They don't make sense to her. She's not a linguist, right? But once you actually start like breaking through the language barrier for her, which, you know, you start with that, you know, that day, barely breaking through, she's able to start like putting some, she's like, oh, let me do some little experiments. But then, you know, a couple weeks later, when she has her day off again, she again ends up coming in just fucking exhausted, and or what have you. And then she's like, you know, okay, I did some experiments with what you were talking about, and I did see some amount of reactions that happened there. I want to be clear, I'm not that kind of alchemist. I'm, you know, I run an herbalist shop, not an apothecary. I know how to mix some things, salves and so on, but that's not my forte. But I did meet somebody in town. They've been in town for winter. She might be able to help us. I mean, not with the book, not with the book. I'm not saying to divulge everything to her, but she might be able to help put 2 and 2 together with these sorts of details. She'd come by the shop a couple times, so she's not like a friend. She's an acquaintance. Seems really nice though.
Okay. What does she do? Who is this person?
Oh, she's not from around here. She's she knows alchemy. I know that's because that's what she came by, but she's more of a an archaeologist, I guess.
Interesting. Huh.
She,
Okay.
same as you guys. You just, and she kind of like tosses a friendly look over at Koa. Just stranded here for the winter.
Let's hope it's a long winter then.
She looks back at Mikhail and just like you can see like not intentionally, but she's looking at Mikhail and her like, you know, face like gets all rosy or whatever. At the response, but
Yeah, he kind of flashes a quick, like, good one sort of look at Koa before focusing
Oh,
back
he
on
looks
the book.
smug at you. He's like, I know. You said she was tired again?
yeah, unfortunately, because again, it's the same idea as like she has a hard time sleeping the night beforehand,
And has
Before
like
a day
one
off?
day off a week. So
Yeah. or every other week even. Yeah.
If I keep like
Oh,
slowly
geez, 1 day
prying
off
into
every
this
2
whenever I
weeks.
see her, will she ever tell me anything more about why this is a thing?
No, she doesn't know. She wishes she knew. It's just she's always so exhausted. Just she thinks it's stress. Her assumption, as she told you beforehand, and she doubles or triples down on that. She just thinks it's stress because it's like, you know, every day, all day, it's what she does, and it's her 1 day away from it. But she's kind of like a workaholic and can't walk away, and so she's like, I'm told I'm supposed to take a day off, but when she does it, she's just like, I feel like I'm missing a portion of myself, you know. So
Mhm.
Okay, so that's a genuine thing. I don't need to roll like a sense motive like she's hiding some.
No. At least it comes off as genuine. You know what I mean? Like if there's, you know, thinks she's hiding anything, yeah, you're welcome to roll a sense motive if you want to, but you genuinely don't think there's anything hidden there.
Yeah.
It's certainly not with an 11. So, anyways, so
Do we get a name for this person we're supposed to meet? Or that
Um,
I'm supposed to bring this to?
yeah, her name's Ashanti. I'd love to introduce you to her. I can arrange for her to be at the shop sometime if you want to come by.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I'll,
just come by in a
I'll take
couple of days. I'll send you word.
Some
Koa.
notes.
Cool. Awesome. So jump cut to a different setting. So at the what's it called? The hospital. One day, you're there, and somebody comes walking up to you. He's an older-looking gentleman, human, looks to be maybe in his mid-40s or so. You know, straight-backed. Clearly, he carries himself like somebody who was likely born and raised around. Maybe it was money, or maybe it was just, you know, high education. He has that air to him that you typically would find around like the universities. You know what I mean? Something that's not unaccustomed to you. His accent is different than you're familiar with, but, you know, he speaks Perrin, you know, perfectly clear. It's, you know, again, a mild accent. So he's been speaking Perrin fluently probably since a young age. So again, very mild accent from wherever he's from. And he walks around with a cane. He has a bit of a limp to him, so he walks the cane in the opposite hands to support his injured leg. And he comes walking and he says, "Excuse me, boy, may I inquire for a moment?"
Just gonna look up at him. Who's asking?
He says, "I've come here from. I've traveled from Westwood. Unfortunately, the medicine that I typically take, it is no longer in stock at my home, and my pain has grown rather severe. I haven't come in person before to collect it. Somebody else used to do this for me. Either way, they said they acquired it from Gwen, so I assumed it was from the hospital. Is this where I can purchase medicines for myself?"
I don't think the people don't purchase medicine here, right? They pretty much go to.
Yeah, correct.
No, this is more like a treatment facility.
I understand, but my prior contact would come to Gwen to purchase the medicine for me. It was nothing illegal, of course.
Right, from a herbalist, probably.
It sounds familiar, yes.
Yeah, that would be Guinevere's shop. And I'll give him directions.
Oh, thank you. He looks about and he says, "I knew they mentioned something about a young lady, but I assumed maybe it was one of the nurses that were about here. My apologies. Thank you for your assistance." And
I don't think so. Like looking around in case anybody's going to correct me or anything.
nobody seems to correct you. He says, "You know, thank you for your assistance." And he leans over and he hands you a Mooney.
Oh. Okay. Oh, thank you. Do you? I see he has a cane. I go, do you need help getting there? I can show it to you. I've been there before.
Appreciate the offer, but rest assured, I'm more than capable. I traveled here from Westwood, did I not?
Sure. You knew the way, of course. So.
And he says, "Good day to you, sir," and turns and will, you know, again walks out with his cane, walks out of the place. Cool. Jump cut to one of the days that, you know, Koa happens to be hanging out inside of the shop prior to this archaeologist meeting endeavor, which we can handle later on. And this gentleman comes walking in, you know, so the bell rings, ding, and you know, you're there, and she's like, you know, you're like standing on one side of the counter, she's on the other side. The two of you are you know, engaging in Mikhail's suggested conversation, talking about things that you just enjoy in life and adventures that you've been on, cutting out maybe some details. Not
It's
that you're,
Koa.
huh?
Some details.
I mean,
He'll
like,
make things
right?
less gory for her, but like,
I'm not talking about the gore. I'm talking about the ladies there were pretty good looking. Maybe don't go too in depth, you know, like, and kind of like leave it at, you know. But either way, so you guys are having a conversation, whatever it is, and so it's one of those things where maybe hours have gone by without being interrupted or whatever, and then all of a sudden the bell goes off, and she has that same reaction of like, all of a sudden she, you know, starts like somebody dropped a book next to her, and she freezes for like a good, you know, second and a half, whatever it is, and she goes, "Excuse me, hello," she says, kind of like stepping away from where you are at the counter, and walks over. Welcome. How may I help you?" And you see a gentleman walk in again in his mid-40s or so, human gentleman. He walks in. "Pardon me, I was told by a gentleman over at the hospital that this is a place where I can purchase a particular pain medicine that I used to have someone pick up for me before." "Oh, potentially. It depends on what the ailment is." And he goes over describing whatever it is, and she's like, yeah, I think I have something for that. And she starts walking away over to the to where she has some stuff, and she lifts him up, and he's like, "No, it wasn't that." Then she stops, and she's like, "Wait, the person that used to come pick up for you, and like, she mentions the name, and he's like, indeed, yes, that is who it is. You recall? Oh yeah, no, how is he? Oh, it's nothing, nothing bad happens. He just happened to have gotten engaged and chose to find his fortunes over in Forvin rather than sticking around in Westwood, figuring there was better opportunity without too much crime. And she's like, oh, good for him. I'm glad he was, there's again a little bit of back and forth or whatever.
Ko
as
is about I guess we don't know what happened with Julius's trial, or maybe we do at this point, but Ko was thinking about all that shit in Forvin. He's like,
Yep, keep it shut.
Mm-hmm.
And so she eventually goes over and kind of compiles together a couple of things and puts it there. And she's like, I do have here the what you have. I do have to say, though, it is a bit expensive. He goes, no, I understand. I knew that plus a delivery fee was expensive beforehand. So she goes, unfortunately, with the winter being as it is, prices have gone up a little bit because my supplies are a bit lower. I do apologize. Gouging. I understand. And he says it with like a bit of a jovial tone to it, and she, like a crack of a whip, immediately starts like getting meek and shrinking back, like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. And he's like, no, of course, I'm just kidding. And she's like, okay, I'm glad you understand. I do apologize. And so there's like this back and forth or whatever. And eventually she does ring up for what it is. And she tells him, she's like, this is going to come up to 3 gold pieces for the amount that you're asking for here. I could get you more, but there's not much of a supply. I don't know how long this is going to last you. And he's like, indeed. I have the 3 gold. Don't mind that. And he starts reaching into his coin purse and he says, it's not even really worth taking the trip back to Westwood with the amount of supply you have here and the pain that I've been experiencing this winter. When do you expect to have more of a supply coming in? And she informs, like, just a few weeks. Thinks for a few moments. A few weeks then. Fine, I can do that. Is there an inn that you would suggest while I'm in town? Somebody had suggested the color spray, but it's a bit ostentatious, if you ask me. She's like, well, if you're not too worried about the amenities, and she mentions, funny enough, the inn that you're staying at there, Koa. She said, my friend here, gesturing to you, he's staying at the inn. Koa, what's your opinions? And he turns and full on looks at you.
how is this inn?
It's very blah. If you were to give a Yelp review, you would wish that there was a 2.8, but you can only give her 3 or a 2.
Out of 5?
Out of 5.
It's it has all the things you need. It's not a particularly exciting place, relatively bland and boring, but perhaps that's what you're looking for. Bed is fine, space is fine. I don't feel particularly unsafe there.
Is there likely to be crime?
Not that we've experienced yet. No, this part of town seems to be watched relatively well.
And the sorry, is it far from here?
No, it's just a block or 2 away.
Well enough. The door rings. Aldo comes in because he has to talk to you about the stone to purchase or sell, whatever it is. Aldo, comes walking in. He's like, that sounds fine enough. I think I can. He's like, that sounds fine enough. I think I'll stay there. Thank you for your suggestion and for your services. Again, when your supplies come in, I would like to purchase as many as you're willing to part with. I understand you likely have other back orders as well. And she says, I don't yet, but I do run primary supply for the hospital, and they do use a good amount of those herbs. Please, don't let me come between the well-being of those being served at the hospital, but whatever it is that you feel you can spare, the more makes the trip more worthwhile. And as you come walking in, Aldo, you're hearing this gentleman speak. Oh boy. It's been a hot minute since you've heard it, but you know that accent. I mean, clearly his native language is Golden. You can hear the way he's mouthing the certain, letters or whatever. But that is absolutely a watered down Yovance accent. Hands down, no question. And the fact that he
Okay.
is dressed as well as he is, as straight backed as he is, and so on and so forth. If you had negative opinions of Paradel, I don't know what Aldo's opinions of Yovance are, but either way,
Mhm.
he says, thank you. I appreciate it. Your coin. And he puts the 3 gold down and, grabs up the herbs and he turns to walk away. Sees Aldo, just kind of, because he sees him, he just gives like a smallest of head nods, just an acknowledgement because he's walking by you, but nothing. It's one of those things where you're almost surprised that he even acknowledged you. Maybe it's because you're dressed well.
Mhm.
Anyways, because you're planning, well, actually, maybe you're not planning to go to the bank yet. But anyways, go ahead.
Aldo would just give him a general greeting in Golden. Just to let him know, I know who you are.
So you say something to him in Golden. He'll actually turn and stop to look at you. How are you dressed? Are you dressed well because, or are you dressed like a slum because you've been hanging out there?
No, this is coming on more after, like when I'm coming to talk about the stuff. So I'm dressing better. Aldo's also when he's not doing those kind of dodgy things, has started dressing better. Like that stay in the color spray. He was really like, yeah, I like the way I look. Like, you know what I mean? I need to start dressing a bit better. So it does look good.
Sure. He looks at you and he says to you in Golden, like it returns the greeting, right? But he returns the greeting with, funny enough, he says it to you like what would be a standard a Malton pleasantry in Golden, because he's because you only said one thing to him, he's making the wrong mark, and so
Yeah.
he says something it's a pleasant greeting, but Amalda's not been a part of Galdaria in many years, right? So he
Yeah.
says it to you as a return, and he says, pleasure to make your acquaintance. What brings you here?
Still talking in Golden. He kind of he says, close, wrong region, but close. I've come to see my friend. And he gestures at Koa.
He doesn't look back over his shoulder. He goes, well, it's nice to encounter somebody that speaks the native tongue, even if your work around the words is a little, it's a little sour. I'm getting tired in real life, but some such, right? Just trying to be playful. He says, what part of Galdaria are you from?
The capital.
Raises an eyebrow. A family I would know.
Oh, we've only just met. Take me out to dinner first.
He goes, indeed I will. I could use pleasant conversation. My apologies. I'm being incredibly rude. He extends a hand and says, Landor de Bellum.
Yeah, Aldo shakes his hand. And he just says, Aldo.
You say Aldo, and he'll shake your hand. He'll say, I'm staying in an inn not too far from here. Your friend will actually be able to inform me which one, as it's the one he's staying at. Perhaps we can speak soon. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. For now, I've got to go and rest my old leg.
The pleasure's mine. Thank you. And he'll just shake his hand and go to
And he
Koa.
walks out.
What an Easter egg. Wow. Can't believe that just happened. Landor Calrissian here in a deer.
Oh. Well, if he was
We already
Landor
had our-
Calrissian, he would have already kissed your girl.
He basically tried. He gave the nice little joking, like, 3 gold, you gouging me?
That could have been a genuine question.
It wasn't. Because he took her hand and, like, gave it the smooch on the way and, like, looked at me while he did it.
Takes the hand to smooch, but actually licks her from the chin, from like the jaw to the forehead.
I remember when Lando did that. Yeah.
Yeah, he used his full venom tongue.
That was in The Empire Strips Back.
All right, go ahead.
All I can think of now is the Boondocks episode that Billy D. Williams is in.
Aldo, was there any more, because we already did the RP with Wade, was there any more that you would touch on that about who you just encountered, or would you just kind of like leave that be?
I mean, he'd make a remark like, funny Leon was talking about your event, so we seems like we're encountering some nobility in the city. I don't know how that's what that bodes. Though
Oh, this man was
I guess
a
I'll learn more about
noble.
them. He seems that way. There's only one way you get rich in events.
But he said he was from Westwood. Why would a noble? Well, then again, Leon's who Leon is. I guess maybe he got tired of being important in Yavance.
Maybe he was from one of the areas that Paradol have taken and fled before its fall.
Staying in Westwood would put him right on the border of Paradol. It's kind of close to his enemy, isn't it? If that's the case.
Possibly. I mean, he's technically Nadir. It is close, though. They seem to be preoccupied with fighting the war there and advancing their border. And I don't think they'll just turn tail for one person, as long as they're going and out of their hair.
Well, it sounded like you two got along all right. Perhaps you'll run into each other again. You're staying at our our inn.
Yeah, maybe I'll drop by there. I do have something to talk to you about, and that's when he goes into that RP we had before.
Okay, and then you guys would head down to the what's it called? Head down to the bank to go and acquire your things. So this is like after you're 7 weeks in. Go down there to acquire that. So you guys go walking into the bank. It does look different than it was before. You haven't been here forever. First and foremost, there are more guard out front. Like before, they were 3 or 4, whatever it is. There's 7 of them now.
Actual guards or still the shitty dudes?
Great question. They have swords. They have crossbows. Now,
That's a lot.
let's be honest. If they drew those swords, they're probably molded. If you looked close at the crossbows, they probably have cracks in the spine. You know what I mean? They probably are there's probably fraying in the string. They're probably not in the best condition. Like this, these aren't, high educated, well trained, so on and so forth. They are loyal enough, getting paid enough to do enough. You know what I mean? But either way, you get the kind of vibe as you're approaching. But there's 7 of them around here. That's a little insane. And so you guys go walking up, and you go like, "Hey, what do you want here?" Like, "We have an account here, so on and so forth." Mm-hmm. And they, let you in. Like, "We're watching you," but that's just because you're not dressed in your fancy clothes. You're just well enough. You know what I mean? And so you go walking into the place. And when you go inside there's also, on this level where there wasn't beforehand, a guard that's standing there. Now, the guard that's standing there actually has a full blown sword, like a large sword, with him, like Koa has, but not sheathed. Like he has resting on his shoulder as he's comfortably walking around with it, so on and so forth. Just absolutely fucking ridiculous. And as you guys walk, towards the front counter and look up behind you, there's still the same, you believe the same people. You're not 100% sure, but the 3 individuals up above, giving you the total count that you can see of armed people to 11 that you can see. Who knows if there's anything beyond that? That's insane. And then you go up to the counter, and they probably don't remember you, but you remember it's the same person that you had seen beforehand.
Hello, I'm here to check on things in my account. However, it's going to be a bit complicated because one of the things...
Just give me your name, please, sir.
Koa Attila.
Koa Attila. And do you have a writ or something for what it is that's under your name?
He'll show, his stuff.
Yeah. Okay, cross-referencing here, cross-referencing... Oh! Sir, I'm sorry to inform you that your account has been closed.
All right, Scott fucked us again. What do you mean our account was closed?
You can see he's growing a little bit red, and as the conversation's going on, little beads of sweat start to appear on his head as he's growing nervous. He goes, "Oh, there was a shuffle that happened some time ago, and a few changes were made, and
These changes need to be unmade because they were a mistake, and I left gold in your care, as you can see here, and I expect it to be here."
Yes, you left gold in the care of those that own the the bank, and they some of the accounts were seen as default, and they have been closed. Not many, just a small handful,
A
dozen
very
or so.
specific 3.
Just maybe a dozen or so. He says, like, his throat clearly getting dry. You know, he's trying to swallow.
And
running a
who's
dry
going
throat.
to fix this mess and give me my money?
I would be more than happy to those that own the bank would probably be the ones that could.
Who owns the bank?
Unfortunately, it's not openly known.
So I need to go find someone who I can't find to fix this problem.
I understand, sir. It's a bit of a a conundrum.
There was another account sent for something for me under the name Cullen Jim Smith. Is it Cullen?
Give me a moment here. It was not Colin. That's the son. The older one's.
Cleveland was his son, I thought.
Yeah.
Cleveland was the
Cleveland's
son.
son. Oh, maybe it is Colin. Whatever. I think it's a different name for the
He's
older one.
Yellen or something like that.
Yellen.
Yellen,
Yellen with a
Cullen.
Y.
Yellen.
Yellen. Thank you.
Yeah.
He looks and he goes, yes. There's a few items that are here in Yellen's name, and indeed, your name is an authorized person to make a withdrawal. I'd be more than happy to process this for you, sir.
Yes, I'd like to make a withdrawal before you lose that too.
Sir, understood. He says, and he says,
Koa does not look pleased, and he does not look like he cares that there's 11 people here that are armed.
yeah. He says, watching this happening and probably also annoyed because of their own money inside there, you see, what's his name? Fucking Aldo looks around and sees that as Koa was growing agitated, the person walking around with a sword, their attention eventually, because they were like pacing around, eventually their attention kind of like stopped and they turned, and even though they're quite a bit away, they're watching the situation from afar because they heard the ire starting to rise. But either way, so you notice that they noticed you, but they haven't approached yet. Anyways, he's like, please just sign right here, and I'll go get that immediately. And it's like,
We'll read whatever it is he's citing.
Yeah. And he leaves he leaves the quill with you as he walks off. And you can see it's literally just a authorization of withdrawal. And the names must be listed. One of these, it has the names that are listed there, and so on and so forth. And so you sign it, and they compare that with an earlier signature that you have had on their documents. And he says, it's a good thing I still have this old signature for verification.
Koa doesn't smile back.
He produces a small chest, and he says, rest assured that they've been well looked after. And he puts on the thing and slides it forward.
He makes sure that they're all in there that are supposed to be.
Yep, you open it up, and it is, whether you had seen them or not before, I can't recall for all
He
of them.
showed them to me, I think.
Okay, cool. They're all exactly as you had seen beforehand, 100%.
I trusted you with my money. It's most unfortunate that you've let me down.
Aldo
He'll take it and
produces his
start to
own
leave.
stuff. Aldo puts his hand on Koa. He goes, hang on a second. Aldo puts his own papers forward just to confirm that his has also been cancelled.
He looks it over and he goes, after he finds it up, he's like, I'm at a loss of words, gentlemen.
You're at a loss. So our money has been stolen. It was in your care, and it has been taken.
Gentlemen, this is not something that I can do anything about.
No, I understand. I understand perfectly well. But you know who else will understand? Every influential person, anyone who has money in this bank, let it be known that their money is not safe here. And it is going missing.
Sir, that is a very valid point. And he gets whispered tones, and he like leans in, and he's like, I'm not sure how loudly I would say it. And you can see like he's not trying to threaten, he's genuinely like afraid saying this to you.
Yeah.
Like he's trying to be nice because he feels horrible about what's happening. Because if it was one, he's like, this is awful. Let's just get through this. Pull the Band-Aid. Oh fuck, there's two of them. You know what I mean? Like oh shit. And so he's just like
Yeah.
because he knows that he's safe right now. He knows he won't be safe when he walks home later or when he's taking a shit at outside of an inn, or like he's not an idiot, you know. So
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, he's just an employee. So he's just like, well,
I just work at Dollar General. Like,
never thought this is how you'd
Um,
stab in an alley, but you know.
Aldo's finished at that, and he'll turn with Koa to leave.
Fucking hell.
So he gives that like, I don't know how loud I would, and maybe even before like he finishes, you just kind of like you said, grab your papers and turn with Koa because you're not going to leave your paperwork here, right?
No.
So you grab your paperwork and you
It's so valuable.
you never know. And so you turn to leave.
I swear to God, we called this when we were first doing this bank interaction.
I mean, it was valuable for a nice long while.
Yeah, and we had all those opportunities to, you know.
Moving on. So you guys walk outside.
So you guys,
And you see, as you're walking out towards the door, the person with the sword is like mean bugging you guys as you go.
He'll mean Koa's pissed. Anyone that looks at him, he's looking at with
Roll
like
intimidation.
killer.
I'm so glad we only have one Koa. Like if we had two hotheads in this group, this is where the campaign would end.
Maybe he looks more like he's about to cry.
So it's not that you don't look intimidating. It's just that honestly, you know that that's not the person. It's just one of those things that you're furious, but you know that that's not the person. This is just some fucking hired dope. You know, this could be you. You know, so you just like walk by this idiot. You know, they mean bug you. You look back, but just your heart's not in it because you're a heart. You know where your sword is meant to be. The door, I imagine, flies open with a bit less grace than it did when you came in, and you guys leave the steps. And one of the people outside's like, "Have a good day." Like, you know, you don't know if they're meant to be
where Koa
sarcastic.
starts to stop, and Aldo might have to keep him moving. Because Koa's a good boy, but Koa is a teenager with anger problems, and he just got robbed of all of his money.
Aldo,
I'm pretty
wouldn't
sure you
stop
put in the
In
amount I
fact,
did.
If Koa stops, Aldo will just stop. I like Aldo's been talking about, like, you know, it's a sore spot for him, put it that way. So we've just been robbed. If you stop and want to cause shit at this moment, be my guest.
What is it?
I'm with you in spirit. You have my blessing. Fuck. Oh.
Is it willpower to stop yourself from doing something mentally stupid?
A will save is to
Yeah.
you maintain mental acuity or strength.
Just set yourself
Ellie,
at DC.
Oh, 19 solid. Ellie, the
holds it
gems were
together.
being held there, but they weren't being held under their names. They're being held under the name of a counselor of a different town.
Scott did that because 20 sessions ago he knew he was robbing us.
I told you it was a mistake by an old man. It's an old way he used to handle his transactions, and so he made sure you knew that he sent it under his name. I think he even said it 2 or 3 times to make sure you knew it was under his
Yeah,
name
that's
and not
crazy.
yours.
Wade's also mad, so we're gonna move on.
So you stop, he stops, and there's that moment where you can like feel, you know, Aldo's hand moving slightly, like, do I get my... And then Koa just takes that angry first step forward and just keeps walking. And I imagine it's Aldo that's disappointed that Koa kept going and follows afterwards. But go ahead.
After we get far enough away, we're gonna take them all down. Every single fucking one of them in this town is a part of this. I don't care what their rank or power or influence is.
Koa, I'm just gonna tell you now, if I ever get the chance, I'm robbing this bank blind. I am taking everything I can out of it.
I think we know who's in charge of it.
Yeah, well, you know, just giving you the heads up.
You're going to rob other people? That's horrible.
Oh, the bank will
Listen,
guarantee it. It's their problem.
Yeah.
My immediate thought too, when he was like, "Oh, your account's been closed," was like, "Guess we're robbing the bank."
But I mean, like, if they stole from 12 people, those people definitely need their money back and maybe a little bit extra. But if you just rob everybody, that means
We'll
people
just
like
steal from the particularly rich
Listen,
account.
we'll set up our own workers, right? Who then can, read these writs as they come in, and we won't steal from these people.
Scott, you stupid,
like,
slimy piece of shit, and all your fucking of us over all the goddamn time. It gets so exhausting and it's so predictable. Do better, you motherfucker.
I mean,
Oh, thanks for the insult. I didn't see that before I said that.
I mean, it was there's inner workings that are working inner.
This is your world.
Ow.
All that karma.
Wait, he
where I
feels
come from.
pain. Do it again. Do it again.
I like it when he hurts.
I'm not supposed to punch down, and unfortunately with Scott, I always have to.
Can somebody set up a poll for chat, and then
You
it
can't even
can be
argue
like,
with it, 'cause Wade's
should we
tall as
rob the
fuck.
bank?
That's a prediction. Will we rob the
This is 6 years of being fucked coming out in one moment.
That's a promise.
Anyways, you walk away with your very valuable stones.
Well, guys, we don't know if my account was closed. We might still have 7 gold in there.
I'm not apologizing. I don't care what you redeem. You don't get what you want from me. That's the first redeem in the history of this channel I'm saying no to.
No, you just apologize to Belita.
Oh, I'm sorry to see that, Belita.
There you go. Yeah.
All right.
See, there you go.
So, any more RP about this before we just straight up move on?
We would go to Mikhail and tell Mikhail that his account's empty. I mean,
Which means I'm gonna have to go verify it.
so
All right,
yeah,
Scott,
this is
well,
not
this
the
is
kind
your
of thing where
chance.
I'd be like, better not tell him. This is hey, I hope he doesn't get into any fucking trouble because it's not like we're gonna be able to go there and get a loan.
All right, so Scott, this is your chance to do something both nice and the funniest thing ever.
I swear to fuck, dude. I'll be pissed either way now. Now you may rob me to be angry either way.
When I go to check my account, what happens?
Same day.
Did they tell me the same
We
day?
went
Then
right
yeah.
to you.
Yeah.
Okay, so you go back by yourself.
Oh, it's the same guy.
I can't. Koa cannot go back there. He will start a
yeah,
fight.
I guess
If we start a
I guess
war
I
in the
go by
middle of
myself.
town right now, we're gonna ruin everything.
I go by myself fresh off a hospital work shift that's not going well.
Okay. And
You go there with
That,
like a
that I
dying
somehow
patient.
spent 14 silver on, whatever.
You get there, and when you get there, there is the gentleman sees you. He goes, he's like happy to see you. He's like, oh, good day, sir. Long shift at the hospital. He says, looking at your garb.
He goes, yeah, it has been so far. Just been a while since I've been in town. Haven't come to check on my affairs just yet, and like give him my paperwork. Just want to check my
A dozen
account.
orphans are depending on me. Thankfully, I've got this money to help support them.
He goes, absolutely. Allow me to look this up for you for a moment. He says, have things been going well over there? There haven't been much by way of disasters yet. There's supposed burning of the city never came to pass. There's false, concerns raised about that, but happy to see, the orphanage didn't burn down. That's what people are suggesting might happen.
Oh, it's something that happened further west, and there was just some warnings, probably for the best. But no, things really don't go well at a hospital. It's mostly just dying people in sickness,
Welcome, Raiders. It's a great time to show up.
Hi.
He says,
We're currently bent over being fucked by our DM. Welcome.
He says, oh, well, that's, oh. He looks up at you, looks down at the paperwork, and looks up at you and says,
I have like a smile that definitely is not reaching my eyes.
he's like, do I mind if I ask you a personal inquiry? Do you know a tall gentleman, broad sets, broadsword?
I might happen to.
And another gentleman not far off in height, long dark hair, piercing blue eyes.
Seems familiar.
Oh. How do the three of you know each other?
How much is in my account, sir?
We're wanted men.
He says,
Stop.
unfortunately, there was a transition that happens recently, and an order came in that said that some of the accounts were set to be defunct, or delinquent accounts, and so they were folded in. They were closed, and not something that is easily rectified with a signature that you could provide, or
Right. Okay. Of course, that's not your fault. No worries there. But there was money in those accounts, correct? You do have record of that?
Yes, it looks as though you had originally invested 7 gold pieces in it, and it had already acquired, looks like, 7 copper.
Oh, interesting. So 7 gold, 7 copper. I'll just take that and be on my way.
Unfortunately, that is not in existence any longer. As I said, it was a defunct account. Record keeping says that it...
Hold on, what, did the money expire? I wasn't aware gold and copper did that.
Or perhaps there was a debt due in a different account that is associated, whose paperwork I don't have immediately before me, and it was taken from one to pay the other for the same individual. It's not uncommon
Interesting.
that somebody would have 2 accounts, one being a loan and the other being...
So I have another account that money is in. Because the money exists. Someone has it. And last I checked, I didn't have any debts.
I do apologize, sir. This is the way that it is standing as of right now. I wish there was more I could do for you at the moment.
I understand. Unfortunately, I'm out of patience, to be polite. I don't want to yell at you. I don't want to cause trouble for you.
Please,
because
he says, looking up over your shoulder. Please.
Yeah,
please do
he kind of glances, like just motions and goes, because, right, of course.
He shakes his head. He says, no, and he leans in. One person did that before. Please. If not for your sake, then perhaps you have a tolerance, but I don't for the screaming. Please. Please don't.
Who do I talk to?
He takes a deep, steadying breath, and he says, I wish I could give direction, but unfortunately, I do not have a name that I can give.
A starting point would do just fine.
He nods and says, again, I understand. Unfortunately, there is no point where you can start. Not from here.
Then from where?
He shakes his head slowly and says, I can't help you.
I just lean way in and say, you know who we are, right?
In fact, I do not.
There were people who were enslaved. We freed them. Some of them we had to watch die.
And this is how you're being repaid for that? He says, like, looking a little baffled.
It seems so.
The people that own the bank. Perhaps you've used banks in different places. This isn't one of those banks. This one courts with those banks. We treat with those banks. We respect each other's writs. We transfer the monies and so on and so on. But this one is locally owned and operated.
Of course.
I would imagine a hero would receive a just reward.
Some things just stay in the imagination, don't they?
He nods slowly. He says,
But your service and candor has been exemplary. Can I get your name?
he grows completely pale. Like all the blood drains from his face. And he's
Yes.
like,
No, really, you've been absolutely polite. I know none of this is on you. Just want to know not to include in the accounting up here, right?
again, a long pause as he's trying to decide, but you can see that he knows there's no easy way out of it other than to call for help. And he just saw 3 people in a row that are theoretically the heroes of Hod Gwen. And he just feels terrible. And so he's, simply put, he goes, what? My name is Salik.
Well, thank you for being honest, Salik. Hopefully
Actually,
the rest of your day goes better.
actually recall you now. The 3 of you came in and opened your accounts together. You were a little difficult at the time, but you came on recommendation by someone who already had an account with us. Right?
That was us. One of us is a little difficult, yeah.
I actually recall this now. I recall specifically because Edric had a nice thing to say about you at the time. And he looks at you and says, his account was also closed.
Very well. Then, any other information you can volunteer?
He looks beyond you, and again, his face is just has like a sickly look to him. He's like, "Sir, I think that concludes our business. Have yourself a fine day."
You do the same, Salik.
And you hear the footsteps as they approach behind you. And when you turn around, you see that the guy with the sword is now standing not too close, but also not far either.
I turn around way too sharp, like probably enough that it might startle him,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
and to just walk directly past him like I don't see him.
You hear as you're walking through the door, getting ready to close it behind you. The hell was that? The door shuts.
All right.
Have a nice day.
I guess
That's
I'll murder
something
somebody in an alley to work out the rage, you know?
Yeah, right. Just finds a random stray cat and just kicks it. All of its ribs snap.
We kill his parents in front of him. Slowly.
All right, guys, I'm back. I beat a cat to death with another cat, and I feel a lot better now.
Oh, yeah. That's actually even better. Yeah.
Was one of them named Scott?
It's like meat spin.
Both of them. It's crazy. It's such a coincidence. I named him right before, but, it counts.
There's something about having like a Napoleon syndrome DM that's just problematic.
I'm 11.
I'm assuming you inform us.
Yep.
Right.
He looks proper fucking pissed. Like, because he already has probably bags under his eyes at this point. And he probably threw some kind of tantrum on the way, so his hair's a little disheveled.
Mikhail, I know what you're doing is important, but I think you need to drop everything. There's only one thing that can be done here.
Rob the bank, right?
That's what I'm thinking. But to start, we know the absolute phenomenon that is Dan, and the Valiant Few ain't far behind. You need to rob. You need to write a song about the bank robbing everyone, and then we need to spread it around,
gentlemen.
True.
We're jumping ahead a bit here. The bank. We know who's behind this.
Oh my god, you can call it bank robbers, but it's the bank robbing all their customers.
That's brilliant. Yeah. Okay, Aldo, you're gonna help me write. Okay, you're a good lyricist, whether you give yourself credit or not.
If we,
He gives himself credit.
guys, I hate to interrupt, but
It's like
as much
pulling
as I
out
would love
paper.
to go and rob the bank and cause a big stir, we do have something to take care of in town before we go and do that. The ruin?
So you're in.
Oh.
There's a very specific group of people I would like to target in this town, yes, but there are other people that got robbed just like us, and there's people that don't deserve to be robbed. If we're going to target anyone, we target those who deserve it.
I'm still gonna write the song. But you're right.
Then
Yeah,
don't
you're right,
release
so-
it until after we're done in Hod Gwen.
Yeah, I'll let it simmer for a while. Maybe we'll. Yeah. No, you're right.
I am
Timing
also pissed.
timing makes sense.
We lost, what, 18 to 21 gold between us?
I had 7. I think you had 7. I think Aldo had 5.
I had 6,
Yeah.
I think.
Shit. You got the. Please tell me you got the gems.
I got the gems, and I withdrew all of them. They were in Gemsmith's name, thankfully.
Okay. Okay, that helps a little. Because if.
But
But
now
it
if we
doesn't
make the
help
sale-
either. Exactly.
we're stuck carrying a lot of coin around.
While we're all still mad, so that I don't reignite this later, they also closed Edric's account. I guess he had one. They
Edric's
closed
living
it.
in cellars and dumps because he can't even go into an inn right now in this town.
Yeah, that. Mm-hmm. And
Mikhail, we're gonna need a whole album.
Cellars and
Like a-
dumps.
yeah, maybe an entire, like several movements to it. Maybe God, can I
The
write an
only
opera?
way-
I've never tried.
The only way I could justify robbing a bank is if we kept track of everyone who had stuff there and gave
Well, they
them
already
their
have
things
that
back.
there. Koa.
Exactly.
See,
We would
the
have
thing
to take
is-
that. We'd have
Exactly.
to take over the bank, but
See,
I don't
that's
think
what
we
we're
have
gonna
the
do.
power to do this.
The bank has to pay those people, right? The reason that we don't get to get our money is because our accounts were closed as defunct or delinquent or
You
whatever.
think the people that own the bank aren't going to just make their accounts disappear if something goes wrong too? You think they'll pay up? We know
No,
who
it'll
we're
make
working
enough
with.
people mad, which is kind of what we. All right, look, fine. I will write
Get
the song.
Beltran out of the city somehow, right? I'll disguise as Beltran. We go into the bank. You two can like dress up as guards, right? We go into the bank and just wing it from there.
Don't you think they'll require the writ? Or do you think that because it's Beltran, he'll be all pompous and...
I don't know. Hmm.
If only you could disguise as Beltran, go and confess to all your crimes, and then I'll get rid of the disguise and claim that Beltran swapped places with you. But even then, the whole family will find a way to bury it. They all
Yeah,
have to go
probably.
down. I don't know who we can trust in that family, if anyone, but they need to be removed from power entirely.
None of them.
Listen, besides, if we have a way to get him out of the city or isolated, I don't think it has to get very complicated at that point.
I think if we can spread this song around at some point, you know what I mean? People will be singing it, you know what I mean? Quietly. It'll become one of those things that they try and shut it up so much it just blows up even more. They'll have people humming it in their house.
Just everywhere
People
they
will
go.
be emptying their accounts because they're worried about the thieving greyresses.
It might really ruin their business. They might try to sue us though, which would be so lame.
Hey, good luck. Well, I mean, we don't have an account with them. What are they going to do?
All right.
We don't
Plus,
have
I
a
don't think
way
you can sue
to
people for song
combat the
lyrics.
amount of guards and firepower they have. We can't combat them in the courts. We can't beat them in any fair or right way.
You know what we could do
No.
then, right?
But the
We
song
write a
you
song
can-
soiling
we
their
ride out the
names.
winter? We ride out the winter here. We do the
Well,
ruin
that's
stuff.
only a couple of weeks from now, but yeah.
Yeah, Mikhail writes the album, and then we go on like the guys' first tour. We go to Forven, Estrade, Varen, Rid, Leshev, and we just spread around every other town, like an Adir tour.
What happens if we go around and just smear the Greyer's name? What happens?
Mhm.
Anything? In this town, people are going to
Don't
be too
know.
afraid to do anything.
We don't know for sure. I mean, I don't know. They're rich people, so at a certain point, the money becomes mundane. Start worrying more about status,
And yet, everyone that has it
clout.
always seems to want more. It's never
Oh
enough.
yeah, of course. They think it's their right. Uh, Not anymore. Not when you touch our 7 gold. Yeah,
It's a bit
you're gonna
pathetic when you
regret
think
that.
about it, how broke we are and how much that hurt. But
Look, they're not like us. All right, they're not. That could be the title of the song.
Yeah,
Back
one of them
burner. I
anyway.
know, right? We
we
have.
won't be able to come back to Hard Gwen if we're
We
known as
can't
the
release
one.
it now, right? It's gonna take some time.
I'm saying we won't be able to come back at all. Plus, that may increase the
Unless
amount
we
of
have
pressure
alter
on-
egos. Hmm?
I can be cow. Sure.
Okay.
What does that do for us?
Well,
We just have them.
well,
We
they
have
don't
them
know
in
it's
our
us.
pockets. We have them in our pockets until we're in a position where releasing them makes sense.
I'm not opposed to this, but I think we only target those that deserve it.
The gray races.
Wherever the web of corruption leads, as Leon might have put it. We need to know all the intricate webs. We need to know who
my
might
God.
target us. We might think that it's just them, but what if they're just a small piece and it's bigger than that? What if it's
I wish I
another
hadn't
intricate...
read what Snaga posted. Mikhail disguised as Jeroboam releases a song
the
slandering the
best song he's
Graveses.
ever produced, and it wasn't even him. Aldo disguised as Mikhail.
For an alibi, right?
That poor
Oh,
guy.
God.
I mean, he's a dick, but I don't know if he deserves that kind of heat.
You know what? You know what's bad is if the song is too good, then it'll be not believable that he did it. It's the problem. There's like, there's no way. Anyway. Okay, look.
I don't know. Even shitty bands sometimes have like a
Scott, your
one-hit
players are
wonder.
talking. Maybe stay out of it
Okay.
right now.
It was meta
Thanks.
talk.
Yeah. You know what you did. I want to
It's
rub
like-
your fucking nose in it next time I see you.
Just like that band, like I have visions. I was in the mind, was looking into the mirror. You know, like they had no other good music. That's
Is there
Flute
another
Dude.
one?
We know you're old, man. You could reference something a little bit more recent than 1994.
It's like a Harvey Danger, I think is what it's called.
Now that song's gonna be stuck in my fucking head all night. Thanks, man.
Can't forget the curves of your body. And
Yeah,
when I
we're all
feel a
sick
bit
and we're not
more-
well. You did this to us, you piece of shit.
I'm not sick, but I'm okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
We'll just say it takes a while for Mikhail to cool off and be like, all right, fine. I'm still gonna write the song, but we'll hold off on performing it.
Can we get to Beltran?
Probably. The issue is getting away from Beltran once we've gotten to him.
We know he's awful. And he needs to be
Yeah.
removed. And I don't like when my mind is wandering, but
Yeah. Just like that DM that keeps possessing people. Awful.
the
Needs
absolute
to be
worst,
removed.
really.
Yeah.
Well, what do we do about this? We still try and sell it, or we? I don't know. What do you want to do? My concern is even if we sold it, right, and you guys spent some of the money on getting armor and things like that. If that's found out, then what if they seize the armor? You know what I mean? I'm not sure what to do with this now.
Well, we're in town at this point.
Guess I could try. It wouldn't be as easy to do as sneakily as they did with closing our accounts.
Can we find out who owns the armor shop? If it's not their
That might be
family, it would
less
take more
secretive.
string pulling.
That might be less secretive. Probably could. I don't know. That seems like a safer. Being able to get our armor seems like a safer bet. I mean, Aldo got his, and they had a long time to have done something about it and didn't. The guy even said that the account closures happen. Well, they weren't. They weren't today. You know, they were going to make a move on that kind of business. They could have done so.
We've got to be careful because we want to keep our name and reputation high. We don't want to smear that. That's important. The one thing we have that may be keeping us safe right now. And the bigger that gets, the better for us. But at the same time, something has to be done here.
I just don't like that he had to get a shot in at us. That pisses me off.
Granted, his shot was 20 gold, whereas we have who knows how much sitting there just in the cave at the moment, so.
True. And I know we crumbled his toy slaver empire, but he still has what he has.
So how do we take this away from him? Take his life, take his reputation? How do we do that?
Okay.
I don't want to make life more miserable for everyone else.
It would just be so much easier to... Never mind.
Any idea needs to be something we consider at this point because he's declaring a war we can't fight. We can't fight on his battleground. We don't have that kind of pull.
Right.
We've got to turn the people against them. That's the only way.
How do we do that without making their lives more miserable?
We can't.
I think we finish our business first. That's the main thing. We get to the ruins. We do what we need to do here. We can't start burning bridges until we're over them, right? And I guess if Koa can keep from hauling off and hurting someone after learning what we just learned, then I can too.
There was a moment where I thought about the fact that Aldo and I may be able to take out 11 on our own. And it wasn't a realistic thought, but I didn't care in that moment. But I took a moment's pause and stepped on.
I considered it too. I mean, a couple of sleep casts and...
A lot of these people, we don't know their involvement. If we take our anger out on them, it just gives Beltran more reason to lock us up and get what he wants. We've got to be careful and precise with how and where we strike. And in what way we strike.
We want to be famous, not infamous, right? The fame can get us things.
We need to use our anger to motivate us to do things the right way, not to take the shortcut.
Ooh, but the shortcuts seem so satisfying sometimes.
I'm not saying we shouldn't kill Beltran.
Oh,
I'm
good.
not opposed to that. I'm saying we shouldn't step on other people on the way to him.
You know what, Koa? Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I thought I was going to have to convince you that he needed to die.
What
okay, good.
redeeming quality does he show? He's a monster.
I'm the wrong person to ask. You sometimes see things in people that, you know...
Him? No.
Good. Good. Thought I might be missing something.
He went straight from causing people suffering to causing more people suffering. It's clear that all he wants is that.
And he's petty enough that he stole from us, too. Could have just left us alone.
No. Beltran must go. And no matter what happens to his family, whether they're complicit or not, they need to be removed from power. They've allowed this to happen. They don't deserve the rulership they have.
Exactly. Okay.
But I don't know how
finish
we
our business.
That.
Well, I mean, one way is I'm going to write some music. We just...
Who's going to perform it? It can't be the Valiant Brew.
I mean, it could be. Right. Yes, of course. There's people here. You don't want to be barred from Gwen. Right.
Not just that.
I still think world tour. I mean, a deer tour. For now.
Everywhere. Okay, here's the thing, right? Aldo, you can give us alter egos, right? Not to get into Gwen, but to perform.
Exactly, that's what I was saying. We get
I got it backwards. We'll be the guys. Remember your idea about the guys? That's our... Cool, we gotta teach you actual percussion, I think.
What do you mean?
I mean, you just need practice. That's really all. We gotta get you performing more. You
I
know.
perform perfectly every time I've tried, I believe. But with swordplay, it takes
no.
practice, so perhaps there's still room for improvement.
Always, always. I mean, it's like anything else, any other instrument, whether it be an instrument of violence like a sword or tuning one's body for combat. I mean, everything practice makes perfect.
Yeah.
And then the guys will play this stuff, right?
Is it beneath a hero to kill a villain in his sleep? I'm full of anger right now, and my thoughts are vile, but I can't help but think them.
It's probably beneath you, Koa. Like anything else, there's levels. Some
The gods
heroes
would
I
not
don't
look
think it
favorably
works
upon
for.
such an act. A fair
Yeah.
fight is what the right thing to do is, but
You shouldn't do anything you'll regret. I know I wouldn't.
You don't regret anything if you're a psychopath.
Yeah, when you ask that question, Aldo stays pointedly silent because doesn't know the answer. Not in regards to Beltran.
Koa looks like what Mikhail said struck, like, yeah, it is, but Koa probably couldn't do it. But Koa still looks like he's angry enough where he wants to.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway, I need to go back to the hospital.
We need to keep our composure the best we can. All of us are angry, all of us were robbed, but what we're working on is bigger than even us. It's important we stay focused on that task. Once that task is done, we can decide what to do with ourselves and everything else. But
Yeah.
Be careful with those stones.
do you still
Yeah.
think we should sell the one? We need the coin.
What are we going to do with the coin? Can't lug around hundreds of it. Just it's asking to be robbed.
I can try hiding it with Gwen somewhere. Perhaps she has a place. Like, gonna raid her house.
Like maybe you shouldn't sell that right now. It's a little too much. We can sell that sapphire. I was going to use it for the auction, but we have time. So
Do you think if we went to a different city, we could withdraw our money? Or do you think that because Gwen fucked us that we can't?
it's the latter. I got the guy to say it in not so many words.
All right.
What it sounds like is someone made up a debt and drained our accounts and then had them closed.
Keeping these stones on me is equally as dangerous as having the coin.
A lot less conspicuous. They don't jingle quite as much. And not everyone knows what they're worth.
Note
Mm.
the downside: stones, especially some kind, are fragile. Like a spinel is not a particularly strong stone. It's
Mm.
what, 3 on Mohs scale. So while if your character's not doing anything adventurous, you're fine. But God forbid you rolled like a couple natural ones and like a big fall or something like that, that could be bad. But if your character's just like around town, nothing bad is going to happen to them. You imagine they're wrapped up in something protective and something protective and so, so on and so forth. But Pathfinder does incorporate rules for critical failures causing bad things to items that are carried as well. Backpack straps breaking, etc. So, either way, nothing that matters unless you're actively doing adventuring with it. So, whereas coin, it ain't going to break very easy. It's metal.
Yeah. I guess it is a downside.
Yeah, especially like an opal. An opal's
jingles less.
Opal's what, 2 on the Mohs scale? I think like it's fucking low.
Yeah, I don't know. We could. I don't know.
I'm gonna have no choice but to trust somebody with it, and it may have to be Gwen.
Or it could be Edric. I mean, I know he's always asking for payment, but he's.
I don't think you should tempt Edric like that. He's a good guy, but
I know, but think about it. I mean, this would get this stuff not in the city, right? I mean, he's already been sitting on a lot of money.
Yes, but as we know,
Mhm.
whatever money he deposited is now gone as well. We don't know what he has.
No. I mean, in in the hideout, all the textiles and stuff that were there, like he's had time to move those if he really wanted to make a check off of it.
I agree, but I also think that Edric's got more on his plate than maybe any of us at the moment with what he's trying to do. Does he have a
Yeah.
safe place to keep something? He's always on the move and hiding.
True, but I mean, he is going to leave. Or shit, at this point, didn't he already?
I
Because
think
he was
I
only
can
going to stay a
trust.
couple of weeks, and that was at the beginning.
I think I can trust Gwen to hold on to the stones.
Yeah. I don't think she'll do anything. It's just it's a lot of money to put in one place, and she's already being extorted. I don't think she'll pass it up or anything, but if someone gets sight of it, you know,
Mm.
I just hate to involve her in any of this, but I hate to involve anyone.
On the side, weren't you guys talking about spending it to weren't you guys talking about spending it to buy like armor and stuff like that, like sell it, get
Yeah.
a
Yeah,
coin,
until the
turn?
armor shop cancels our order and keeps the money, and until
I mean,
Yeah.
which
they
Mikhail was
definitely
saying he
didn't
doesn't
do
think
that
that'll
before,
happen, but
and you know
they had a chance to.
Yeah, they had a chance to, and they were actually very excited to continue working with you.
even if we did,
But-
that's 32.
Patron may
plus
not have known
18.
that Aldo had ordered armor either, though.
Very
So-
possible. I'm
That's
not gonna,
also 50 out of 130 gold, so it's still 81 gold we have to carry around with us.
you also
That's
know
split between three is not as bad, but
you also
Well,
have a
who- why would I
contact, you know, a
split it?
merchant, you know, somebody that works with the merchants, so you
If-
could find out
so you
those kind
won't
of
have-
details
Are we
theoretically.
splitting the gold, man?
Jake.
Mm.
Could invest it in crypto.
Oh Jesus, I think you did. I think you did.
it's kind of
Play
we
with
just
you.
got the results of a fucking pump and dump.
Yep.
One orange spray away
Just
from
buy
being
the dip.
this person right now.
I'm still holding on.
Scott,
to
I
my
don't believe you got
Ideological.
your hairline. That shit is moving back, dog.
I know that was redeemed.
But you wear it well. There you go.
Are you fucking kidding me? Even
I don't know what's with the weird little Millennium Falcon part in the middle.
Gentlemen, is there any more RP about your plan here?
Yeah.
Are you selling the crystal? You rolled a check already to see if you can find a buyer. Are you selling the stone?
What depends on how much of it we can spend. Because if the armor gets rid of not quite half of it,
Well, you have all between this session and next session to choose stuff to spend it on. You
then
have
I
to
guess
choose that
we'll
now.
probably tell you next session if it's sold, right? Or between sessions.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you right
Yeah.
now if it's sold. You with a 17, you'll be able to sell it, and I can even give you a number.
Okay.
Which stone are you selling?
Oh,
It's up to
If we're
wager,
selling
right?
one, it would have to be the big one. Like that's the only one that
And
we
how
was
much
that or the-
how much
the-
that say
or
it's
the
worth,
sapphire
Wade?
I
You had
have?
it at
a
least
minimum
worth-
of 131.
That's right. That sounds about
Mhm.
right. So to be clear, is that what your plan is to sell that stone? Because I can only tell you if you're going to move ahead.
I feel like we can probably spend it.
Like I can tell you the deal. You don't have to say. It's not like you tell me I am selling it, and then I tell you the number. Like I can tell you what the deal is, but that means you're at the table with the person when you hear the deal and you choose whether to make it or not.
No. I mean, yeah, I imagine that would have happened naturally, but if it is the opal though, right?
Mhm.
Because the only
Makes
other
sense to
option is
sell
the
the other
sapphire,
ones.
which is
Yeah.
I think is only like, I think it was 2 dozen.
We got fitted
The
for
sapphire?
the armor already. It could be useful.
Yeah. Like,
The new
because the
way.
armor feels like a safe investment. At least Scott can always fuck us over because he just loves doing it. Like he'll figure out a way. But getting the armor would be dope.
We'd have to figure out other things to buy to invest things. I don't want to carry 80 gold around.
Yeah, which we can. I think we can spend it. It's just going to take a little bit of doing.
I think we need supplies, and it's one less thing to worry about disappearing or breaking later.
We got to replace a horse. I just remembered that. So I didn't get Daisy back because we had to flee.
Yeah.
So we're still one horse short.
That's one of the lingering items that we have to handle next session because it's getting late. And Brittany's texting me about the baby. She likes to.
Yeah.
She's the most difficult on Wednesdays. Every week. Wednesday is the day. I swear it's because I'm not in the room or something. Every day on Wednesday, that is the day that she is the most difficult. And it's like the hardest next morning for the family. It's like, God damn it, Gwen. Why always Wednesday? It's like,
And yeah, it's up to Koa.
Becoming a thing.
We'd planned on it. I think Koa would still want to do it because I think succeeding in the keeps is still probably the most important thing to him, and having a better chance of surviving that makes sense. So being able to get better armor, better equipment, being able to get some healing potions before going in, actually being able to fund things so that where Elliot's not getting a loan out here. Because now we know the bank is just fucking evil.
Yeah. Or at least it's owned by an evil man who will do evil things. So
Yeah, I think we pull the trigger as long as we get a good price on it.
all right.
Okay. So, dressed in your Dillion outfit, across from a buyer at the table, you have a gentleman sitting there. And he says, this is quite the exquisite piece. I'm willing to offer you 143 for it. I'm sure I can still drive a hard bargain, but I'm sure I can still make a profit on it when I take it west.
Sense motive then?
You rolled
Yeah,
your
'cause
diplomacy of
this is you guys.
17. That was your
Okay.
result.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I assume Koa's at this meeting. So.
I assumed you were dressed in the
This
Dillion
is
outfit.
just
You
you.
were handling it.
Oh, it's just me?
Yeah.
Did you give me instructions then?
I said a minimum of 131 is what Jim Smith had said it was worth.
Yeah, okay.
I'm
assuming
this is after
the
you're
back and
bargaining
forth.
back and
Yeah,
forth
yeah.
for a good bit. So
So
I'm not saying this is final offer. This is the tail end of the negotiations here.
Yeah. I'm gonna stick to the roll. Yeah, I mean, we come to that price. Aldo, I think, would agree. Yeah, I think I can do it for that.
Okay. Glad you were able to come to your senses. I mean, coming in at 170, I knew you were coming in high, but I thought you were high. Anyways, as of course I don't have that kind of gold on me and the person. A writ for the bank, would that work?
No, that's not gonna work.
Would you mind if I gave it to you in small installments in the interim? It just take a couple days, please. To understand, I'm not trying to skate out of town. There's nowhere I'm going for some time, and when I do leave, it'll be all the way through the rivers and up and so on. So it'll take me time to get my travel out of here. It'll take me about 3 days to get, maybe 4 days to get it all to you.
Yeah, we could do something like that, but I couldn't part with the stone before we received full payment.
That's fair. Is there a mutual party that you're that we can? You said the writ doesn't work at the bank. Could they hold the stone for us? Or perhaps you have a friend in town. Again, somebody mutual. Perhaps you know.
We don't have any contacts in this fucking city.
No. Perhaps you know one of the counselors. Surely their word is going to be worth something.
Oh, I haven't been in town too long, so I'm afraid I don't have somebody that I can be trusted with that amount of,
Fine. And once again, bargaining hard. I don't like having that amount of coin on me at once in person, but if you're willing to hold to the deal and not make things difficult, or try to rob me, he says, like narrowing his eyes and getting like a very dry tone, then I'm willing to just meet with you and in 4 days instead, and we'll do a full exchange then. Is that fair?
Yes, that is fair. This gem in particular was cut by Yulin Gemsmith.
Indeed, really.
And then he,
Out of Le
yeah,
Chef.
yes, the very same.
I'll be sailing through there and soon enough.
Yeah, well, I dare say you should stop by and let him know.
Yeah,
I'm sure he'll be
actually, I
appreciative.
already had the plans to do so. I'm looking forward to meeting with him. There's every time I visit him is this tradition we have. He's such a kind bastard. He always cooks me his favorite meal.
Ah, yes, the lamb.
Oh, you know Gemsmith
yes,
well
I
enough
know.
then.
I do.
Oh, what's your
I
name?
think you'll,
I'll have to share it with him.
He pauses for a second and he says, Aldo.
He goes, oh great! I'll let him know that I purchased his own craftsmanship off of his friend Aldo. I'm sure he'd be happy to hear it, or quite sad. Either way, it's fortuitous that we had met one another. All right, well, if you're friends with Gemsmith, then I'm a little less concerned. Can I be honest with you? He says, leaning forward.
Aldo leans in.
This
Oh.
trade, can we have it? Obviously, we can both agree that it should be somewhere public, so neither of us are being... But not too public. I don't think we can trust the guard in this town. They all seem more like scum. More like the kind you would find hanging around the ruins than you would overlooking a cell, yeah? Perhaps belonging...
I'm pretty sure I've seen some of them before. There were guards hanging around those very ruins themselves.
Yeah, my point exactly. Perhaps we can meet at the Color Spray.
I think that's a good place. The only thing is, meeting at the Color Spray, everything is not what it seems. So, whilst it might be safe there, it might not be beneficial to either of us if we're seeing things that aren't real.
Oh, damn it. That's a really good point. A gem like that you would hope would not be you bring up a really good point, sir.
Your headphones really fit your head well, Scott. And I hate your jumper. I really dislike it.
Thank you.
God, whatever he said, it was not that bad. There you go, Steve. Hope that counts.
He goes, can you think of an establishment? A private establishment, public enough that it can be trustworthy?
I can't just give out Gwen's shop, even though it would be absolutely perfect to do this at. He says, if you give me a day, I can make some inquiries.
No. We need to
But
make a
I'm
deal
sure-
now so that we can both agree to the terms and walk. If you don't have one, I can make a suggestion. Dare I say friends, though I imagine she'd more say acquaintances, as cold as she is, despite the warmth of her touch, with the proprietor of the hospital. We can meet in one of their...
No. Not the hospital.
This guy is just Scott in NPC form, trying to fuck us further.
They're like, where can we meet then?
Where would we go? The place where I could deceive you with fake gold, or the place that Aldo absolutely doesn't want to go?
What
Could be in the
about
restaurant, too.
what about that inn that we went to that time? You know, we met Edric there,
He winks at you. That time.
possibly. Only. Yeah.
Oh, you talking
What
about
about
the pub?
Yeah, the Valiant Brew.
Oh, whatever it's called. Yeah,
Yeah.
He's like, I don't know that establishment. I don't know the name, but you're friends with Counselor Gemsmith. If you are saying this is a trustworthy establishment, I'll follow your lead on it. He says with a bit of a pause.
Listen, trustworthy enough that the guard don't frequent it.
Ooh, that could be either a good sign or a bad sign. But
Well,
if
as
you
we
do, then
said, you know,
If you do-
these type of guard, do we want them there? No.
if you've not been robbed of such a fine piece, then very well. 4 days' time.
4 days.
And 4 days later, he meets you there, and he looks disgusted with the place that you chose, but is happy to see that you showed.
Yep.
He brings to you the coin. Do you count it in front of him?
Aldo would have spoken with the people, and maybe he would have seen if he could, go and get some Valiant Brew downstairs. So, like, if they're okay with it, he would go downstairs and count it.
With him there?
Yes.
Diplomacy check.
With diplomacy.
Yeah, they're more than happy to let you down there. As a matter of fact, as part of the conversation with them, you make the suggestion, and the suggestion actually, you can see that they chuckle at your stupid suggestion, but they actually, you could see like in the back of their head, no, you definitely hit a mark. Not only are they going to let you downstairs, but jokingly suggesting changing the name to the Valiant Brew, it hit home. Like, they actually liked it, like more than a little. Anyways, so yeah, they let you go downstairs. He meets you down there. He's like, I feel like I'm going to be robbed down here, but the smell is better than that of upstairs. And they provided us glasses. So, unless you're poisoning me, he says, obviously jokingly, count away if you must. And you count, and it is not 143 gold.
What is it?
It's actually 142. You say something.
It seems like you're short 1 gold.
Am I now?
Yes.
He says,
it's adorable when you try to cheat us out of 1 gold.
What was the count?
Every fucking day.
142.
42. Oh, no, it's just odd numbers there. Leave you bad luck. What did we agree to? 143? Then my apologies. Let me go the other direction. He fishes out 2 more gold, and he places them onto the counter and says, for good luck, safe travels, and all that.
Thank you very much. Now we have to have a drink together. A deal well done. I want to keep him there because I remember somebody buying a horse and gold turning into copper. So I'm just going to keep him around for a while, right?
Yeah. You get him. You wrote nasty diplomacy check, so you're like, "Where's the best stuff?" They're like, "All right, I'll get you." And so you have a couple of drinks. And we'll say like an hour or so goes by, like a proper amount of time goes by, long enough that you're pretty sure it's longer than that spell lasted from what they suggested beforehand. And so an hour, a little bit more, then goes by. That's after the deal was done, plus however much time it lasted beforehand. You certainly didn't see him cast anything, and everything seems like gold. It all seems like you even scratched it at one point in time when he wasn't paying attention. It's not veneer, right? It's not coated, plated, whatever.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Seems like gold.
I'll bid him farewell, and I definitely had so when he leaves, I'm going to go and give this fucking gold to Koa.
Okay, go find Koa, and you give him 143 gold.
Oh, you kept the extra?
I'm making a suggestion.
No. We ended up with an extra. Something about he doesn't like dealing in odds.
Oh, I mean, even that is more than. You did very well, Aldo. Now, what the fuck do we do with it all?
Let's get away from here.
Asking Gwen to watch this much might be asking a lot, but she may.
Well, I think maybe dealing with the armorer now, you know what I mean, just spending that coin and lessening the amount you're walking around with. But I mean, it's your money. This was your favor from Gemsmith. Spend it on whatever you wish. It's
We all got
It's
fucked
yours.
over, so if there's things we need, we'll spend it on us. I know Mikhail and I could use armor. We've been fitted already, so perhaps we follow through on that.
Hmm.
And then, I guess we figure it out. Let's meet with Mikhail and discuss it.
Yeah, I think that's the best. But we need to be careful in the street.
I don't disagree. So I guess the only other things we need to do is finish up the end results of my failed stuff and Keegan's failed stuff. And I guess Koa needs to have one more conversation with Gwen, because even if I don't know how much we're going to spend, I doubt we're going to get through 140 gold.
Well, where would that between
And I need to
sessions?
talk to that Ashanti person or whatever.
Correct.
But that's not tonight.
The
We'll deal with
singer
that
from
next
like
session.
the 2000s?
No. Unfortunately, no. Scott does not have the power to bring her back to life.
Bring who back? What?
I didn't
Oh, Queen of the Damned?
Yeah.
Aw. Anyways, so yeah. So where were
RIP.
we? Brain's not working. So we want to follow up. You'll eventually have another conversation with Landor. This is to Aldo. And you wanted to meet with Ashanti through Gwen later on. Other than that, I think that fully concludes it's two more things. Two more things that we got to drop off. One of them will be concluded next session. One I'm going to say right now. Aldo, at one point in time while you're out there, you're not Aldo. Pause. Koa. At one point in time while you're out there trying to figure this out, some literal homeless person is sitting on the streets, and they go, you're saying it wrong. You've got to put more in the diaphragm. I've been watching you pacing back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. You don't have enough when you speak. You must have more like power when you speak. It's right now you yell. No, don't yell. Project. Listen, I don't get good seats when the talks happen, but the good ones that talk, they talk loud and clear because they power in their voice when they talk.
Power in their voice when they talk.
Yes, otherwise you sound like little bitch. You must have power in voice when you.
I know a little bitch. His name is Scott.
Oh, sounds like a fabulous and nubile boy. Great hairline, thick dark beard.
Kind of looks like he let his daughter cut his hair. Yes.
Oh, actually, the woman I paid did fuck me up quite a bit, but that's a different conversation. So he says, here, try again. Say it again. No, not
Scott
there.
is
Not
a
there.
little bitch.
Go down there. Go down the street.
Scott is a little bitch.
Much better. Much better. No. Loud enough so the guards two blocks behind me can hear it.
This guy just said the guards suck. Get him.
Fuck you. Hands up. Anyways, you end up finding this person that like
Coached by a homeless man.
you are walking by him several times, and occasionally he just minor like advices or heckles, whatever they are. And you honestly, as goofy as it sounds, the advice he gives you is like it makes sense. It's not like this is some fucking savant or some world travel, like literally just a person down on their luck, but has never been some grandiose individual that happens to live here in Hod Gwen. But like I said, I never get good spots, but I've heard 1,000 good speeches, and they always come from people that are able to, and like literally gives you advice from the audience as opposed to somebody who gives those kind of talks. And something clicks in your mind. It actually makes sense to you. The point I'm getting at is out of the 8 weeks that you spent trying to learn this like way of kind of like projecting to being more like influential, you actually do make a breakthrough. You do gain your trait.
Nice.
I don't know if I want this monkey's paw gift that you're pseudo offering.
It's not a monkey's paw, and it's not offering. It's
I don't trust you. I'm sorry. I don't trust you.
Did you have to spend 14 silver?
I don't. Well, no, I lost 7 gold instead. I'm not sure.
Oh, me too.
Oh, it was redeemed. Okay, I see. Thanks. Okay, I'll trust a little bit more now. You guys know why I wouldn't have. This felt like a monkey's paw. Like I'm gonna say
Right?
yes, and
No,
my
dude, I
parents
was
are gonna
with
be
you.
dead in front of me tomorrow. Like this, 100% was a monkey's paw.
I was getting ready to be salty as fuck. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Okay.
No, okay. It was redeemed. Cool. What else?
I don't know what you can redeem to fix that, but I'll take it.
And there's one last thing I'm going to say, and then we're going to fade to black. One day was was it sorry day? The day's running late. The night's already set, and whatever it is, and you're about to pack in the night. Mikhail, ready to throw in the towel. You're exhausted. You've done your whole shift. When suddenly you realize there's a presence behind you. As you're finishing bandaging the wounds, mediocre at best, for the person individual. And they say, and you hear a voice say, your, what is it? Your,
Technique?
yeah, thank you. Your technique is sloppy. I see what you're trying to go for here, but I think you lack the baseline understanding of physiology to accomplish what you're trying to do. Stand, come with me. Someone can rewrap that better. I have much to show you. And as you hear the voice, which you've heard before, you stand up, you turn around, you notice the woman that you've seen before, with a mask that is so simple, yet so graceful. Its sheen that's on it is almost reflective. When you look at it, you don't see your reflection like a mirror, but you almost do. Like you see your silhouette inside of it. And
Cool.
The robes that she wears, again, very simple, but made out of a very fine cloth. Not quite as nice as the Duchess's, but you know who this is. This is the proprietor of the hospital themselves. This is the Slumbering Queen. And she just offered to tutor you personally.
When he kind of turns around, he looks a little exasperated. Like, this is obviously not the first time someone was like, hey, you're doing it wrong. Let someone else do it. And he's about to, like, retort somehow. And he kind of pauses and goes, yes, thank you. And put down his stuff and kind of look around a little bit and follow her.
Okay. And as you guys make your way up, back into the hallway and up the stairs to her area, we will fade to black. And I will find somebody to raid. I gotta get upstairs.
Oh, got laid? Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. That was a fun one, right, guys?
I'm quitting and I'm finding another channel. Matt Mercer, please call me back. I've left 30 voicemails. I have left at least 30 voicemails.
I can
Need 30 more.
I can promise you there's reasoning for it, and it makes sense in the end.
We never get to the end,
lost.
Scott. You brutally murder me or we move on. I never get the happy conclusion.
Oh, no.
A total of 8 gold and 4 silver this one session.
I mean, you also just got like 150.
That was
Okay, hold
already
on.
there.
Koa got,
Mm-hmm.
because instead of taking a short-term thing from Gemsmith, he was like, I don't know. And Gems was like, here, have some coin. Have some fucking gems. You robbed us. Again. Mikhail's been robbed twice by you in this campaign.
Listen, if it
On a
makes you feel
season
anybody-
that's 30 episodes long, so we can't even get luck die.
that gold is probably still in the bank.
Oh, you think there's gold there? Really? That's crazy. That's a crazy thought. Imagine
Wherever
if we could
gold
touch
was
it.
sitting before the change of the transaction, it's probably sitting that same exact spot afterwards.
I hope you stub your toe.
Are you telling us we need to rub the bank?
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for coming
Yeah,
by and
sounds
hanging
like
out.
it.
I appreciate it. I am exhausted. It is time for me to go to bed but first help my wife. So
We are going to kill Beltran so hard. I'm looking forward to it.
Me too.
That might be the moment. That might be the moment Mikhail snaps.
Do you want to tell?
We raided.
Yeah.